Well, good morning to you, Grenada, carriacou, Peter Martinique, the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, to you wherever you are. Welcome to the picturesque, the beautiful Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the best place there is on earth, Grenada. It's day 2, session 1 of Whitsuntide Games 2023, and we want to invite you to today's broadcast. Joseph Cadeau, Davis Adams. Adams, we're here. It is day 2. Yesterday was quite exciting. Today promises to be just as engaging.
Well, I mean, those who were down at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for Whitsuntide 2023, yesterday you would have missed a really, really wonderful day of athletics. We were proud to be able to bring it to you. We really are happy with what we have been seeing. All things being equal, it was a wonderful time in Grenada, and I think the Athletic Association must be proud of what they were able to put on. We were privileged to be able to bring it to you live and in full color, and all of the sights and songs at the Athletic Stadium. It was really wonderful yesterday, and today I believe we are setting ourselves up for another tremendous day of activities.
Indeed we are, and I certainly want to let you know that this is a TNR communication production, and certainly we want you to make sure you share the feed and be part of the conversations. Adams, some 40 plus clubs, some 900 plus athletes. There was some 200 at least coming out of neighboring St. Vincent alone. I mean, yesterday it was really, really spellbinding. We saw some excellent performances, individual performances, and we saw some excellent performances from clubs, the like of Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago, PTC, and Mustang as well. Locally, we saw Ace, the Trailblazers, and certainly there were some standard moments. And for those of you, let's, of course, before we go into that, Adams, we'll give them an appreciation as to how today is actually going to pan out. On the field, on the track, we kickstart things with the boys under 17 3,000. Yes?
Yep.
That's going to set the tone for what's going to be a really, really, really great day. But what we are going to do is to send you down trackside for what is the first of a series of medal presentations and ceremonies.
Liebert from British Virgin Islands. Medal presentation for event 13, the boys 400-meter dash under 20. Third position from the St. David's Track Blazers, Elijah Williams, a time of 48.57 seconds. Second position, also from St. David's Track Blazers, Rikael Telemark, a time of 47.31 seconds. And the winner from the 473 MVP Track Club in a time of 47.29 seconds, Jaden Phillip. The winners of the 400-meter under 20 male. Medal presentation for the 400-meter dash open and international men. Third position from Finnish Track Club, Reginald Morton, 48.21 seconds. Second position from the Ace #1 Track Club, Troy Mason, a time of 47.80 seconds. And your winner, also from Ace #1, in a time of 47.20 seconds, Michael Francois. Medal presentation for the winners of the 400 meters open and international. Medal presentation for event 23, the girls 200-meter dash under 17. In third position from the 473 MVP Track Club, Alina Dikoto, a time of 25.26 seconds. Second position from the Classic Lightning South City Rising Stars, Shefana Hostin, 24.76 seconds. And your winner, from Concord Track Club, Symphony Patrick, 24.72 seconds. The winners of event 23, the girls 200 meter under 17. Medal presentation for event 24, 200 meter dash under 17. In third position, Colin Joseph, Phoenix Track Club, a time of 22.13 seconds. Second position represented St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Kyle Ned, a time of 22.07 seconds. And your winner from the 473 MVP, Ethan Sam, 21.90 seconds. Medal presentation for the girls 4x100 meters under 15. Third position, 473 MVP. Second position, Abilene Track Club. And the winner for the 4x400 meters under 17 relay, Concord Track Club, in a time of 48.88 seconds. Medal presentation for the 4x100 meter under 17 relay. Boys. Third position, Grammar School, St. Vincent Grammar School, third position. Second position, Carriacou Athletic Committee, CAC. And the winner for the 4x100 meter under 17, 473 MVP. Medal presentation and the winners for the 4x100 meter under 17 male. Your winners. Medal presentation for the 4x100 meters open and international. Men. Medal presentation 4x100 meters open and international men. Third position, Concord Track Club. Second position, Grenada International B, the team of Rikael Telemac, Elijah Williams, Emilio Bishop, and Samuel Green. And winning the 4x100 meters open and international, Grenada A, the team of Michael Francois, Kyron Charles, Troy Mason, Aiden Peters. The winners of the 4x100 meters open and international. Medal presentation for the men high jump open and international. In third position, Kazim Lewis, Westerhall Secondary School. Second position from the Classic Lightning South City Rising Stars, Kenny Hosford. And your winner from Excel Track Club, in a height of 2 meters flat, Vorel Sam. Medal presentation for the men shot put open and international. In third position, Jamau Compton, Exceed Track Club, a distance of 12.70 meters. Second position from the South City Rising Stars, Devon Augustine, 12.87 meters. And your winner from the Carriacou Athletic Committee, Adrian Thomas, 15.04 meters. Medal presentation for the women javelin throw open and international. Second position from the Exceed Track Club, Nimba Pompey, 16.82 meters. And the winner from the St. David's Track Blazers, Serena Alexander, 37.92 meters. Medal presentation for the men long jump open and international. In third position, Cedric Stevens, High Performance Track Club, a distance of 6.71 meters. Second position, Anson Moses, Trinidad and Tobago, distance of 6.84 meters. And the winner from Excel Track Club, Vorel Sam, 7.05 meters. The winners of the men long jump open and international. Medal presentation for event 38. Women 3,000 meter run open and international. In third position from the South City Rising Stars, Shenia Nelson. Second position from the Finish Line Track Club, Annalisa Brown. And the winner from the St. David's Track Blazers, Kenisha Pascal, 11 minutes, 16.12 seconds. Medal presentation for the 3,000 meter run open and international. This concludes the medal presentation for the first session. And these events were completed in the second session of day one.
Thank you. Welcome back. What we're looking at was a medal presentation ceremony and in case you were wondering if you missed any activities, that was certainly from Events Adams that took place in the latter half of this eve of session 2, day number 1. That would certainly, among them, there's certainly enough highlights to be spoken of. When we started the conversation, we did intimate that there's so much that we can focus on. The club's individual performances, and certainly starting with the clubs, Adams. Two of the standard clubs was that of Concord out of Trinidad and Mustang from St. Vincent. Your thoughts on some of the performances from yesterday?
But what springs out of mind immediately from Concord Athletic from Trinidad and Tobago, the standout athlete Symphony Patrick, who had a real duel with our own under 15 girl, under 17 girl, Shephonia Houston, in the 200 meters. That was a tremendous battle. And as we would have spoken yesterday, I think it places Shephonia Houston in that frame of mind where she understands what it takes to be at the top. Because Symphony came with a mission to accomplish what I believe her talent tells. And she was able to lay down a marker. Shephonia competed, and she competed extremely well, but was just edged out again by Symphony. And I believe that augurs well for her. But that was one of the standout duels that we would have had in terms of competitiveness for the 200 meters under 17 girls.
Well, there's so much that we can itemize, and we shift our focus to what's happening on the track, which is in fact the first event on the track, which should be the boys, the 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters. And Adams, those are the races we saw yesterday. Kenisha Pascal, she put on a really clinical performance in that event. So certainly we're hoping now as we start action down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. They had a battle with a little moisture, a little bit of rain earlier, but certainly you would hope with a little rain addresses some of the concern of the humidity in the air. And certainly we see how these young ones, how they navigate through this next couple 7+ rungs, laps around the track here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We did say the expectation for the patrons today? You expect them to be
Yeah,
out?
well, I am hopeful that the patrons will come down in the numbers to the Kiriani James Athletic Stadium today. I am hopeful you can find that time. Because I do believe one of the ways that we can encourage growth and in Grenada, in track and field and in all sport with our young ones is showing them that you are behind them, you support them. Yesterday while we were going out, Joe, we had a mom telling her child, hey, whether you come first, second, or third, I support you 100%, so I'll be there. And that for us sounded like music to the ears. And I was really happy to see that. And basically, that's the attitude we need as we able to encourage our young people to participate in sport and to get the best out of themselves. In the United States, you have what they call the hockey moms. The hockey moms are those who, whatever time they have training, whatever time they have the activities, whatever they have to put out, these moms whom we hold so dear and near to us, these moms are going to be there. It happens with baseball, it happens with soccer. Why they call them hockey moms, I really don't know. But these moms and these parents, they follow the students, they follow the children, they support them, they go with them, they bring the water, they get the shoes, they get everything that's necessary, all the resources that it takes to bring the children to a level of showing them that we support them. That's what the hockey moms do. So if parents are going to be there, if the public is going to be there and to show support for the students as they achieve potential, this is one of the ingredients needed for advancement of our sport in Grenada. As we look at the track in the 3,000 meters for the under-17 boys, you see two young men, they have taken up the running. Of course, we said it's 7.5 laps around the track, 3,000 meters. And we look at international running, those athletes from Ethiopia, Kenya, they didn't get there without hard work and support and all of those that it took to get to the top. And if our young athletes will work hard, if we show them that we can encourage them, if we are there to support them, I believe we can achieve same results as those athletes that we see right at the top in the world of track and field.
The 3,000 meters is on track at present. Just to give an appreciation as to how the first half of the morning is going to pan out. We're expecting final events, so this 3,000 is the finals. There's a girls 100 meters dash on the 11. There's the boys on the 11 finals, and there's also the girls on the 13, right up to the on the 17 in the 100s. There's also the boys long jump, girls high jump, and then there's the women's shot put open international, and then we continue this morning with a number of the sprint events involving Adams, the under 9 up until the under 20, 150 meters, 400s, and even a couple of 200 meters. So this morning, it promises to be quite an exciting one. And in the early stage, the organizers did say so, that the way some of the events are interspersed, it allows for a constant flow of excitement, field events, sprints.
Yeah, yes, Joe. And if we were to go by what happened yesterday, if yesterday was a mark of whatever is going to take place today, it was really an intense, packed schedule of activities, really packed. And I am saying if we are going to have a similar day, which the program is showing, you are not going to miss anything for excitement and competition. As we look at these two young men, it's a pity we don't have the names of those two young men up front. We would have loved to see, let you know who they are. It seems as if one is from Concord Athletic. I'm almost sure one of them is from Concord Athletic. If not, then forgive me if I made an error, but we do not have the names of the athletes that are participating in the 3,000 meters. But as soon as the results come in, and if any information come in prior to, we'll let you know ASAP. So those two guys they're really doing well. They've taken up the running, and I believe they're giving it a really good shot. They're really competing in a very strong and honest, earnest manner.
Indeed, indeed. What we have on screen are some of the athletes from the Performance Track Club
Out of Barbados.
Out of Barbados, and that is the sort of excitement. I think the facial, the expression says it all.
Yes, it does.
You see the energy, the camaraderie, the friendship, and certainly they would have missed the official medal presentation ceremony, but certainly they got an opportunity for at least to be part of the
to do a photo op.
and they probably was better. They probably think, oh, we got to shine all by ourselves.
Yes,
All by-
it's beautiful
by
to see.
ourselves.
And it shows that it was well worth the trip coming to Grenada.
We're looking at the athlete because for some reason the starting list doesn't have the full, but we have one athlete based on uniform is from definitely from Frontline. Finish line.
Finishers.
Yes. We probably will be hoping that they will provide us with the full complement of the athletes that is there. But certainly, it is, in case you're just joining us, it is early days yet. It is session 1, day number 2 of the 2023 edition of the Whitsuntide's game inside the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. As we speak 3,000, we certainly can't help but to reminisce on the performance of
The Iron Lady.
the Iron Lady, as you so dubbed her. Yesterday, she put on a clinical performance, some might say.
It was
one of those exceptional performances.
It was exceptional from Kenisha Pascal. I mean, Kenisha has been doing that for many, many, many moons. And we have not seen any slowdown in her. And she reminds me of people like Merlin Artie, who ran into her 40s and was competing at a very high level. You also, if you can remember, Linford Christie.
Yes.
From the United Kingdom. But even closer to us, you have
Kim Collins.
out of St. Vincent. And they competed at St. Kitts, yes. They competed at a very high level into the latter stages of their lives. So, I mean, sometimes we feel surprised, but we should not be surprised. It's all of the mentality the person has in terms of what they want to do or what they want to accomplish. And if they would not give up, then the sky is the limit. And it shows that Kenisha Pascal is competing at the top of a game, really put down, as you said, a clinic in 3,000-meter running, and was able to come through winning that in a time of 11+ minutes. Really well done.
Another of the duos that we saw yesterday is two of the local clubs, 473 MVP, a local club, and Phoenix Track Club, a club PTC out of Antigua, that between Dowling and Shanti Augustine. Those two, they went head-to-head with each other yesterday.
Yes, and that reminds us of the battle between Houston and Symphony Patrick.
Yes.
Again, you have your peers and those who can lift your performances. Yep, and that was really, really, really nice to see Shanti Augustine running well, performing at a pretty high level. And again, she has another marker in which to put herself against. You know, you look in the mirror and you see where you're at. And I think the fact that Dorich from that club is able to show her, well, look, here is where I'm competing. This is where you are. We can only iron sharpen iron. We can only make each other better. So I hope Ashanti uses it for positive growth and development in her track and field career.
Ethan Sam yesterday continued to shine on what has been a splendid season for him.
Ethan has been, I think this is one of Ethan's finest season, and we hope that this is going to be what you might call the watershed moment in his life. That paradigm shift that would take place. He's really dominated the landscape in Grenada in the under 17. It's the under 17, under 15, under 17 boys. Mm-hmm. He's dominated the landscape 100, 200, 400, and he has continued to do that, not just in Grenada but in the region. And so it means that Ethan Sam has a world ahead of him to conquer. And again, as we would have spoken so much about yesterday, the fact that he has examples to look to, he has a mirror in which he can place himself in Kirani James, Anderson Peters, Lyndon Victor, Kurt Felix, all of those. And then, of course, we cannot forget Alain Francique, to name a few of those who he can place himself against and say, if they can get to that level, I can do. So Ethan Sam, we really rooting for you to turn the next corner next year, move to a higher level of performance, and show the world what Grenada can offer.
Burnley, another club yesterday out of Trinidad and Tobago that shows great prospect and show that track and field is alive in the Caribbean.
Yes, Burnley again out of Trinidad. I mean, we are making. I mean, they came with athletes who are performing at very high level. They look well organized. They look well coached, and the fact that they're able to mingle and with our athletes, it shows that they will be able to do well in the future. Jael Peters for sure being able from Burnley to do so well, getting the better of people like Kaya Swan of Fusion Athletic, Sophia Stephen, Rennie Smith, Leah Campbell. All of those are good athletes, and to see Jael do so well, it says well of the club Burnley, what they're doing, and we hope to see them back next year, of course.
Not to exhaust, because there's so much that we can talk about in the summarizing yesterday before we get into full stream on the track here. One of the exciting moments, 400, we had the likes of Elijah Williams, Telemac, Philip, and these three, they put down a stellar performance yesterday.
Yes, it was. It was.
Some say it was an upset.
Well,
depending on who you ask, of course.
Depend on who you ask. The truth of the matter is, we know the qualities of Telemac and the athlete from St. David, Elijah. We know the qualities that they have. Maybe less of the winner, that's Philip.
Yes.
Yes, maybe less of Philip than of Telemac and Elijah Williams. So for me, I love story of underdogs. So I'm really happy that Philip came through and was able to peep both of them who represented us at Carifta Games. And I think they would have to ask themselves a question. It was really exciting. It was really good. It was a stunner for performance from him. As a matter of fact, I think if we were to pay attention to what happened, Telemac in Intercall 2023 pulled off what you might consider Houdini in the 100 meters.
Right.
Yes, Pippin, I think, is it Bishop to the finish line?
Yes.
Emilio Bishop Blanco to the finish line with just about 2 meters to go. And he thought, maybe he still thinks he could do it, so he thought he would do it in that 400 meters. But to alas, he was not able to accomplish another Houdini at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
And it only goes to show you, folks, the quality of the excitement, the quality of what's been the delivery here for Whitsuntide's 2023. And certainly, it's early days yet. We're encouraging you as you go through the day, if you can make some time to be part of the conversation. And those of you that's following us via the TNM communication platform as online, be sure that you share the link so others can be part of the conversations. So it's a really packed day. Certainly on the outside, it doesn't seem to be as windy as it was yesterday at this time. But what we're going to do, we're going to go focus our attention on the track as we get ready for action in event number 39, the girls 100 meters dash under 11. And we started with a full cast, starting out of lane 1. Destiny Arnold from Burnley, as out of Trinidad. Peyton Batiste from South City Rising Star Grenada. Dominic Joseph from Fusion, a local sprint club. There's Raina Hosford. There is Keno Mary Monroe from Fusion. There's Nikwan Ned from Fusion. Zari Barrett from MVP 473. And the one way we're keeping our eyes on Adams, nothing to do with you because she's from South St. George, but Leah Rose Childs, she, of course, we did not speak specifically to her yesterday, but she was one of the premier athletes that stood out yesterday.
Yes, she was one of the standout athletes at the under 11 category. She's really doing well, strong, both physically and mentally. And she's showing that she has what it takes to be a top-class runner, following in the footsteps of people like Shanti Augustine and those athletes who are doing Chiffonia Houston. If she can see them as her example, she can only go from strength to strength. So Leah Rose, she's doing well, and we wish her all the best because, again, at the end of the day, Grenada benefits anyhow.
Grenada benefits. So we're looking at the lineup for the event on track. The girls, the under 11 girls, 100 meters dash, Burnley, South City Rising Star, Fusion, Sprinters, Fusion, MVP 473 on the lane 7, and for South St. George, Leah Rose Charles. Your lane assignment for what is heat 1 of 4. There's some 29 athletes in that under 11, the under 11 category, and so certainly, and it's good at this to see these young athletes. You know, yesterday we spoke of it, being able to be here, participate, and history would record it. Their own memory would, for some time, would remember that they were part of a really, really great event at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Those are the experiences. I mean, you can think of when you were 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, 11 years at school, and the experiences that you had, what you participated in, those that help to shape you and make you. Those are the things that strengthen us as we grow up in life. And so those experiences will help them. They remember the errors, the mistakes, the cries, the laughs that they had, you know, all the embarrassing things that might have happened to them, all those things that were, you know, if we don't go through them, I don't think we'd have a life. So those are really, really important that we carry our students through those situations where they learn to compete, where they learn to collaborate, where they learn to cooperate. All of those are values that we have to instill in them.
Indeed. The girls' 100 meters dash, as they're waiting for the instructions from the field officials. Again, it is early days yet. To make your way down here at the National Stadium to follow your little nieces, nephews, cousins, brothers, sisters, and to be part of the conversation. In case you're just joining us, we're coming to you live from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the Spice Isle of Grenada, and we're getting ready for the girls' 100 meters dash in the under 11 category. Just remind you of the lane assignment. Arnold for Burnley out of Trinidad runs out of 1. Batiste for South City Rising Star is in 2. Joseph for Fusion runs out of 3. Hosford for Sprinters runs out of 4. Monroe for Fusion is in 5. Ned Fusion runs out of 6. Barrett for 473 MVP occupies lane number 7. And nestled in lane number 8 on the outside for South St. George, Leah Roche Charles. The weather has improved so beautifully, Joe. Outside is looking absolutely fantastic. It's not as windy as yesterday, of course, which means that the wind factoring into times may not be very much of a concern. And it really looks, outside looks beautiful. If you're home and you're thinking of just occupying your mind in a different way, seeing young people compete, why not join us down at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium? Indeed, there's nothing to lose. The experience will be one that we will speak for forever, and for many, it will be etched on our minds. And you always want to be part of something, the anticipation, as they get on the status orders. The girls, 100 meters dash. That's Burnley, South City, Fusion, MVP, South St. George. And they are off. Nice clean start for all of them. We're looking at Arnold from Burnley on the outside in lane number 1, but we're also keeping our eyes on Charles on the way on the inside of your screen out of lane number 8, Leah Rose Charles. Certainly, it was almost a lane 1, lane 8 competition. But I think looking at it eventually, it was Leah Rose Charles from South St. George that took the first position in this one. And you can see the smile on her face. She knows it. You know what? I'm here, and I'm making my name.
Yes, she's done well. I mean, this morning, if I were to just let a little bean out of the bag, she came into the stadium with a determination to compete, but not really in the best of physical health, probably catching a bug or flu or something. But she just said, I'm not going to not run, I'm going to run. So she looked pretty good, even though she has a little bit of niggle with her in terms of her health. But she just came and she ran, and her time was really good, 13:81. To Destiny Annals of Burnley Athletic Club 1424 out of Trinidad, and Conor Marie Monroe Fusion 1443. Rena Hosford, followed by Dominic Joseph Fusion, Naquan Ned Fusion, Xavier Barrett MVP, and Peyton Batiste South City Rising Stars. So good start to the day.
Good start to the day as we get ready for heat two of four. And we now give you the lane assignments. And when you're recognizing that this is a reduced field, so running of lane number 8 for Burnley out of Trinidad, and from the Trinidad is Willow Spencer, occupying lane number 4 for Shamika. I'm almost assuming this has to be an error. Shamika, maybe. I'm not sure if that is the name, but she's for runners. She occupies lane 4. Out of lane number 3 it is Adania George from Track Blazers. In lane number 2, Lamia Francis from Track Blazers, and Tavisha Joseph runs out of lane 1 for runners. The lane assignments for event number heat 2 of 4, event number 39. The girls 100 meters dash in the under 11 category.
And the time to beat 13:84. I did not write it, but we're going to pay attention to the times.
13:81.
13:81. The truth of the matter is, I think those are timed hits, Joe. I'm not so sure there's a final.
Assume that it is, because it says they're all finals.
So I guess it's the best time of all of the hits.
Of all of the hits.
Yes.
We assume reasonably that's what it is, because that's what it indicates here.
Yeah, we did not necessarily get instructions as to the exact nature, but we are assuming, based on what happened yesterday, that those are timed hits, and hence the best time from all the 4 hits. The winner would come from that.
So again, your lane assignments are out there on her own by her lonesome self in lane number 8. Willow Spencer from Burnley out of Trinidad. Nestled in lane number 4, representing runners is Shamika. Then Adania George runs out of 3 for Track Blazers. Lima Francis out of 2 for Track Blazers as well. And in lane number 1, Tavisha Joseph out of lane number 1, yes, for runners. If ever you do feel lonely, it's for little Willow on the outside. Maybe that gives her a chance, to concentrate, zone in, not maybe worry too much about because there's no left or right for her to worry about.
That's true.
Just run.
Just run.
Just run. Just
Yep.
run.
Yep.
Just
Just
run.
run.
But it's good to see them at these delicate ages.
Yeah.
But we get ready for heat.
Those are
2
my
and 4.
favorite, Joe. Just come, pay attention to them, and mold them. That's what I enjoy most.
And they are officially off. Willow out in lane number 8. On the inside in lane number 1 is Tavisha Joseph. Motoring away in lane number 2 is Lamia Francis from Track Blazers. It's in fact Francis from Track Blazers that's going to run away with this one quite easily. Quite easily. Francis out of Track Blazers, and Joseph out of runners in lane 1 would have captured second place. We wait for the official results from the ground. But from where from our vantage point, as we look at the replay, out of lane number 2, Lamia Francis from Track Blazers would have cupped this one quite easily.
Yeah, she just dominated from start to finish. She did an excellent job and ran right through to the end. It was really nice to see how she was able to just power through to the end. Lamia Francis of Track Blazers, 15:38. Trevisha Joseph of Runners Athletic, 16:10. Dana George, St. David's Track Blazers, 16:22. Shamika of Runners Athletic, 16:44. And Willow Spencer in lane number 8, Burnley Athletic out of Trinidad and Tobago, 16:89.
Your results there for event 2 of 4 of event number 39, the under 11 girls 100 meters dash. And up next would be heat 3 of 4. And certainly, as I said, it's a total of 29 athletes. So you can well appreciate. And I'm happy with what they've done with the flow of the program. They get the younger ones out quite early.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. And for me, because I'm involved with the younger ones in so many ways, what was able to happen is parents were able to communicate, and when the child or children are completed their running, they were able to take them and go home with them at an appropriate time. So that for me is beautiful. We need to treat our young ones the way they should be treated.
The lane assignment for the next event on the track, heat 3 of 4. Running out of lane number 2. Out of lane number 2 for finish line, it is Casija Klein. Lane number 3, occupied. Sorry, I'll take that. For finish line, out of lane number 2 is Emily Regis. She runs out of 2. Klein runs out of lane number 3 for St. David's Roman Catholic. Sierra Joseph occupies lane 4 for finish line. VTC, that's Velocity Track Club. She is Zariah Abraham. Hosford, that's Jemiah Hosford. She runs for St. George. She occupies lane 6. Lane 7 is occupied by Ariane Francis from South City Rising Star and Kenisha Khalees from Sprinters. She runs out of lane number 8. And I got to let you, that Velocity Track Club is, in fact, comes out of, just to confirm for you, VTC. I'm going to confirm for you, VTC should, in fact, be a club out of Barbados. But we're going to confirm that for you. But that's your lineup for the next event on the track. Runners, finish line, St. David's Roman Catholic. There's finish line again out of lane 4, VTC, South St. George. There's the South City Rising Stars, and there's Sprinters completing the lineup in lane number 8. They're on the status orders on the 11 girls. Bit of. I'm noticing though that the officials, they have been a bit light, I would say, on the junior athletes.
Well, let's put it this way. If you're not light on the junior athletes, I mean, there's something missing here.
You know,
you know me with our young ones.
There are those that would argue in the reverse order that if they don't get it right now, but one thing's been what they're, as I say, they've been given a pass.
Yeah, but they must be given the lighter end of the stick ever so often. You know, we got to train them with, as you say, with gloved hands ever so often. Got to work with them with gloved hands.
On the 11 girls, he's 3 of 4.
Yeah.
And they're off and they are running. We're keeping our eyes on them. Andrews out of lane 1, making a push for it. So too is Regis out of lane number 3. But it is Adams, I know you smiled. It is young Hosford out of lane number 6 that comes through for South St. George in this final. In this event.
Yes, she, of course, the only one running without a spike, but you could see her determination. She was given really good competition, but you could see she decided she was not going to give up, and she really powered her way through with the last 15, 20 meters to go, and she really wanted to win. You could see it in her to get there. So 15:10. Not the best of times again, but not a bad time. Probably about the second best time so far that we have seen.
Indeed. So it's 15:10 for Hosford, Khalees from S 15:39, and White 15.47 the times.
So we move to the boys at this time.
Well, that's interesting that we've moved to the boys. Well, I'm assuming the officials on the field, they would indicate, because we were expecting the final batch of young ladies.
Yeah.
We were expecting the final batch.
Maybe quite a few pulled out DNSs And so that's what the field probably would have now collapsed into.
Well, let's to make use of what we have here. Event 40. It's still in the under 11 category, boys 100 meters. The lane assignment. Tyler Clark runs out of lane number 1 for South City Rising Stars. There's Tariq Pilgrim in 2. Isaiah Samuel. Laborie, it runs out of 4. And they're off and they are running. We're keeping our eyes. There is Kodre out of lane number 8. Clark out of lane number 1. Running for Fusion down the middle of the pack is Jonathan Laborie. Clark on the outside, Laborie on the inside. We'll take the replay and we'll give you to get the final to the confirmation and exactly how this one panned out. But it was Clark on the outside that was motoring away for South City. And there's Laborie, that's Jonathan Laborie for Fusion. And we look at them as they make their way down. And both extending each other. And I think
lane
if you ask
4
me, lane
and lane
4,
1.
That's Laborie, Jonathan Laborie from Fusion that would have done it there. So, Jonathan Laborie for Fusion, 13.94. In second place, out of Burnley, it was Carrie John. Again, we're noticing, I'm not sure what's responsible for that, though. We just had a complete heat from the girls that was actually missing. And very often, one of the challenges you have was when the start list, if you ask me, gets messed up. It gets messed up totally. In that previous race, it was indicated that it was Clark from South City Rising Star that was running out of Burnley. Was not even.
It wasn't even in the start list. But we sometimes do quite a lot to bring as much as a clarity to our listening and viewing public. Sometimes we almost have to contort to to get the information out. Gymnastics, as my grandmother would say, you have to do a lot of gymnastics to get it out. But I mean, we have tried. We really do try, even with those challenges that we have ever so often. We have to ensure that we try and give you the most picturesque and clear information that we can. And I think we've tried to do that very well over the last yesterday and today. So we are going to continue to do that. But when changes are made, we hope those information are fed to the live commentary team.
Again, another reduced field. In case you're wondering, family members, if you are home, action out of lane number 8, running out of lane number 8 for VTC out of Barbados. Karine Thomas out of lane number 1, Track Blazers. Ronan Lessie out of lane number 3, Kendall Blackman for sprinters. Running out of lane number 6 for Fusion, Ethan Gunpart. Occupying lane number 8 for MVP 473, Kaleem Johnson. And for VTC into Barbados, it is Thomas. So your lane assignment for either heat 2 of 3 in the boys 100 meters dash under 11. Track. So we keep our eyes fastened on the track. Lane 1, 3, 6, 7, and 8. Who's it going to be? And they are off. As they start motoring down the 100 meter stretch out of lane number 2. On the outside, all by his lonesome self from Track Blazers, as should be running Lessie. Literally, he moved out down to the blocks like one of this, as though, I don't know, he must have had propellers, whatever it is. Some jets under his spikes. Maybe I should ask him to lift it a bit.
Yeah, he really ran like I wouldn't say a man on a mission, but a boy on a mission. He had something to look after, and he decided he would give it the best shot that he could. He really ran quickly and did not hold back anything. Well done. 14:40, Ronan Lessie.
Out of Track Blazers. And again, we do have to apologize. I'm not sure whether or not everybody's normally made aware as to whether or not these athletes, for whatever reason, they do not make it onto the field.
We noted that the wind has picked up quite a lot, plus 3.1 in this last race. So the wind speed has really picked up quite a bit.
Again, we move along. I can't help noticing, Adams, that the last flight of athletes for Heat 3 of 3, they've actually moved on to the under 13 girls. So a number of athletes are not making it on, getting the opportunity to run this mode, to participate for whatever reason. Certainly, we'll hope to clarify that for you as the day progresses. But what we're moving on to is the girls 100 meters dash in the under 13 category. And again, it seems to be another reduced field, Adams.
Yeah, it seems so. I mean, quite a number of factors might be contributing toward the dropping off of the athletes.
I guess, but we would try not to speculate too much.
Yes, speculating can put you in trouble, as it has already done for me.
We try not to speculate too much.
Yeah, but it seems as if quite a lot are dropping off, and it's not it's not the ideal for us. It's unfortunate, but when certain things happen, there's a reason, and we're hopeful at the end of the day that all our athletes are healthy and in good spirits, whether they're competing or not.
The action seems is going to be coming out of, as we wait for them. Just the 5. They run it from full. We give you the assignment. Stephanie Stevens from Bolt, Swan from Fusion, Felix from Sprinters, Griffith from Runners, and Gill from South City Rising Stars. And they're up and they are running. We're looking at Sophia for Bolt out in lane number 4. She's been pushed by Fusion, and it's Kaya Swan as they head into the finish line. The finish line is actually Sophia Swan that's Kaya Swan, from Fusion, that seems to have nipped it on the line against Sophie Stevens from Bolt. So we look at the replay. Action coming there is Swan for Fusion as athlete 263, and on her outside 073, and that is Sophie Stevens that is making a push for it, and they both get to the line, and it is Kaya Swan from Fusion winning that event in a time of 13.37, and Sophie Stevens from Bolt 13.34.
Pretty good race. Very competitive between Bolt and Fusion. They really pushed each other right through the last 5 meters, where the athlete Swan from Fusion was able to just nip it ahead of her on the line. Good times they did, of course, pretty close. But it was nice to see the competition between those two young ladies.
An almost full flight for Heat 2 of 5 of event number 41. It's the girls 100 meters dash under 13. The lane assignment running out of lane number 1 for runners. It is Ziva Smith for runners running out of occupying lane number 3. Chanel Richards for IDAT out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. DeAndre Henry occupies lane number 5 for sprinters. Nestle in lane number 5 for runners is Janaya Joseph. VTC out of Barbados is represented by Liana Batista. Lane number 7 is occupied by Carla Bennett from HP out of St. Vincent, and Leah Campbell, VTC out of Barbados, runs out of lane number 8. The lane assignments for the next event on the track. And they are off and running. Thank you. They're all off and running. We're looking at action out of lane number 8, Campbell out of VTC that's Leah Campbell. Leah Campbell running out of lane number 8 for VTC. Seemed to have nipped, would have won that one. So we're just going to. We'll hope, Adams, that she is fine.
She took a tumble at the end. Yeah, she took a tumble at the end. but she did win the athlete in lane number 3. Chanela Richards of It That coming in second, Carla Bennett of HP third, and Liana Batista of VTC coming in fourth. Good time, 13:60, not bad at all. And of course, she would feel good that she came to Grenada and was able to compete and make her club proud and her country proud and her school proud, for that matter.
So Leah Campbell for VTC Velocity Track Club out of Barbados, 13.60. Chanel Richards, Idat out of St. Vincent, 14.14. And in third place, there was another club out of St. Vincent that took the third spot. It's heat 3 of 5. Again, it's the girls 100 meters dash in the under 13 category. Just make sure we get the composition of the field right. Now, lane 8 and lane 4, it's scratched. So lane 8 and lane 4. Your lane assignment running out of lane number 1 for Track Blazers is Azia George. Lane 2 is occupied from VTC out of Barbados. Aaliyah Campbell. Running out of lane number 3 for runners is Janelle Smith. Lane number 5 is occupied by Eliza Rose Benjamin for Track Blazers. Micaiah George runs out of lane number 6, and she for runners. And out of lane number 7, out of St. Vincent, representing That is Catrell Bailey. The lane assignment for the next event on the track in the under 13 category, girls, 100 meters. And we just want to encourage you, of course, Adams encourage folks that while they want to make sure that they're aware that it's been relatively hot these days. The humidity has been off the charts. So you want to make sure that you stay hydrated. We're sitting on the inside. We have our water. Much as you're out there, especially the young ones, Adams.
Of course. That's one of those must to do on the to-do list that you have to work with the young ones on. They don't like too much drinking, but you got to get them into the habit of drinking their water and hydrating, because that's what is going to lubricate the whole body. But yes, that's one of those ingredients that makes for a healthy body and for competing at a high level. So we really want to see our coaches working with them on those to do and those don't in terms of taking care of their bodies.
Water is a must. Again, just to remind you, the lane assignments. Track Blazers runs out of 1. VTC from Trinidad occupies lane 2. Runners is in 4. Track Blazers is in 5. Runners in 6. And Idad out of St. Vincent occupies lane number 7. Smith, Cooper, Richards, Henry, Joseph, Batista, Bennett, and they are off and they are running. On the outside in lane number 1 for Track Blazers, well, she's out of the question now. But for runners, it is Janelle Smith that is running away with this one quite easily out of lane number 3. Quite an easy win for her. Janelle Smith from runners completed that one and made it look quite easy.
Yep, she really teared down those 100 meters. She did not hold anything back. She really raced out of the blocks, and she did not look back at all. She looked pretty good. Long legs, striding beautifully right through to the end, as you would coach. Just run through to the end. Janelle Smith, runners athletic, Elisa Rose Benjamin, St. David's Track Blazers, Aaliyah Campbell, VTC, Catriel Bailey, That.
So that was the competition of Heat 3. We must say that once we got started, that the officials are doing quite a decent job of running us through these races. So make sure to sort of reduce on any of the challenges we had read time last evening. The girls are under 13, and we getting ready for what should be the last batch. No, it's It's 4-5. And the lane assignments, running out of lane number 1. And certainly we did mention her exploits yesterday in the 200 for Burnley as Jael Peters, as she won the 100 yesterday for them. That's Peters out of Burnley. Out of lane number 2, Janelle Clark for Mustang out of St. Vincent. Colleen Williams for South St. George operates out of lane number 3. Shania Thomas for Sprinters is in 4 for South St. George. Sydney Douglas occupies lane 5. For Burnley, there's Renice Smith, and for Exile, it is Williams. Here we go on the outside, in lane number 1, motoring away. It is Jael Smith, and she, of course, we expect her to show nothing less than pure speed. And we did highlight her yesterday. She was one of the speedsters from yesterday from Burnley, and certainly she came out and she delivered again.
She delivered. She looks a really good, special, physical talent in terms of how she's built. She looks powerful. She's fairly tall, elegant, and she just sped down the 100-meter track and did not look back at all. She's a special talent, and I think that's somebody we need to look out for in the future, whether it's Carifta or those other regional meets, but she is a good talent.
Some would probably say she looked as though she was trying to run up to get the race out of the way so she can get to one of the double stand possibly.
Yes. And if you look at her time is about the best with a negligible wind. So this Jael Peters is somebody we need to look out for, and Renee Smith also of Burnley. So those two athletes from Trinidad and Tobago, they've done extremely well. With Jael Peters winning a really tough competition yesterday with one of our athletes, which I'm going to get to in a short while, but she's doing well. I think Velocity Track Club, I think that's Grenada, you know. We have to touch base on velocity because somebody mentioned to me that Leah Campbell, who actually ran for Velocity Track Club, she is from Grenada, so we'll pay attention to it. And she's as much a Jamaican Grenadian student.
Okay.
She's going to Alpha here in Grenada. That's Leah Campbell. But let's go to the track.
Heat 5 of 5. Heat 5 of 5, and running the lane establishment out of lane 3. South City Rising Star in 4. South City Rising Star. There's HP, there's Runners, and South City Rising Star. But motoring down the way, and seems as though she is in a mission. It is Sumaya Andrews out of South City Rising Star. That is taking huge daylight out of the rest of the field. And running coming in second out of lane number 6 is Shania Lewis from Runners. But it was an easy, really Sunday morning stroll for her. Easy like Sunday morning indeed.
Yes.
As we look at the replay. And the others, they literally trying to play catch up. And she's just motoring along out of lane number 3 for South City Rising Stars, Sumaya Andrews. We'll get the official
Love
time.
to see the time.
The time
14:35.
14.35.
Compare that to the runner from Burnley. That is what's her name?
Leah
Peters.
Jael
Peters from Burnley. It means that time is really down on the athlete from Burnley Athletic, out of Trinidad.
We are moving along, and we're moving now to the boys under 13. The boys under 13. Rented of lane number 1 for Fusion. It is Ramon Stewart out of lane number 1. Lane 2 is Scratch, occupying lane number 4 for South City Rising Stars is Stevens, and yet we saw him yesterday do quite an exceptional. He did the 200. He was exceptional in it yesterday. So for Fusion, on the outside of lane number 1, it is Ramon Steven, occupying lane number 4 for South City Rising Stars. It's Jonathan Laborie. There is Samuel, Brave Boy Roberts, and Brathwaite. in that order. For the under 13 boys, we're keeping our eyes in the middle for Jonathan Labrie. And yesterday, we saw him, and he was just literally exceptional. And today, Sunday, is no different, literally blowing away the field as we anticipated there. Jonathan Labrie, as K.S. Stevens out of South City, Rising Star out of lane number 4. And mission accomplished. Takes a little walk, and job done.
Not necessarily the most elegant looking, but he's effective, he's fast, his turnover is pretty quick, and you can see that bobbing head and that drive to the finish line. I mean, it really is good. Kashier Stevens of South City Rising Stars. He looks a good talent because yesterday we saw what he was able to accomplish, and I believe that he has so much ahead of him. He just has to continue running and giving it the best attention that he can. Well done, Kashier Stevens of South City Rising Stars.
Taking the second place was Kenyon Roberts out of Mustang.
Out of St. Vincent. Yeah.
Out of St. Vincent. And there's Nathaniel Brathwaite taking in the third spot. On the 13 boys, and sometimes if you go to judge them on physique, size, height, you'll never guess. You'll never guess.
That's for sure.
You will never guess. And we heat 2 of 5. The lane assignments running out of lane number 1. Kristen Thompson for MVP. Lane 2. Javin Etienne for MVP. Runners Cameron Bonaparte occupies lane number 3. Then we have Jaden Strong again for MVP running out of lane number 4. For Roses out of St. Vincent is Derek Brown. And there is a duo for South St. George, Caleb Campbell and Kendon Worm. And finishing the cast, Anthony Phillip out of lane number 8 for South City Rising Stars. And they are out. We're keeping our eyes peeled as they come down the middle, Strong in the middle. We'll be looking out of lane number 7. It is Kendon Worm that is motoring away for what is going to be an easy victory for this under 13 batch of athletes. Kendon Worm out of lane number 7, completing an easy win, Adams.
Yeah, Kendon has been a strong performer at the primary level, doing well at Duty National Primary School Sports, Co-op Bank, Duty National Primary School Sports. He's continued to run well, and he's representing South St. George in this event, followed by Caleb Campbell, also of South St. George, 13:04, Caleb Campbell, 13:45. So they're doing pretty well. Good to see them participating and giving it their best shot.
Indeed, we get to hit 3 of 5. And this is, in fact, the final batch of the under 13 boys. The lane assignment, running out of lane number 2 for Exceed out of St. Vincent. Daville Peters. For Roses out of St. Vincent, it is Jamal Alexander. Well, this is almost a St. Vincent affair here.
Yes.
HP in the person of Jaheim Joseph. Runners represented by Isaiah St. Bernard, and representing HP of St. Vincent is Zane Lowmans. Your lane assignment for the upcoming event on the track as they go on the status orders. Peters, Alexander, Joseph, St. Bernard, Lowmans. And they wait. I saw it. I guess as you can see, the under 9s, the under 11s. I mean, as you say, they handed them a gloved deal, a softer touch.
Yes.
But you can see definitely there was motion out of number 2, out of this lane number 2. That's from Daville Peters. Daville Peters from Exceed out of St. Vincent. So again, Deville Peters from St. Vincent, representing Roses from St. Vincent is Jamal Alexander. HP is represented by Jaheim Joseph, and that's HP, another club out of St. Vincent. Runners represented by Isaiah St. Bernard, and Zane Laumans representing HP out of St. Vincent. We await the official word, whatever that is.
They're ready to run again. That's for sure.
Well, they're ready. There's no argument over that. I mean, if you just tell them run, they wouldn't care who's telling them to run. They are going to run. They are going to run. I think you can see lighting up in the back. After this final batch of under 13 boys, we move into the under 17 girls. You see them already start making their way. But we await the... Well, while we await the official response from the field, we want to tell you thanks for being part of this conversation here. TNR Communication Production. We're coming to you live from the Karani James Athletic Stadium in the best place there is on earth. Again, I keep challenging you, Adams, if you can in any way, provide me any empirical data or otherwise that would seem to suggest or prove that, well, we just got the official action word that, as we anticipated, that he, of course, that's young, just confirm his name for you, Danville Peters from Exceed.
If you paid attention to the camera, several of the guys were moving. So what do you do when several are moving?
Well, I guess it's who jumps out of the block first. Well, we leave that conversation for the experts. They're going to get into it, but the field has been reduced to 4. Roses, HP, Runners, and HP. There they are. Well, he's motoring away out of lane number 4. That's Jaheim Joseph from HP, making light work of the rest of the field. Indeed, light work of it, and you can definitely see he's got his swag turned up.
Got the swagger with him. He's decided, hey man, I am here. But he looked pretty well. He gave it all that he can. I mean, of course, there's so many kinks to be ironed out, but he's young, and so he's going to take some time. And I'm sure his coaches and them, they are going to be paying attention to the arm movement, how he's going to get his feet up, those knees, how we're going to get him a little bit higher in terms of that push-off that you want. So Jaheim Joseph, HP, St. Vincent. Lomans, HP, St. Vincent also, 13:45 and 14:54. Alexander of Roses, St. Vincent also, 14:55.
So that's the completion of the boys, the under 13 boys, 100 meters. We move now to the girls' 100 meters dash in the under 17 category. And your lane assignments, running out of lane number 1. Out of lane number 1 is Cassie Charles for SAS. Leah Chance occupies lane number 2 for Mustang out of St. Vincent. There's Makeda Sylvan Henry runs for MVP out of lane number 3. Oh, we've spoken of her. We've seen her prior. Will she deliver? Symphony Patrick of Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago. There's Amia Chandler for finish line. So too is Kamali Phillip for finish line. Representing Bolt is Rashona Moraine and Janelle Griffith representing South City Rising Stars.
So we're looking out to see Symphony Patrick, how she's going to respond in the 100 meters. She did extremely well at the 200 meters. Jewel with, of course, Shephonia Houston. And let's see what happens here in the 100 meters with Symphony Patrick. They've taken them off the start line, and maybe there's a reason for that. We'll see what happens from here, Joe. We don't have much information as yet, but I'm sure there must be a reason why they have allowed them to move off the start line. Maybe they're going to do a medal presentation, not sure.
Well, we'll assume reasonably that there is always a reason. We're always going to assume that there is one. We may not be privy to it, but we can assume reasonably that the officials, they have their reasons for whatever actions that's carried out on the field. But we're just saying that we've seen in the far distance, yes, athletes gathering for what, from where they would look as though it would be for the high jump. We just going to look through a program to see exactly
Maybe the girls.
right. So it's expected to be the girls on the 17 high jump. So it's be the girls on the 17 high jump, and that is slated for today as well. So that's what we in the far end. They've got it close to the high jump area, so we'd assume reasonably that's the next activity. The athletes have not been returned to the track as yet, to the blocks, but we can see that they're lined up. They are in fact lined up. I can remind you that Grenada, Adams, we're getting ready. This meet, from all indications, serves as a template, a measuring stick, a yardstick for as we get into continued preparation mode for CAFTA 2024.
Yeah. Again, it's something that we need to talk about. I don't think there's enough time to talk about it, starting from since last year, in the sense that it's part of the 50th anniversary of independence celebration. It's coming just around that time. So I know our organizers will be hard pressed to ensure that they deliver a product that will represent Grenada's 50th anniversary of independence coming of age. So I'm sure that is going to be chief on the minds of everyone. Quality, customer service, hospitality, accommodation, transportation, and of course bringing in the best athletes from throughout the Caribbean. It's not something we have to do per se, because the fact of the matter is that we get the best from the island, so we ensure that when they get here, they would have something that they would have an experience that they would go back with that would tell them Grenada is the best place to be. So we got to start the conversation
well, we
now.
did call it right. The officials, there's always a reason, and as in fact, you're getting ready for another medal presentation ceremony.
Yep.
Bronze medalist Connor Marie Monroe, Fusion. Silver medalist Destiny Arnold, Burnley Athletics, Trinidad. Presenting your gold medalist, Leah Rose Charles, South St. George Government School. Event 40, boys 100 meters, under 11. Bronze medalist, Caden McFarlane, Classic Lighting, South City, Rising Stars. A time of 14.29 seconds. Silver medalist, Carrie John, Burnley Athletics, Trinidad. 14.02 seconds. And your gold medalist, Jonathan Labarry, Fusion. 13.94 seconds. Event 41, girls 100 meters, under 13. Bronze medalist, Sophia Stevens, Bolt. Silver medalist, Kaya Swan, Fusion. 13.37 seconds. And your gold medalist, Jael Peters, Burnley, Athletics, Trinidad, a time of 12.63 seconds. We fast forward to event 79, boys, 3,000 meters under 17. Presenting your bronze medalists, Brad Lomans, High Performance, SPG. 11 minutes, 57.15 seconds. Silver medalist, Nicholas Frederick, finish line. 10 minutes, 30.22 seconds. And your gold medalist, Henrique Francois Roses, St. Vincent's. 9 minutes, 56.87 seconds. We can back up to event 42, boys 100 meters under 13. We have a tie for bronze medalists. Jaheim Joseph, High Performance, and Caleb Campbell, South St. George Government. A time of 13.45 seconds. Now your silver medalists, Kendon Worm, also representing South St. George Government School. 13.06 seconds. Presenting now your gold medalist, Cache Stephen. Classic Lighting, South City Rising Stars. A time of 12.95 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, ACP Jesmond Prince, Chairman of the Transportation Committee. You're part of the second and final day of Whitsuntide Games 2023, right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Thank you for spending the second and final day with us today. Good to see all of you at the stadium. More action, of course, on the track, so we invite you to stick around for all the competition, for all the excitement and fun. We're live! Whitsuntide Games 2023.
So we're back at the yes, so we're back at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Girls 100-meter dash under 17. Heat 1. And we've had the athletes there already at their starting blocks. Out of lane number 1, Cassie Charles Sass. Lane number 2, Leah Chance Mustang out of St. Vincent. Makeda Sylvan Henry, 473 MVP. Symphony Patrick of Concord Athletic out of Trinidad. Amia Chandler, finish line. Camille Felix, finish line. Rishona Moraine Bolt, and Janelle Griffith, South City Rising Stars. Heat 1 of 5 as they get ready to begin the under-17 girls 100-meter dash. We take time now to welcome Bernard Antoine. He's here with us, joining us in the commentary booth. Bernard, how have you been doing?
Good, and it's a good Sunday. It's a good Sunday for sports. It's a good Sunday for track and field. The weather has improved significantly compared to yesterday, and so we look for a good full day of track and field today.
And if it follows anything like yesterday, it should be a wonderful day of athletics. And they're off. It's a good, clean start. And of course, here in the middle, it's Symphony Patrick. She looked brilliant yesterday. She's looking good today. She's laid down a mark, and she's going to just coast through to the finish line. Well done, Symphony Patrick of Concord Athletic out of Trinidad.
And Adams, Concord Athletics, they have been producing the goods right throughout this meet. In the short sprints, actually, they have been doing quite well. And so Symphony Patrick today is keeping with what has happened yesterday.
Yesterday, and she had a really intense battle with Shiffonia Houston yesterday, and it seems as if this will continue today. Symphony Patrick is leaving something behind here in Grenada that she goes to Trinidad, and I'm sure Shiffonia Houston is paying attention to what is happening here. But her time, 11.76, is a brilliant time too. Bernard, 11.76, considering that the record is 11.92. If the wind, but the wind is plus 5.
It's a mini hurricane behind them.
Yes, wow.
It's plus 5. It's really a mini hurricane, but nonetheless, it's a good time.
It's a good time. It's a brilliant run. It was from her. And so we move into hit 2 of 5 prelims. We have out, a couple of lanes are not taken, but out in lane 1, we have Makeda Joseph of South City Rising Stars. Janella Williams, lane 2, Mustang out of St. Vincent. Keontae Williams, Shaper. Kaisha Husbands, Performers out of Barbados. Kanisha Alexis, Concord out of Trinidad. Dejani Brown, Carriacou Athletic Club. And out in lane 6 and out of lane 7, Melissa Robertson, It That out of St. Vincent. This is the lineup.
So we have a pretty good spread here, right across the Caribbean here. So it's Grenada, St. Vincent, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Vincent again. So this should be a good, exciting one there. 100 meters girls under 17.
Yes. They're onto the starting blocks. And they're off. Good, clean start. Let's see who is going to make the running. This looks like the athlete from Performers out of Barbados who is making the running. She's coasting through to the end. So it's Performers out of Barbados. Keontae Williams, a Shaper, who seem to have come second, but Performers seem to have been doing pretty well. They won the relay yesterday, and today we see the athlete in the 100 meters. That is Kaisha Husbands coming through in hit number 2, girls under 17 100 meters.
Yes, a common surname in Barbados, her Husbands. A tall girl, and the way how she held herself together really speaks to her training. Win again, above the limit, not as strong as the first heat, but it's still a plus 3.7, so it's the times here will be when aided as they be referred to. At 12.71, Kaisha Husbands, the winner in heat number 2.
Well done. The hits are coming fast and furious. And so it's hit 3 of 5. Jada Pierre, runners. Kiara Sandy, It That, out of St. Vincent. Shaquania Jacobs, Exceed, out of St. Vincent. Talia Sampson, 473 MVP. And we know Talia well. Tamia Thomas, SAS. Kimara Batiste, Excel, out of St. Vincent. And Akira Moraine, Track Blazers. This could be a very strong heat. And let's hope that the wind is not too strong. But let's see if Sampson is in lane 4. I'm not seeing lane 4 occupied, so maybe Talia Sampson is not there. There she is. Yes, so Talia Sampson is there.
One of the local clubs, a 437 MVP, and they have distinguished themselves in all the meets that we have had in Grenada this year, and they continue to be they continue. It's the home club of Ethan Sam. And Ethan Sam has really distinguished himself throughout the year. In fact, one of the leading young sprinters in the Caribbean. He distinguished himself also at Carifta in both the 100 meters and the 200 meters. MVP 473.
Well, you could not have said it better,
Club to
Antoine.
watch.
Yes, you could not have said it better because Ethan Sam had a stellar year, a brilliant year, watershed year, and we hope that he can move from strength to strength. But let's look at what Talia Sampson will do. She's done well during the athletic season in Grenada at Intercall and also going out to the Carifta Games.
So she'll be one to watch.
And they're off. Sort of felt it. Oh my goodness.
We seems to have had a faulty start, let's hope, and not a false start. I had to tell. No one wants to see an athlete who would have done so much all year to be disqualified for a false start. So let's see what the officials will do with this one. But they have all been called back. They're all still on the blocks, waiting for a verdict as to what happens next.
And we can say that they have they have been laying down the law to the letter. We've already had one DQ earlier on, and so
It looks like lane 6, Adams.
I'm wondering if it's lane 6 or 3. I'm trying. I was really looking at lane 3 or 6. Wasn't so sure which one.
With the sprints, especially the short sprints, you get a distinct advantage if you false start or you jump the gun, as it's said in local language.
Lane number 6. It seemed to be lane number 6. And that would be Excel.
Oh, so she has been given a life. It is lane number 6, but she has been given a warning.
Yeah.
So that warning will apply to the entire field.
Yes.
Anything happens next, then that's it. So she has been given a reprieve. Let's hope she makes the best use of it. And they are back on the starters orders. We are witnessing heat number 3 of 5 in the under 17 girls, 100 meters.
So it's Pierre, Sandy, Jacob, Sampson, Thomas, Bethis, and Moraine. Let's see. Good clean break at this time. Let's see what is going to happen. Who's going to make the running? Sampson seemed to be there, but on her left is the athlete out of Exceed, Shaquania Jacob. Shaquania Jacob is going to run away with this ahead of Aliyah Sampson. Mini upset a little bit from my end, but she ran a very good race. Sampson did not look to have gotten into the running throughout the 100 meters, but well done to the athlete out of Exceed out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, coming first in this event. Let's see what the time will be.
Yes, I quite agree. Jacob there seems very smooth, and in the end, we can probably say this was an easy one for her. Positive 2.8, so we are still slightly above the limit, but the win is dying down a bit, but it's still slightly above the limit. It's 2.8, and with a time of 12.29. It's not a bad showing for the young lady from St. Vincent Exceed Track and Field Club.
Yeah, well done. It seemed as if it was not Talia Sampson, although we have the name Talia Sampson from MVP. In this one, it was not Talia Sampson. Nonetheless, that's the name we had slated here, Antoine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are reading from the slip that we have here, but we get into heat number 4. Heat number 4 or 5. This is not unusual again for under 17. We usually have a crowded field for under 17 athletes, and then they start to thin out as they get older.
Yep. So here in lane 1, heat 4-5, Crystal David, runners, Adelia Phillip, TNTC, Brianna Talbot, Abilene, out of St. Lucia, Kivana Alad, South City Rising Stars, Nathaniela King, Concord Athletic, out of Trinidad, Kenaya Stapleton, Mustang, out of St. Vincent, and Kaisha Burton, MAP.
So this one should be another competitive one. Well represented here, right across the region, seemingly.
So it's David, it's Philip, it's Talbot, Allard, King, Stapleton, Burton in lane number 7.
And MAP is an outfit out of Trinidad and Tobago. It's acronym for Maximizing Athletic Potential.
So we have 3 Trinidad athletes in this one: MAP, Concord, TNTC, out of St. Lucia, Abilene Wildcats, South City Rising Stars, Runners, Concord, Mustang, out of St. Vincent. Good spread of athletes from across the Caribbean.
And that's what you want to see in a meet like
Yes.
this. It's both serves as a developmental purpose and actually bringing the club teams competing one against the other. Nothing augurs better than good competition. And competition at a level like this, for the youngsters, it will do well in the future.
It places a marker, a comparison. Where am I in comparison to my colleagues from across the Caribbean?
Yes.
Am I up to speed? Am I on track with them? Am I doing well? Am I performing at my best? And when you have those comparisons that you can make, it tells you how you can train. It tells you what you're aiming for, because you have those mirrors, those images at which you can look at and say, this is where I want to be.
So you are witnessing live broadcast of the Whitsuntide 2023, the Karani James Athletic Stadium in Grenada.
Let us hail up Leslie. We know you're somewhere in the USA. Leslie Smith, hope you're listening. We really would have loved to have you here, but I know you're missing a tremendous athletic competition here down at the National Stadium, and you would have loved to be here, but we know nonetheless, enjoy yourself wherever you are in your travels. Well, we miss your presence over in this commentary booth. They are getting ready now. Once again, the athletes are from Runners, TNTC, Abilene Wildcats out of St. Lucia, South City Rising Stars, Concord out of Trinidad, Mustang, and MAP out of Trinidad. And they're off, knowing that lane 6 is not there. That is Joseph, but they're doing well. Let's see, it's lane number 3. That is Abilene, Brianna, out of that's Abilene Wildcats. That's lane 3, Brianna Talbot, Abilene Wildcats. She seemed to have taken it, and let's see what time she would have done.
And Abilene Wildcat is out of St. Lucia.
Yes, that was nice. So Abilene Wildcats must be feeling proud. She looks strong as she motored down the 100-meter track. You can see she's a really strong-looking lady. And the athlete out of lane number 5 seemed to have come second. That is Nathaniel King of Concord. So it's Abilene Wildcats, Concord Athletic out of Trinidad. St. Lucia, Trinidad. Interesting.
Well, it's not Abilene Wildcat, it's Shadi John of St. David's Track Blazers.
But this one doesn't say St. David's. I mean, unless that's heat 4. This is a little bit. St. David's Shed John is heat 5 actually. St. David's Track Blazers. So unless this was.
It seems as though Heat 4 has been scratched.
Yeah.
What in fact was ran is what we have
as
on
heat
paper
5.
here as Heat 5.
Yes.
Because we are now into the boys.
Yep. And those are the things that give us a little bit of tree off just that wee bit. But nonetheless, this was Heat 5. And St. David's Track Blazers would have won that heat in a time that was given. That is Shadi John out of St. David's Track Blazers. So we go to the under 17 boys 100 meters, and we go to heat 1 of 7. Jaheim Williams, High Performance, St. Vincent. Joel Fox, MAP out of Trinidad. Deron Sincere, SAS, Ethan Sam, 473 MVP, LeBron Granger, South City Rising Stars, Yeshua Douglas, Fusion Athletic, and Caleb Humphrey, 473 MVP. MVP well represented here, and Fusion, Antoine.
Yes, but very much so. But there are no starters in lanes 2. That is Joel Fox. He's not there.
Nope.
And in lane 8, there's no lane 8 occupied here.
So we have Caleb Humphrey in lane 7, MVP. Yeah, I think that's the correct lanes now. Fusion, Yeshua Douglas, South City Rising Stars and LeBron Granger, and 473, lane 4, Ethan Sam. Again, star athlete this year, representing his school at Intercall, at National Champs, moving on to Carifta, and now competing at the Whitsuntide Games in Grenada 2023. Standout athlete that if we ought to select an athlete that would have been athlete of the year in Grenada, Ethan Sam would be high on the list.
I think you would have a lot. You would have a lot of votes for that, and so the hands-down favorite in this heat would be lane 4, Ethan Sam, 473 MVP. We can expect some competition coming from lane 6, as well as lane 3.
Who would you, if you were to give some other names for athlete of the year, whether under 20 go right down to under, say, under 11, under 13,
well,
what are some of the names that would come to mind?
Well, one that would come very, very, very quickly to mind would be Telemac.
Yeah, Ricard Telemac, yes.
He has distinguished himself somewhat. Okay, let's take the start of this one first, and we can get back to that.
Yeah. So they're pacing. They're now going to the blocks. Of course, the adrenaline, the anxiety, all of those that take place just before the start of a race. It's normal. It's not abnormal, and you take it and you turn it into positive energy, so that you can get the best out of yourself, Antoine.
Yes.
So they're on the marks.
Lane number 2 is empty.
They're off. It's a good, clean start. Joel Fox is not there of MEP, but it's Ethan Sam that's going to win it by, it's just a stroll in the park for him. He's just been at the top of his game for the year and continues to showcase his talent. He's enjoying himself, and that is good to see. He's enjoying himself. He doesn't seem to see it as a job, as a work, or as, some heavy thing he's carrying. He's finished his race, and he's showing positive emotions at the end thereof. Well done, Ethan. You continue to showcase the talent that you've been blessed with.
Good running by young Sam there, and a time of 10.82 with a legal win. So this is authentic time here. So it's 10.82 Ethan Sam in this one.
And that's just below the record of 10.80. I'm wondering if he would see this as a challenge at the finals.
I remember this run by Rico Moultrie in 2017, 10.8. And that was a blistering run then. And so Ethan at 10.82 is just knocking on the door. And we must add that there's very little competition in this heat.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
He was almost running on his own.
Yes. I'm going to leave you with an assignment. Start thinking of some athletes that we can, both male and female, that we can consider as athletes of the year in Grenada.
Absolutely,
so Lambert,
absolutely.
473 MVP. Lloyd Paul, Grammar School, St. Vincent Grammar School. Tevez Lewis, SAS. Cleon Joseph, Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua. Kanik Nixon, Fusion. Malachi Sandy, Runners Athletic. And Neon Stanislaus, Fusion. These are the athletes in Heat 2 of 7, boys under 17 and 100-meter dash.
Yeah, if you look at it as a measuring stick, some sort of a measuring or the parameters that we would use, we would have to look at Carifta. Carifta really is the pinnacle of achievement for junior athletes in the Caribbean. And if we are looking for an athlete of the year at any level, as you would say, you would have to consider what has been achieved outside of Grenada as well as inside of Grenada. And hands down, the young man Sam would have had 2 medals coming out of Carifta, and that's no easy feat, especially in the sprints, going up against the traditional powerhouses of Jamaica and Bahamas and Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados to a certain extent in terms of short sprints, and to come back with a silver and a bronze medal. That actually says a lot.
Yeah, it says a lot. But of course, as we would say, we still have to consider Telemac. We have to consider Elisha Williams for males.
That's another name that really talks to you.
Yep. There are a couple of the other athletes in the field events that we would have to consider. Even those in the United States, maybe you might have a couple of them that can come to mind. Recently, there's a young man who broke the records of as they get ready. And they're off. It's a good clean break. No calling back. And the athlete out of Antigua, that's Phoenix Track Club, he seemed to be doing well. Cleon Joseph, he's really run away with this by quite a margin. Cleon Joseph, Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua, he has taken this heat, and let's see what his time would look like. Well done, young man.
Very impressive run there by young Joseph out of Antigua. Nice upright style of running here, and in the 200 meters he did make a statement also.
Legal win plus 1.9, Phoenix 11.08. And if you look at how he ran, I think he's somebody who's well coached. You look at the phases, his start phase, he had a really good dry phase, and he finished well, Bernard. So he has what it takes to do well. So SVG Grammar School came second. Cleon Paul out of Phoenix Track Club, he came in first, 11.02. Heat 3 of 7, boys 100 meter under 17 dash. Rishon Collins, 473, MVP. Kazim James, St. Vincent Grammar School. Dave Laborde, Mustang out of St. Vincent. Akani Samuel Francis, listed here as St. Kitts. Joseph Pope Concord Athletic out of Trinidad. Amari Hercules, St. Vincent Grammar School, and Kadeem Tyson, TNTC. So these are the names, athletes for Heat 3 of 7, boys under 1700 meter dash.
Yeah, coming back to Athlete of the Year, I mean, the athlete you were referring to is Nazir John. And he's not a record holder in both that's a national record holder in both the 200 meters, a record that stood for a long, long time, and also in the 100 meters. So in that sense, I think the competition is blown away.
It is tight. I mean, you look at what Ethan has accomplished. You look now that Nazio has established 2 records, 100, 200, something that was long-standing. You cannot sniff at that and think that it is not serious. And so you have to include Nazio John. You have to include Ethan Sam. And there might be a couple others of the throwers who are around. We might have to search for them. In the female, you have a couple of those that we can talk about. But now the athletes are into their starting blocks. Collins, James, Laborde, Samuel Francis, Pope, Hercules, Tyson, as they get ready. Wow. Okay, so let's see. Lane number 3, Dave Laborde, Mustang out of St. Vincent. And we've seen a couple athletes disqualified. We've seen green cards handed out. Let's see what happens in this case.
Already we had a depleted field. No lane 4 in Samuel Francis and no Tyson. They're both empty lanes. So let's see what the judges come up with. And not to have a further depletion in this lineup, in this heat number 3. Well, we have noticed a few faulty stats in this meet, and to a certain extent, the judges have, in a sense, winked at a few things, one would say.
Been lenient, maybe. Yep, they have. They've used glove hands in dealing with a couple of those, which I think is, prudent. It's wise. Wisdom, use wisdom in some of those. But of course, we cannot close our eyes to how the law should be applied and the rules.
Yes, but then again, they are the ones who are making the calls, and so we have to respect whatever decision that they would take.
Yeah.
And they have been the one thing that really stands out. They have been consistent and consistently fair right throughout.
Yep. And so the board out of Mustang, out of St. Vincent, his day is finished. The fact that he cannot run. But we still have Joseph Pope, Concord. I can't recall seeing him yesterday in the 200. Let's see what you do. Concord, as you would have noted, they've brought along a pretty good team of athletes, and they have performed well with the outstanding athlete Symphony Patrick being the standout thus far.
So we are down to 4. There are 4 competitors in this heat number 3, just at a DQ.
And they're off. A good, clean break. It's runner in lane number 2, Kazim John. The lane number 1, Rishon Collins, not looking bad, but the athlete in lane number 6 is going to pip it, and that would be Amari Hercules of the St. Vincent Grammar School. Strong-looking lad. He really ran strong to both athletes from St. Vincent Grammar School. They look powerfully built, and they really ran through to the end. Lane 2 and 6. They were powerful in the way down. We'll see what time that they did, but it is St. Vincent Grammar School, Amari Hercules, as well as Kazim John, who took the spoils. First, second, and it seemed as if Joseph Pope of Concord pipped Kazim James of St. Vincent Grammar School, 12:06, 12:09 for second and third.
So this is a fairly pedestrian heat compared to the other 2. Where the young man Hercules actually had some decent separation from himself and the rest of the field.
Yes, there was. So we are seeing good running here. If you're at home and you need some time, please come over to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. There is lots of competition down here, and your presence means a lot to everyone, our athletes, and the association, the organizing committee as a whole. Your presence means a lot to them. Heat 4 of 7, Kishon Smith, runners, in lane 1. Joshua Lewis, boat, in lane 2. Toba Abbey, Velocity Track Club. Jason Liebert, St. Kitts, not there. Josh Thomas, South City Rising Stars. Cleon Mathurin, Abilene Wildcats. Dequan Edwards, Mustang. Let's see the lanes that are filled. Lane 1, Kishon Smith, runners. He's there. Joshua Lewis, bold. He's there. Lane number 5, Josh Thomas, South City Rising Stars. And lane number 6, Cleon Mathurin, Abilene Wildcats out of St. Lucia. So 4 athletes, heat 4 of 7 present for this heat. They're on to the max. And they're off. Good, clean start. Lane 1 and 2, runners from runners and board, as well as South City Rising Stars. It's South City Rising Stars and the athlete from Abilene Wildcats out of St. Lucia. Really tight to the finish. Let's see who would win. It seemed as if it is Abilene Wildcats that might have nicked it. But let's see what the replay will show.
And in most recent times, the name that will stand out for you in terms of St. Lucia would be Julian Alfred.
And she's doing Abilene Wildcats.
It looks like Wildcat.
Yes,
There-
Abilene Wildcats.
there we go.
11:51. Not a bad time. Legal wind. And so I think St. Lucia must be happy with the result, with Cleon Mathurin doing this well. Outdip the athlete from South City Rising Stars. That is Josh Thomas to the finish. Good run by the athletes there.
So we would have had winners heat number 1, 10.82. Ethan Sam, really the class of this field so far. In heat number 2, the winning time of from Cleon Joseph from Phoenix is 11.07. The heat number 3, 11.78, and now 11.51 by Mathurin. As we say goodbye for now to Davis, it's the next voice that you will hear will be Kado.
Well, thank you, Antoine, and thanks to all of our listeners and our viewers wherever you are. Welcome to Sports Center inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, Whitsuntide's Games 2023. We continuing with the boys 100 meters dash. And we're doing heat 4, 5. See the field, it has been called back by the officials. As we can move to heat 5 of 7 in the boys 100 meters dash. We give it the lane of assignment. Khalid Peters out of CAC Carriacou runs out of 1. There's the Sori Kwame for Idat out of St. Vincent. Runners, SAS, MVP, finish line. Runners. Your list of athletes for the current event as they head out of the blocks, pouring down the middle of the pack. That's Kyle Ned out of SAS, being chased by Cameron Matlin out of MVP. But certainly from where it is, it's a clear victory there for Kyle Ned. And second place seemed to be taken by the athlete that's Cameron Matlin out of MVP.
Powerful from Kyle Ned. And the economy in running says a lot in terms of his training. In fact, the young man looked quite impressive. Let's see what the time looked like. Kyle Ned, the winner of heat number 5 of 7.
Time is up, 11.23. 11.23 for Ned. Cameron Matlin from MVP, 11.40. And Desroy Kwame, IDT, out of St. Vincent, 11.76. The completion of heat 4, it's the boys 100 meters dash. And certainly we continue to monitor and keep you abreast of all of the action inside of the athletic stadium. Happening simultaneously, it's the girls' high jump. And what we're attempting to do is to provide you simultaneously provide coverage.
And that's high jump under 17. We have 9 athletes in this one. 9 jumpers in this one. We have Kaisha Joseph, Manny Ray Orford, Destiny Bruce, Makaya Ramsey, Rihanna Martha, Tanique Vincent, Alika Smith, Akira Maureen, and Shamara Scanterbury. Samara Scanterbury from out of Barbados. Trailblazers in Maureen, Roses Smith, Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago. Vincent from St. Lucia, Albany. The Wildcats, Martha, South City Rising Stars, and Ramsey, South City Rising Stars, and Grenada and Ramsey, and the 2 athletes from Performers, Oxford and Bruce.
It would be good to know, Nantuanka, that was the starting list. It would be good to know what the list has been reduced to. But we get eyes back on the track. The boys 100 meters dash. And we give you the starting lineup out of for HP, Renative Lane number 1, HP out of St. Vincent, AJ Bowens, Brian Charles, TNTC, the club out of Trinidad and Tobago, Jaron Williams, Exceed from St. Vincent, Phoenix Track Club, Kristen Joseph from SAS, there is Exceed, and there is the Track Blazers out of Mikel Redhead, out of lane number 7. And they are officially off. In the middle of the pack, Judah Ash running out of lane number 4. That's for the athlete out of Antigua. But motoring out of lane number 7, it's Mikel Redhead from Track Blazers, who certainly was running by his lonesome self, Antoine, out there. But it was out of lane number 4 in the middle of the pack, the young Antiguan from Phoenix Track Club that set took the early advantage.
Then Mikel rather displayed just what you talk about in terms of top-end speed. And in the end, he had some daylight between him and Judah out of Antigua.
A time of 11.33 for Redhead from St. David's Track Blazer. Then Judah Ash out of Phoenix Track Club from Antigua, 11.43. And you had John T. Oliver Exceed from out of St. Vincent. There's Jerome Williams, also from St. Vincent, the club Exceed. So H.J. Bowens, HP, from St. Vincent as well.
So the fight is on, really, for a place in the finals. With 7 heats, you can very well imagine how tight it will be to be one of 8 persons in the finals later in the day.
We'll see how that translates to what happens in the final. But we're getting ready for the final flight in this heat 7 of 7. And the lane assignment for Idad out of St. Vincent. There's Kyle John Mustang out of St. Vincent. DeAndre Gloucester out of HP out of St. Vincent. That's DeAndre Gloucester. For Mustang, Nikki Stapleton from runs out of 2. There's Nathan Hiller for MVP out of 7. Jaden McQueen from Bolt occupies lane number 5. Nestled in lane number 6, and we're noticing that some of the lanes are in fact empty. So Fusion, the candidate at Fusion, runs out of lane number 8. That's Amir Francis for Fusion. Out of Carriacou Athletics Club, it's Randy John. And we're looking at Jaden McQueen of lane number 5. Your lane assignments for the next event on the track. The final flight, heat 7 of 7 in the boys 100 meters dash. You see the likes of the general himself there, Antoine, Ralph Lord.
Yes.
Marshalling make sure the troops, they stay in line.
So just to keep you abreast of what we have in store for you for the day, we are witnessing the under 17 boys 100 meters. The long jump should have started, as well as the girls under 17 high jump. The shot put for female, open and international, and the javelin under 17. And then we get into the 150 meters for the young ones under 9.
But in the meantime, they are under status orders. As we wait, Idad, Mustang, HP, Bolt, Track Blazers, Fusion, boys 100 meters, and they are officially off. Fusion out of lane number 7, but in the middle of the pack, that's for MVP, and that is the man himself, Nathan Hilaire, and that is flying away with this one. Flying away with this one out of lane number 3, Hilaire for club MVP. And another great run by the youngsters, Antoine.
Yes, yes, and MVP athlete, they have been doing quite well in this meet.
So in there we had Idnat Mustang, HP Bolt, Trackblazers, and Fusion.
Again, nice flow and movement of the arms from Hilaire there, and he had some real daylight between himself and the second place person here with a time of 11.22, well, slightly faster than the last heat.
11.22 is Nathan Hilaire, Randy Jassam MVP, Randy Jones from carriacou. Athletics Club, 11.51. Kyle John from Iddat out of St. Vincent, 11.81. And Jonathan Regis from Trackblazers, 11.84.
Once we have it, we will bring it to you in terms of the finalists that we will see later on in this under 17 boys 100-meter dash.
But it's beyond that. We cast our eyes on the far end. We see the long jump is in progress.
And it's under 17 boys.
As the under 17 boys. I must say, Antoine, today is a much cooler day, much cooler on the outside than it has been for the last couple of days.
Yes, it's a nice, well, at some point in time, the wind was almost like a mini hurricane, but that has died down. That has died down quite considerably. But it's not as hot as the beginning of the first day. Towards the end of yesterday, we had some cloud cover. Now it's just beautiful, absolutely beautiful weather for track and field.
If it is confirmed with the lady athlete, it's in the, is it one, the long jump. But that, of course, is happening on the far end of the track, of the arena.
On paper, we have some 25 athletes on paper here. We are not quite sure what the final listing is like.
Because by now we assume it was reduced from its original starting quota.
Yes.
But wherever you are, folks, it is still a great time to make your way down to the Kiwani James Athletic Stadium. Those of you that's following us online, we say thanks. Probably it's a good time to shout out the man Michael Bascom, who I'm assuming reasonably is locked in somewhere. Even the great man himself, Leslie Smith. We know you did promise to join us in the afternoon period. We hope that you are locked in, Captain, and having as much fun. Thanks to the Grenada Athletics Association, powered by Puma. They've done an excellent job thus far.
Yes, Joseph, I have to agree with you. Whitsuntide is back. Whitsuntide is back in a big way. Whitsuntide has become the buzz around Grenada, and by the evidence of their attendance here, the number of clubs from across the Caribbean, Whitsuntide seems to be back in the fray of things.
Back in live and in living colors, so they say. And that's exactly what's happening here.
Very, very, very impressive representation of clubs. One cannot help but continue making these comments. A good representation of clubs that we have had for these Whitsuntide 2023 games. In terms of representing countries, we have teams out of Trinidad representing Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, Guyana, British Virgin Island. And that says a lot. In terms of the clubs themselves, we have Rosedale from out of St. Vincent, Burnley from Trinidad and Tobago, Chatoya from St. Vincent, Concord Athletics from Trinidad and Tobago, High Performance from St. Vincent, Iddat from St. Vincent, Phoenix Track Club from Antigua, Phoenix Athletics from Trinidad and Tobago, Mustangs from St. Vincent, Performance Track Club from Barbados, Roses Academy from St. Vincent, St. Vincent Grammar School is also here, the University of Trinidad and Tobago. What we have on screen is a young man from Fusion attempting one of the long jumps.
We wait for an indication as to whether or not it is a legal jump, as it's been measured. Yeah. But looking at the clubs, though, Antoine, the participation from St. Vincent has been phenomenal Really, really phenomenal. Close to 200 athletes, 6 clubs in total. Ages ranging from 8 to 28, and they've all done well. I mean, high performance HP has done well. IDDAT has actually done quite well. Mustang as well. Another of the clubs that is represented quite well out of Trinidad and Tobago is Concord. The like of Concord has done quite well. So too has Burnley. So they've come, and what you find there is a nice balance, a nice active competition that offers balanced performances across the different teams. St. Lucius in the mixture with Abilene Wildcats. And so certainly there's no one country that those I would say with yes by virtue of numbers. You hear them more often. But I think just by being here, I mean, having participated, I mean, we say hats off to all the clubs and countries that made it. Unfortunately, St. Kitts, they had issues. There are some challenges with transport, but we certainly hope for next year.
And we have also had some very, very, very good representation from out of host country grade A. MVP, 473 MVP. We have Ace, Classic Lightning Wester Hall, Finish Line Sports Club, Fusion Athletics. We have a grade A representing grade A International. We have Shaper Runners, this is from St. John's. We have South St. George Government School, it's a primary school here. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, or SAS. They are well represented here. St. David's Irish School, St. David's Track Blazers, one of the bigger clubs on island. Stallions, new track club, one of the fairly new clubs on the scene. So we have had a good representation right across the region and here locally.
We are in fact heading back to the track.
150 meters.
The 150 meters. I'll provide you with the starting list in just a bit, but they are off and running. CAC, there is running out of lane number 7. There's from South City Rising Stars running out of lane, but we're looking in the middle of the pack. I'm still trying to get a hold of my stat list, but it is the running out of lane number 3. It is, yes, and we're just going to confirm because I just lost my way with my track list of lane number 3. It seems to from Track Blazers, and we're just going to confirm for you. We're going to get a hold of the replay. So yes, it is the young athlete out of lane. Then we got to wait the official times. Right, so this is what I need here. Thank you. Right, so that was the girls 150 meters dash, and a Sanchez Simon from St. David's Track Blaze indeed that won that one in a time of 23.65 seconds. VTC, Velocity Track Club, and another of the local clubs, 23.80, and represented South St. George, Ayana Joseph, in a time of 24.67 seconds. So that was the first flight, and that was in the under 9s.
Yes, girls under 9, 150 meters. We have 2 flights in this one, and up next is the second flight.
Representative lane number 1 from Abilene Wildcats in St. Lucia. We have Ilana Norbert. Then there's Jasmine Glean from South City Rising Star Grenada. Dana Noel from Bolt. Natalia from, that's McKnight from South St. George. Deja Houston from South City Rising Star. And young Tasia Bascom from Track Blazers.
And based on what we would have seen in the 100 meters at this age group yesterday, one would expect McKnight from South St. George to do most of the running in this one. She's out in lane 5. In the bright yellow or yellowish green, that's where the running really should be coming from in this one.
Let's see that she holds true to form, or is there yet another twist of this tale? Norbert from St. Lucia in 2. South City Rising Star in 3. Bolt runs at a 4. South St. George, from the person of McKnight, is in 5. South City, that's South St. George, and the South City Rising Star occupies lane number 6 in Deja Houston, and Trailblazers represented in 7 by Tasia Bascom. The athletes junior athletes getting their final instructions from the field official. Norbert, Glean, Noel, McKnight, Houston, Bascom, and they are off and running. Young Tasia Bascom at the lane number 7, but we're keeping our eyes in the middle of the pack. It is Natalia McKnight out of South St. George. That is motoring away, but on her outside from Bold is Dana Noel, but she's holding form. Holding form, no doubt, is young McKnight, and she's going to win this one quite handsomely from South St. George.
True to form in this one, Joe.
As we called it, and she's held true to form.
She has some good competition from Bolt in Dana Noel.
And just to show the replay on the outside, I mean, it's always good to see these young ones. They are just having fun.
Yes.
They are just having for them. While the older ones might be more interested in bragging rights and all of that. Listen, you tell a child to run, and that's all they're going to do. They are just going to run. So we look for the time, the official time for this one. McKnight from South St. George, 24.94. Dana Noel from Bolt, 25.51. And Jasmine Glean from South City Rising Star, 26.48. That was the final heat, 2 of 2. A short cast for you from the under 9 girls. We're moving on to the under 9 boys, and some 26 of the youngsters, and they're participating in this event. We give you the lane assignments as they are, with the exception. So running out of lane number 1, the Quan Decent for South St. George. We're not seeing the athlete. It would have named 2. It should have been from HB. But we move to lane number 3 from Joel Theodore for VTC. That's Velocity Track Club. Kishan Collins occupies lane 4 for Finish Line. Jehu Roberts represents Fusion. He runs out of lane 5. Ryan Dolan sits in lane number 7 for Finish Line. There's Stephen Johnson representing 473 MVP. And Azan Douglas, that is, runs out of lane number 8, representing Fusion. That's your lineup for the under 9 boys that's about to get run off. South St. George, Velocity Track Club, Finish Line, Fusion, Finish Line, MVP, and Fusion.
The record for this event, the games record for this event is 22.81 seconds. That was in 2022, last year. And Ronan Leslie. Let's see what the youngsters look like this year.
So they're back on the track. I remember seeing young Jehu Roberts. He finished 30 yesterday in the 100. But they're on the status orders and they are off and running. South St. George, VTC, Finish Line. Jehu is pushing. About out in the middle from MVP is Stefan Johnson, and that is in a world on his own. But on his outside, pushing out of lane number 1 from South St. George is the Quan. But it's going to be an easy day, an easy outing for Stefan for this one. Easy one for him, for Stefan Johnson. He made it really, truly quite easy.
The Finish Line athlete there. Is it Finish Line? Oh.
I think I may have got the name wrong. Yes, he's running at the 4. That's for Finish Line. That's
Keisha
Cobb. That's Cobb.
Yes.
So it's always good to see the young ones, you know. I mean, you meet them, the older ones, they worry about a whole lot of things, while the younger ones, those elements, some of these things don't necessarily bother them. So it's official.
21.96.
21.96.
And it's legal win.
And it is, in fact, legal win. And the Quandation from South St. George School, 22.61. And Jehu from Finish Line, 23.48. 22:04.
Bearing in
for
mind that the
official
old
time.
record was 22.81.
We move to the next flight on the day. The boys 150 meters. In case you are just joining us, welcome to this TNR production, live out of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, Whitsuntide 2023. It is day 2, session number 1. The lane assignment for the upcoming events. Running out of lane number 1, Nathaniel Martin for South St. George. Johan Robinson, Burnley, Trinidad, runs out of lane number 2. As Jaffet David runs out of 3. Agel Pascal runs out of lane number 4. Shaquan Stephen for VTC runs out of lane number 5. Jamari Patterson for South City Rising Star. And Colin Sandy for VTC, that's Velocity Track Club, a local club, runs out of lane number 7.
There seems to be some discussion concerning lane 6. On paper, we have Jamari Patterson, but on the track seems to be an athlete from Burnley.
Indeed, that's because, Burnley's uniform, because they've been so prominent, it's a uniform that we've come to easily be able to figure out. But I'm just trying to confirm, Maximizing Club.
They're out of Trinidad.
They are out of Trinidad. Yes, they're out of Trinidad. So the athletes, the officials on field, just
They're the young ones, so it's not unusual to have a slight mix-up. So the athlete that was positioned in lane 6, he has now taken his seat and might be in the next seat.
but the athletes we still remaining.
The thing about the youngsters, and certainly at this level, Joe, is the seriousness how they take this. You can look at the concern on the young one's face. You can see the anticipation. They're actually getting ready, and there's a second athlete, one from lane 3, who have been asked to sit down for now. So a bit of changing going on.
Which should have been the athlete of the Maximizing Club. That's Jeffrey David. He's been asked to.
And we are remembering that this is really under 9 boys. So you have some kids here 7 years old and 8 years old and so on. But in the first heat, the young Keishan Cobb, who won the first heat, he did that in 21.96. 21.996, and the game's record is 22.81.
Well within range for him. So again, your lane assignment for the next event on the track. South St. George runs out of 1 in Nathaniel Martin. Representing Burnley, Johan Robinson runs out of lane number 2. Then running out of lane number 4 for sprinters, it's Agel Pascal. Lane 5 is occupied by Shaquan Stephen for VTC. Jamari Patterson runs out of 6 for South City Rising Star. And running out of lane number 7. Out of lane number 7, well, it's supposed to be Sandy Colin. I don't assume for these kids that was much fun, was it?
So we had a faulty start there. Lane number 6 is empty, as well as lane number 3.
So in fact, they're running out of 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7. 1, 2, 4, 5, and 7.
South St. George,
Burnley,
in lane number 1.
VTC.
It's Nathaniel Martin. Nathaniel Martin, he would have also run the 100 meters yesterday.
They await the instructions on the status orders, and they are officially off. South City, Burnley's sprinters, VTC, South City Rising Star. Motoring on the outside is Nathaniel for South City, Rising for South St. George. But here comes Robinson for Burnley, motoring away out in lane number 2, stepping on the accelerator, and it's going full throttle as he crosses the finish line. Running out of lane number 2. Easy victory there for Johan Robinson from Burnley's club out of Trinidad and Tobago.
Elegant, good sight. Look at the arms. Nice movement of the arms. His feet, his legs, high knees. This is actually a good display of running for a youngster on the 9.
And taking the second place was Nathaniel Martin. So officially, it's Johan Robinson from Burnley out of Trinidad in a time of 22.31.
With a legal win again.
A legal win.
So the first 2 winners would have broken the old record of 22.81.
Nathaniel Martin from South St. George, 23.31. And we get ready for the next flight. It's a field of total of 26. We get ready for 3 of 4. Heat 3 of 4. There's Lyle Pompey out of MAP, that's maximizing athletic potential, out of Trinidad and Tobago. Runners, Jaden Flinch out of lane number 2. Excel, Elon Sandy, representing St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There's Dre Abbott for IDDAT, another club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And there's Tyler Devnish for runners in lane number 5. And Kason George, he represented Abilene, that's the Wildcats out of St. Lucia, is on the outside in lane number 6. Your lead assignment for the next event on the track as they run out of 2, 3, 4, and 5. Or is there yet some adjustment to be made? Again, we must say that the officials have done a really decent job at ensuring the timely runoff
Absolutely.
of the each event.
So 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 lanes that are occupied for this one.
They await the final orders from the officials. Pompey. And here they are, away and running. Who's going to take the early charge as they just about 100 meters. Running out of lane number 3 that's Elon Sandy from Excel out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but he's being pressured on the outside. A little bit of pressure coming on the outside, but he's holding form to win this one out of lane number 3, representing Excel Club out of St. Vincent. Elon Sandy. We await the official times. The official times. But certainly, it was another great run as we look at the replay. He was pushed a bit, yes. He was pushed a bit from the athlete on his outer left. But certainly, so there we have it, Excel. Elon Sandy from Excel, 23.12. That's Excel out of St. Vincent. That's Jaden Flinch, 23.54. And Dre Abbott from IDDAT from St. Vincent, 24.83.
It's a good competition for the youngsters. They're nice battle until the final 20 meters with lanes 2 and 3. That is with Flinch and Sandy. Sandy then turned to have a little more strength in there or form, and so he ended up the winner, 23.12.
Also in progress, it's the girls' high jump. We're hoping that we'll be able to tell you what height they are attempting in just a bit. Maybe from the help with our production team.
So at the conclusion of the 150 meters for these youngsters. We will go into some 400 meters on the 17.
Excellent jump. Excellent jump. I'm just going to get my list from the high jump so you can get an appreciation as to exactly what's happening. We're getting ready for the final flight, that is. Heat 4 of 4. Well, it seems as though it's an easy run there for Burnley. That's the Amani Diaz. And that was, we missed that while covering the high jump. The final flight was run off, and it is young Diaz out of Burnley, Trinidad, that won that. Jaden Coffey from South City Rising Star took second at a time of 25.21 seconds, and Jaden Chet from Racing 25.27 seconds to complete the lineup. So that was the completion of the under 9 in the 150 meters.
So unofficially, we would have seen a new record in this event, a new games record in this event that came from the first heat. Keyshawn Cobb, when he ran 21.96, the old record being 22.81 meters, 81 seconds.
In fact, in the high jump, they are attempting 1.55 meters, another clean jump. And we're just going to get an update on where the field is at this time in terms of the athletes. But at present, they are attempting 1.55 meters.
And the next event on the track would be the 400 meters on the 17 girls. 400 meters on the 17 girls.
But in the meantime, we continue with the high jump. Fold attempt. They are attempting 1.55 meters. Again, we want to encourage you wherever you are. If you following us on the virtual platform, remind you that this is a TNR communication production, and feel free to share the link and get other individuals to participate in this experience. Whitsuntide Games 2023, Day 2, Session number 1. We're looking at a special cross-section. I think, in fact, they are the mom squad. The mom squad. So at the front, South City Rising Stars, and at the back, it says the mom squad. And we've always highlighted the importance, Bernard.
Family support is important.
Family support.
It's extremely important.
And certainly they're not just supporting. They get you into the merchandise. That's a whole new business by itself, But it's just a good way to show your support. You're donned in your club's T-shirt and showing to the world, I am associated with this particular club.
In fact, the clubs on display here over these last 2 days, they're properly uniform in the main. It's really, 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 really professional-looking clubs in terms of how they are adorned. And it's that too says a lot for the sponsorship that has been taking place. And so we want to say hats off to the sponsors of the various teams, the various clubs. The youngsters are better for it, and certainly look more professional. You dress professional, you look professional, you tend to perform differently.
Indeed. A lot of what we're attracted to is based on what we see. You're not, even if you're not seen. If you're hearing, is one thing, but the fact that uniformity plays a really, really, really critical part. It's another foul attempt. She's attempting 1.55 meters. The field has been considerably reduced. But again, we look and we see that the wind, I mean, we continue to, it
Yes.
continues to fluctuate. It's picking up a bit now.
Yes, you can look at the flags and you can see we are.
Looking at the flags, you're looking at the tents. Another abandoned run up, as she attempts 1 minute 55. She's probably thinking, well, sometimes they say you worry less about the technique.
You got to get over.
Just get over.
You got to get over.
History don't often record what technique you used to get over. All it records, listen, she attempted 155, and she was successful.
And we know that before Fobbsbury flop came into being, it was just anything goes.
Hurl yourself over, get there, it doesn't matter. Well, it's interesting about a lot of these over the years.
Event
But we go down
49.
for a medal presentation ceremony.
150 meters. Under 9. Bronze medalist, Ayana Joseph. South St. George Government, 24.67 seconds. Silver medalist, Jasion Johnson. Velocity Track Club, 23.80 seconds. And your gold medalist, Sunjay Simon, St. David's Track Club. 23.65 seconds. Boys, 150 meters, under 9. Presenting your bronze medalist, Daquan Desant, South St. George Government. 22.62 seconds. Silver medalist, Johan Robinson, Burnley Athletics, Trinidad. 22.31 seconds. Presenting now your gold medalist, Keyshawn Cobb, finish line. 21.96 seconds. Congratulations, young men. Thank you so much. Event 47, Women Shot Put Open International. Bronze medalist, Jamelia Nicholas, St. David's Trackblazers. 11.74 meters. Silver medalist, Trevor Gums, British Virgin Islands. 12.91 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your gold medalist, Tanel Gums, also representing British Virgin Islands. 13.43 meters. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much, Mrs. Shermaine Ross Phillip, a past student of Boca Secondary School. She's a former Olympic athlete in the 400 meters. What a delight to have you, Mrs. Ross Phillip. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all of the winners.
So again, thanks to all of the winners. We applaud your efforts, and certainly, as you say, hard work, perseverance, it pays off. Back on the ground, as we are attempting a meter 58, and that was a successful attempt at that height, as the under 17 girls. This is day two, session number 1 of the Whitsuntide Games inside of the Randy James Athletic Stadium. We continue to highlight the fluctuation in the wind as it is, and it's a bit heavy right about now, as an abandoned attempt at a meter 58. A meter 58. We've been going through the day, and there's a multiplicity of different disciplines that's being conducted at the same time. There's high jump, there's also a long jump on the far end of the field, and certainly looking at the list of events for the day, there's about 1,500 meters, a few of the 800 meters to happen. There's also action to take place in the hurdles open. So it's quite a packed day for you, and certainly it would be a good opportunity. I know the challenge after lunch, when you have to deal with the inappropriate blood flow. It's called ethnic fatigue. That, of course, is always a challenge just by itself. But certainly, if you can make your way down, tomorrow is a holiday. Or if you can't, or you're planning to, but in the interim, you want to take it on and take in some of the action via the social media platform, you can certainly go to TNI Communication Platform on Facebook and be part of the conversation. Once you're there, feel free to share the link. And you don't want people to regret, the conversation that the Whitsuntide Games, it came and you were not here. You missed it for whatever reason. Again, for those of you just joining us live inside of the National Stadium, Whitsuntide 2023, some 40-plus clubs and countries have made their way to the Isle of Spice, in excess of close to 900 athletes altogether. The athletes, they have come from near and far. In fact, they have come from near and far. Just to give you an appreciation as to some of the clubs that have made their way here, we had the likes of Burnley out of Trinidad, Concord Athletics out of Trinidad, and I must say that Concord has done exceptionally well. We have the likes of Symphony and others, even PTC, Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua has really represented. In terms of representation, though, we've seen the largest contingent out of St. Vincent, where they're in excess of just about 200 strong, represented by 6 clubs in total. Yes, Mustang, IDDAT, among those that continue, even high HP that continues to fly the flag high. There is Guyana, there is British Virgin Island, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago. Unfortunately, though, the team out of St. Kitts, they were not able to, for reasons, of course, certainly way beyond their control, they were not able to make the journey down. But certainly looking forward to next year when they can be part of this conversation. Again, attempting a meter 58, and she's not necessarily one that seems too excited about styles and how and the flair and glamour that some other high jumpers put into their delivery. She's just opting up, over, get it done. And when I see you, I mean, yesterday when I referred to you as the younger of the 3, Adams was trying to figure it out. But I know today I don't have to argue over this. I mean, really, you don't have to argue over this.
Oh, I think the only thing that might be older than me here might be the paper. Um,
I'm going to leave that conversation, leave that right alone.
what we have though is you would have seen some heats, and they were really time finals. So what we have
Right.
there is a summary of the actual winners in all the time heats. So I'm going to pass this over to you, Joe, and you'll give the winners in the various categories as how they actually ended the best times from the heats that would have gone.
Yes, it has been a really, 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 really busy morning, and we start with the girls' 100 meters dash. And again, winning that one, the girls' 100 meters final, it was Leah Rose Charles from South St. George, and she's been one of the outstanding
Absolutely.
performers, not just here, but even we go back to primary school sports, national sports. She's literally become a household name, a recurring decimal in athletics.
There are some names that really jump at you, and she's one of those that would have jumped at you because she has been performing well all through the year.
Consistent. We're going to get back to that because on screen, though, we just bring it up to speed. We're getting ready for
Should be under 17 400 meters for girls.
under 17 400 meters through.
The heat one.
And that would be event number
51.
Event number 51.
There are 2 heats in this one. And the first of heat one, it would be in lane number 1. It's Leah Chance, Mustang out of St. Vincent and Grenadines. Lane 2 is empty. Lane 3, Zakisha Kelly, Mustang is in lane 3. In lane 4, Shafona Houston. Shafona is another name that right throughout the season have been featured. Carifta athlete. And in lane 5, we have Kiana Joseph from Finish Line, a local club Finish Line here. That and Casey Robinson, she's in lane 6. Lane 7, it's Aliyah McDowell from High Performance. And in lane 8, from Exceed, Mefia Monroe. Mefia Monroe in lane 8.
If you mind, Lenny, because I should have got mine all muddled up. So event number 51, the girls 400 meters dash in the under 17 category. Again, we have the lane assignments. Leah Chance runs out of lane number 1 for Mustang from St. Vincent. Maya Henry, Finish Line. There's Keisha Kelly, another athlete from Mustang in St. Vincent. Shafona Houston, South City Rising Star. Kiana Joseph, Finish Line. Casey Robinson for that out of St. Vincent. Aliyah McDowell from HP out of St. Vincent. And Memphia Monroe from Exceed out of St. Vincent. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track, and they are off and they are running. It is heat 1 of 2. The girls 400 meters dash. They make their way, not necessarily in much of an urgency, it seems, as they go pedal their way down the backstretch. As we continue, let's see who makes up the early stagger, the 400 meters, as they head to just about the 200 meter back at the top bend. Who is it going to be? We looked at Mustang is there, Finish Line. South City Rising Star, Shafona Houston is there. For Finish Line, Kiana Joseph is there. But as they head for home, running out of lane number 4, it is Shafona Houston for South City Rising Star, as making light work of that, as she's been chased, if you wish, or followed by Zakisha Kelly from Mustang. But it's quite an easy outing for Shafona Houston. And coming in second is Zakisha Kelly from Mustang Club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So
that's heat number 1, and that was Houston. Houston, in the end, quite easy, Joe.
it was quite an easy one for her. I mean, she believes in herself. She knows what she's capable of doing, and she's been consistent all day. Yesterday, she had to deal with the likes of that. We get the name out of PTC out of Antigua. But officially, it's a time of 57.44 seconds for Houston out of South City Rising Star, as Lakeisha Kelly, Mustang out of St. Vincent, and Casey Robinson from IDDAT, another club out of St. Vincent. Exceed, that's Monroe, I meant 103.30. And again, we continue there. You look at the clubs again, it continues to show the strong presence of the foreign clubs. And then so particularly though from St. Vincent in this particular race, Mustang in that Exceed HP, all clubs featuring out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
It's well represented again. We have to keep emphasizing. Very well represented. Houston has been doing this all year, and she is a Carifta representative this year. She did not medal in any one of her individual events, but she certainly distinguished herself making the finals.
So we are going to
the heat number 2. That's what we have up next. Heat number 2, and then lane 1 from St. Lucia, Danita Francois. In lane 2, finish line from Grenada, Monique Bender. Lane 3, Kamaya Telesford from Track Blazers in Grenada. From Shaper in Grenada in lane 4, Maya Noel. Again from Abilene, and out of St. Lucia in lane 5, it's Paige Anderson, but it's Paige Anderson. Lane 5 is scratch. In lane 6, Kyla McIntyre from Finish Line is Grenadian Club. Lane 7 is scratch, and in lane 8, Tyra Charles from IDDAT.
Your lane assignments for the upcoming event on the field. Remind you that we're coming to you live from the Kerani James Athletic Stadium in the best place there is in the world. We are the spice of the Caribbean. Wherever you go, we are proud to call ourselves Grenadians. The home of Kerani James, Anderson, Peters, Arlene Francique, and a host of others. We can even add Junior Murray to it, just for the fact that, of course, for those of you who are entwined, are probably cricket fans, and they still appreciate athletics. You can't miss that one.
Absolutely.
So again, we are continuing with it, looking at the lane assignment for the next event on the track. The girls 200 meters, 400 meters, lane assignments, heat 2 of 2. Danita Francois from Abilene Wildcats out of St. Lucia. Monique Binder, finish line. And Kymia Telesford from Track Blazers. Noel, Anderson, McIntyre, Lett, and Charles. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track, the girls 400 meters dash, and they under the status orders, and they are officially off, and not necessarily one of those hard pressed breaks out of the blocks. As they just gently they tumble their way down the back end. Let's see who's going to make the first attempt to set the out front position. Well, we have one athlete, and she's literally storming away. The others are literally trying to play catch up with her as they get to about the 200 meter mark. Is she going to fade, or is she going to hold firm? But there she is, running out of lane number 4. Will be Maya Noel. It is, and she certainly seems to be all by her lonesome self, and just going to take a stroll her way into the finish line, running out of lane number 4. And it's an easy win there for her, for Shaper, and the person there of Maya Noel. Easy win for her. We await the official time, and then we continue. But indeed, an excellent run from the athlete. It doesn't seem to be in any way winded or anything. She's, of course. So we look at the time. Maya Noel, in the time of 1 minute 1 minute 0:01.88 seconds. Danita Francis from the Evelyn Wildcats out of St. Lucia, 1 minute 04.18. There is McIntyre from finish line, 1 minute 06.558. Telesford from St. David's Trailblazers and Monique Binder from finish line in the time of 1 minute 08.53 seconds. So that was the final heat in that of event number 50-51. Antoine, the girls 400 meters. We go to the opposite counterpart, same distance. The event number 52, the boys 400 meters dash in the under 17 category. And from where we are, there's some 17 athletes to complete this event, and they do that in 3 batches. Event 52, the boys 400 meters dash. We look to see what the lane assignments will be. Look to see what the lane is for the lane assignments. Lane number 1 seems to be scratched, and they're running out of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So your official lane assignments running out of lane number 2 for Mustangs. That's Nikki Stapleton, Mustang Club out of St. Vincent. In lane number 3, Ruben Batista for VTC out of lane number 3. Aiden McIntosh, MVP, runs out of 4. Omari Pope for South City Rising Stars occupies lane number 5. Adriel Mitchell for Fusion runs out of 6. And for HP, they have athletes running out of 7 and 8. That's HP High Performance, that's out of St. Vincent. Lane 8 is Ganroy Lane, and lane number 8 is Jabrel Oliver. Your lane assignments for the upcoming heat on the field. And again, they're running out of lanes number 2 to number 8, Antoine.
Yes, so we have St. Vincent, Grenada, St. Vincent. So it's a Grenada, St. Vincent contest here.
Let's see how this one pans out. I may quickly ask Nazim who he's backing, because nobody's going to know. He might be tempted to tell me, though, but I'm not even sure I want to find out. Not even sure that I want to find out. I'm interested to know, you see the strong presence of the names Oliver. I wonder if I say Oliver, a certain individual tends to want to smile. I'm not sure why. Yeah, but I'm not even going to I'm not even going to comment too much on that anyway. That's a conversation for during lunch.
You actually have a lot of Oliver out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
A whole lot of them. The next event on the track, it's the boys 400 meters, and let's see how it pans out. And they're off and running, clean break for all athletes. Oliver, Lane, Mitchell, Pope, as they make their way down the back end onto the straightaway. Who is it going to be? Out in the middle of the pack, you watch Aiden McIntosh taking the frontal position for now. We'll see whether or not he has enough. But also in there, and another Fusion, Adriel Mitchell is there. But as they get to the top, to the 200 bend, and they make their way for home, it is Aiden McIntosh out of lane number 4. Here they come. It is 2 of the, MVP 1, MVP 2, as it is, as they are running away with it. And we'll see McIntosh running, and it's going to be MVP 1, MVP 2, and it's an easy 1-2 for clubs McIntosh. Anyway, I said club McIntosh for club MVP. I'm probably getting a little history here on the family line that the Olivers, whether there's any relationship at all. I would guess he'd be happy to boast of the rich lineage out of the Highlands. So folks, that was the completion there. You got to forgive us. Every now and again, we have a little bit of banter with each other in here. But that was the completion of event number heat 2 of 2. So heat 1 of 3, that is, in the boys 400 100 meters. We'll move on to the next flight, which is heat 2 of 3, again in the boys 400 meters. And I'm not sure, but we give you official time. Aiden McIntosh, 51.33, Cornell Pear, 51.49. I just want to let you, whatever information is provided to me, I will need to verify it independently before I even think of saying it on air.
So that was a conclusion of heat number 1 of 3. Aiden McIntosh, the winner here from 473 MVP out of Grenada. The record in this event was set in 2017 of 48.94. The game's record, 48.94 in 2017, and Elijah Williams, record holder in this event. Well, it's this first heat. Aiden McIntosh, 51.33 MVP, 473 Grenada Club.
Grenada Club. By the way of information, I'm just understanding that the sprinting gene, I know that if there's a gene for sprinting, it continues in the family. He says he used to be a good sprinter in his days, and since then it continues in the bloodline. But these things, information, we don't. I didn't give name, right? We'll have to independently verify this in the archives. Our statistical team is going to verify that. Hello, Richie. We're going to continue with it, folks. It is event number 52. It's the boys 400 meters dash. And again, we're coming to you live from the picturesque Kirani James Athletic Stadium, nestled in the heart of the capital in downtown St. George. Grenada, the Isle of Spice. The lane assignment. Anderson, they're running out of, well, quite a reduced field, actually. 2, 3, 4, and 5 is what we are using. Stafford, out of 2. Frederick, in 3. Anderson. And I see exactly what has happened here. So let's take them as they go, as they make their way down the back end. I see the presence of Concord is in the mix. That's Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago as they continue to make their way. St. Vincent Grammar School is also in there. 400 meters as it is. Just about heading towards the 200 meters mark and making their way for home. You continue to see Concord. Concord is in there. Let's wait as it is. And as a young athlete to do again from the grammar school, that's making their way. 1 to HP is on the outside. Now he's clenching his way back into it. But here comes Fusion. It is actually Fusion from Grenada.
Fusion on the line.
That has nipped this on the line. Good representation there from Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago. We continue to see the presence of those clubs that are here. HP out of St. Vincent, just the same.
So the athlete from Fusion there, it looks like Caden McQueen, but he was slated for heat number 3. So
they've mixed them all up.
It is Caden McQueen.
They mixed them all up.
It is Caden McQueen.
So Caden McQueen, at the time of 54.52 seconds. Damari Joseph from HP out of St. Vincent. Damari Roberts, from HP out of St. Vincent, 54.65. There's Damari, Roberts, and then Amari Hercules from St. Vincent. And there's Kadeen James from Concord, a club out of Trinidad and Tobago, and Serrani Robin from Excel out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I don't know, Antoine, are you anywhere you have persons that could independently verify that the Olivers in Grenada can claim?
What I can tell you is one of the better young sprinters we have had in a long, long time in Grenada is Oliver. And many things were expected of that young man, running just up 11.01 as a under 15.
So do you think is it bloodline, or you just happen to be a prodigy of, maybe, I don't know. Sometimes in the bloodlines you have these strange things that happens. Not necessarily
I should stay mute on this.
But indeed, we know
But the records
the Oliver.
the records are there.
The records are
there.
the record.
So just as we thought, they combined the heat 2 and 3, and that's why we had athletes collapsing into one heat, one final heat. So there were, rather than 3 heats for the boys on the 17 400, we only had 2.
But you know, while we added, though, that is one of the things that was highlighted to one of the coordinator of the games, the coordination of information at a time on a timely basis. But the javelin is in progress. That's and we give you the specifics on who's actually the javelin.
To be the girls on the 17.
Javelin girls on the 17. That's happening.
The next event on the track would be the series of 200 meters. We are going to start with the girls on the 15.
On the 15, correct.
That will be followed by the girls on the 20. Then the boys on the 20, on the 15, and on the 20.
All right,
200 meters.
200 meters. We look at and someone might be tempted to say that javelin as a sport is relatively new to Grenada. But Antoine, you can well appreciate that is the furthest thing from the truth. But what we've seen, though, in more recent times is that a growing interest, an expanded interest in the discipline.
Well, that's not unexpected with the successes that we have had from Carifta come all the way through to the World Championship, last World Champion in Anderson Peters. One still would have expected to have more interest, if you want to call it that. And maybe it was the timing. After the World Championships in Doha, we had the COVID sort of put a dampener on what you could have done outdoors and so on. But one would have seen a growing interest in field events in general, growing events and field events in general, whereas before everything was concentrated on not just running but short sprint running. That's changing, and that's changing quickly.
And changing quickly, and the fact that you've seen growing interest in the multiple disciplinary events, and the hept and the opt, and certainly with the likes of Lyndon Victor and his brother, and the success they've had on the world stage, more and more individual. We've also seen the additions of the hurdles, and more Grenadians athletes are opting. Why not?
Yes.
Maybe this is something that I can also participate in.
Yes. On your screen, it's the girls on the 17 javelin in progress. We will get the results to you as we have them, and we do have a result to share with you, an update rather, and this has to do with a combined event in the NACAC, the heptathlon for women. Well, heptathlon period, it's for women.
Right. So to give an appreciation as to how the hept, Antoine.
With one event to go.
With one event to go. This is in fact a series, 7 events in total. They started yesterday. And Hawkins, who is still actually in the lead, she actually went into today, day 2, in the front, leading after 4 events. So today, what they have completed is the long jump and the javelin. So basically, what these athletes do, they compete in combined events. So for the heptathlon, which is part of the NACAC combined, they participate in the 100 meters huddle. There's a high jump. There's a shot put. The 200 meters. There's the long jump, the javelin throw, and the 800 meters. So they've completed 6 of the required events, and there's 1 event to go. As it is, the American Carrie Hawkins, she's out front, having accumulated a total of 5,355 points. In second place, behind her, is Shania Burns, also of the United States, in 5,272 points. The idea Many the experts would say that you literally compete against yourself. What you want to do is in each event to better your distance, your height, or your time so that you can maximize on points, Antoine.
Absolutely. It's a constant competition against oneself as well as competing against your fellow competitors. It's one of those events that takes a lot out of you. It's very, very, very demanding. And it's a special type of, a special grouping of persons who actually do these events. And they're a very close-knitted group of persons
Family,
who do
yes.
multi-events.
Because, I mean, you really consider it. You look at, let's say, the 100, the sprinters. You may do a 1, 2, 3. Okay, you run the 100 or 200. Probably that's it. You run the relay, the 4x1 relay. Also happening simultaneously is the high jump. And so there is high jump in the close end, closer to us. That's on screen now. There is the javelin throw on the far end. That's back on your screen as we speak. We're going to attempt to get the full listing, the flights, but also preparation is being made for the girls on the 200 meters dash. So preparation, as you can see, they getting lined up for that. The girls 200 meters, and we head back to the track. We get ready for that. The action is going to come from what we see. They're running out of 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. So looking at the lane assignment, Exceed running out of lane number 7 for VTC. Janea Sandy runs out of 7. There's Scarborough for IDT, Skerritt out of IDT, and they're off and they're running clean start for all of the athletes. Sandy is in there. Scarborough from IDAT is there. So too is Aliyah Skerritt as they make their way for home, motoring away on the outside in lane number 1. It's from the Atrium XC, that's Nesbitt. But in the middle of the pack, we'll see Nesbitt on the outside. I did IDAT on the inside. She makes a tumble as she gets to the finish line. And that seems like quite a real bit of a tumble though. And it is good. I'm liking what I'm seeing though. I mean, we talked about, yes, we continue to highlight the camaraderie in athletics. Most times athletes are more interested in trying to showboat and all of that they've actually won. So what you had there was 2 of the athletes out of IDAT. That's in St. Vincent. We get the official times for you in just a bit. But that was the first in a series of the girls 200 meters dash in the under 15 category. And officially it was Nesbitt from Exceed out of St. Vincent, Skerritt, IDAT from St. Vincent, and Scarborough from IDAT out of St. Vincent as well. Rosemary Thomas from VTC as Velocity Track Club in Grenada, and Madison McIntosh, another local club, MVP. So it is St. Vincent. They continue to show their dominance there. You feel their presence. As I said, they came, they're here, and they're certainly attempting to conquer. Move to the next event, and it's Heat 206 as we do the lineups. They're racing out of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Your lane assignments for the upcoming event. And Gabriel Cyrus runs out of 2 for Mustang from St. Vincent. Tishona Bascom, Track Blazers, Grenada. Shakina Dixon, HP from St. Vincent. Representing 473 is Latoya Charles, occupying lane 5. Then Zonation Brown from Roses of the St. Vincent. And there is Ariel Stevens running out of lane number 7. Your lane assignment for Heat 206, the girls 200 meters dash. That is on the way. Mustang, Track Blazers, HP, MVP, and Roses. Well, running away, storming away in the middle of the pack is your athlete there from That's Dixon, but making a push on the outside. For Track Blazers, it is not Track Blazers, it's Mustang, it is. That looks like Gary Osiris. We wait for the official times. We look for the official times on it. And again, we continue to say that we're happy to highlight the pace, the rollover, the turnover of these events. I know the officials, they have encouraged themselves to work with their own times.
So it was St. Davis Track Blazers in one.
So St. Davis Track Blazers out of one. That's Kayla Christopher, 25.59. Shakina Dixon from HP out of St. Vincent, 26.07. Bascom from St. Davis Track Blazers, 26.99. MVP Racing, and take you down the ladder. Again, we continue to notice, as we did in the previous flights of 200s, that a lot of the start in the list and order is significantly shifted. Sometimes you tend to tell, do I want to trust the uniform or do I want to trust what's on paper? I mean, somebody asks if you know them, it makes it easy for you. Again, running out of lane 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Your lane assignments as 8 is Cassida Thomas for Exceed out of St. Vincent. Khadijah Walcott, finish line. Kenesha Richards, HP. Samara Alexis, MVP. Kenesha Richards runs for HP. Samara Alexis for MVP. There's Horana Patterson from Mustang, and Shaper is represented there by Fredericks.
Okay, the lineup looks to be fairly accurate in this one.
Seem to be fairly accurate in this one. Exceed, finish line, HP, MVP, Mustang, and Shaper. And they are off, all clean start. We keep our eyes on Samara Alexis out of lane number 5 for HP. So too, Kenesha Richards and Khadijah Walcott as they come to the straightaway. Who is it going to be? Running straight nicely out of lane number 4. It is Kenesha Richards from HP. And she's going to make an easy walk of this one. Coming in the second place out of lane number 6 from Mustang is Horana Patterson. So certainly we wait for the official times for event number 53, heat 3 of 6. So again, we want to encourage you wherever you are. If you're on the live, share the live. Remind you this is a TNR communication production, and certainly the team, we're here to provide you all virtual engagements that you have, whether local, regional, or otherwise. We certainly here any sporting event at all. So yes, it is Kenesha Richards from HP in a time of 26.11. Horana Patterson from Mustang. So it is HP from St. Vincent, Mustang from St. Vincent, and their Shapers out in a time of 27.76 seconds. Yes? So, moving along and moving quite quickly as we get into the next flight. It is heat 4 of 4-6. Still the girls, 200. Still the girls, 200 meters in the under 15 category. Running at this time at a 4, 5, 6, and 7. So the assignments 4, 5, 6, 7. Ariana Miller for HP, Rachel Etienne, Arisha Rages, and Nisafia Little. And they're off just the 4. HP, Fusion, HP. As they make their way down, who is it going to be? Running for MVP in the middle of the package, Rachel Etienne. But on the outside is Ariana Mitchell. But from it is Etienne retaking control of it. Etienne from MVP will be followed by Ariane Miller on her outside from HP Club. And that's the completion of heat 4 of 6 in the girls under 15 category. Inside of the National Stadium, it is day 2 of Whitsuntide, session 1. Wherever you are, there is sufficient time for you to make your way down here. Monday's a holiday. Monday is a holiday, so not much for you to worry about. In terms of getting time to rest, unless maybe you're a police officer, you work in the hotel industry, or otherwise. But officially, is victory for Rachel Etienne out of MVP, a time of 27.40 seconds. Ariana Mitchell, she takes the second position. We get a heat 5 of 6. Yet again, another reduced field in this one, running out of lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7. The lineup, running out of lane 4, Christina Charles from SAS. Rihanna Thomas runs out of lane 5 for South City Rising Stars. Alina Gloucester runs out of lane 6 for HP, and completing the lineup is Gabriela Rouse, representing Exceed, a club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Whitsuntide Games 2023, coming to you live from inside the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. And we get it ready for heat 5 or 6. The girls, full 200 meters dash. SAS, South City Rising Star, HP, Exceed. 2 athletes from Grenada, 2 from St. Vincent. Charles for SAS, Thomas for Rising Stars, Gloucester for HP, Rouse for Exceed. They await, and they are off. Clean break for all athletes. Making the early thrust out of SAS is Christina Charles, but Thomas from South City Rising Star is there. It is SAS, South City Rising Star, 1 and 2. Who's going to take this one home? Charles is running for SAS. So too is Thomas for South City Rising Star. But this one's going to end up with Rihanna Thomas for South City Rising Star and Christina Charles for SAS doing the 1-2 in the just completed event, heat 5 of 6. And again, these are all qualifying for places in the final this evening. Looking at the replay, understanding what you need to qualify the top 2. It's just a matter of them conserving energy and just making their way into the finish line. Rihanna Thomas from South City Rising Stars and Christina Charles from SAS. The official times 27:54, 27.92, 29.61, which is in fact was captured by Gabrielle Rouse from Exceed out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Makaya Ramsey completed the 4th spot in the time. She completed the 4th spot. Yes, and her time was 29.79 seconds. So that was the completion of Heat 5. Of the girls' 200 meters dash, and we now move to the equal distance, no doubt, but the boys 200 meters in the under 15 category. Some 62, a field of 62, and so this one will take a bit for us to run through. Whitsuntide Games are games that boast of having its origins back in the 50s, and is certainly hoping to become a staple on the local athletics landscape. The lane assignment, running out of lane number 1. Running out of lane number 1 Keandre McCoy from Mustang. Keandre McCoy from Mustangs out of lane number 1. Nikhil Mitchell for South City Rising Star, a Mustang out of St. Vincent. South City Rising Star, Grenada. And Antonel Daniel runs out of 3. And Daniel Remy runs out of 4 for HP. Garrett Ordine runs out of 5 for HP as well. Kelson Peters runs out of lane number 6 for Burnley out of Trinidad. And lane number 7, Nathaniel Alfred for South City Rising Stars. And they're off. 200 meters, 4th boys. South City Rising Star is in there. HP is also in there. So too is Burnley as they make their way for home. It is running for South City Rising Star on the outside. It's Nathaniel Alfred, but he's also been pushed from Burnley, by Kelson Peters. But eases up as he gets to the finish line. Nathaniel Alfred out of HP, and he second place. Kelson Peters running for. So Nathaniel Alfred for South City Rising Stars, and Kelson Peters from Burnley out of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, we continue to say that the competition has been really been quite great, and we certainly hope that after all this is said and done, that Whitsuntide would be a staple on the athletics calendar. So officially, Nathaniel Alfred from South City Rising Stars, 24.37 seconds. Kelson Peters from Burnley out of Trinidad and Tobago, 24.78. And Daniel Remy from HP out of St. Vincent, 25.61 seconds. The official time for heat number 1 in the boys 200 meters. Again, we see thanks to the great work by our field marshals. We're going to keep our eyes on this one for all intent and purposes out of lane number 4. But your full lineup, we're running out from 1 up until from 7. Keyshawn Charles, HP runs out of 1. Occupying lane number 2 is Leonardo Grant from HP. Delron John from SAS runs out of lane 4. Jaden Pear, South City Rising Stars. Taquan Bolson and Cameron Thomas. Your lineup for the next event on the track, the boys 400 meters dash. And if this one holds true to form, no prejudice out for this one, but we've seen him perform through the year, national champs, intercall. We've seen him yesterday. This, in fact, should be a quite easy and measured run, Antoine, for Delron John. I think.
Well, he was the outstanding athlete yesterday in the 100 meters. So it's no surprise if he follows suit today.
They said anything less would be totally unacceptable. But come the time, come the moment, will he deliver? Let's see. And they are off and running. Bolt is there. HP is there. SAS. But there's this Delron making up the early stagger on the inside. On his outside, he's been pressed by Jaden Pear. But it's Delron, and he seems to just be easing up on them, quite comfortable with the fact that he's done enough. Delron John from SAS and Jaden Pear from South City Rising Star taking the second spot.
Quite easy for Delron there. He's a big boy to begin with. He's a big, powerful boy.
And that is not an exaggeration. He is, in fact,
yes,
a big boy. I mean, built like one of those robotic structure. But as you see from the replay, I mean, he's quite comfortable. He understands and appreciates what needs to be done, his position in the race, and he just cruises over the finish line.
Very easily shut down with about 20, 25 meters to go. He was finished.
With a time of 24.19 seconds for SAS, Jaden Pear for South City Rising Star, 25.07. Leonardo Grant from HP out of St. Vincent took up the third place.
So that was heat number 2.
Heat number 2, and as you said, it's an extensive field of some 60-plus boys. We see how it pans out. The lane assignment for the next event on the track. Sprinters. Rion McIntosh runs out of lane number 1 for sprinters. Jeremy Martin runs out of 2 for Idat from St. Vincent. Shaim Phillips runs out of lane number 3 for Westerholt Secondary. Representing Shaper in lane 4 is Vico Hines. Aidan Charles represents Mustang out of St. Vincent. He occupies lane number 5. And Kyle Stanislaus, Carriacou Athletics Club, is in 6th. Representing MVP is Rashawn Daniel. And representing Burnley out of Trinidad, it is Jabari Guadalupe on the outside in lane number 8.
What we can see on screen is that lane number 6, Carriacou representative, seems to be absent as of now. All the other lanes are occupied. The record for this event, it's 22. No, let me get the record here clear. It's 22.92 seconds. That was set in 2019 by Ajani Daly. A pretty good clip here for under 15, 22.92. Let's see, that will be challenged anytime later in the evening.
Sprinters, Idat, Westerhall, Shaper, Mustang, MVP, Burnley out of Trinidad. The lineup and the assignments for the event on track. As you await the status orders. And they're off nice and clean. There's Burnley out of lane number 6. MVP moving quite nicely out of lane number 2. We watch in the middle of the pack. Shaim Phillip. But as they head home on the outside for finish line. Well, actually coming in out of lane on the inside of the screen, they out of lane number 7. That was in fact Rashawn Daniel for club MVP that won that one.
It's another one of those clubs that have distinguished themselves at these games. 4.73 MVP. And in Rashawn Daniel in this heat, let's see what his time looked like. But he ran right through as compared to in their last heat where Delroy Jones shut it down from 25 meters to the end.
I think there's no shortage of confidence when it comes to Delrod. We look at the official times. Rashawn Daniel from MVP, 24.32. Hines from Shaper. Martin from Idat out of St. Vincent. And there's Shaim Phillip from Westerholt Secondary. Jabari Guadalupe for Burnley came in 3rd. Came in the 5th position. He was running out in the outer lane. Heat 4-4, another. We seem as though we have a full slate. Well, not necessarily full. There isn't anybody running out of lane number 1, and that lane was supposed to be occupied by an athlete from the grammar school. Your lane assignment running out of lane number 2. Giovanni Green runs for Fusion. Jeremiah for runners. Ethan O'Geese in the middle of the pack for finish line. Evante Niblet from the grammar school in St. Vincent. Keon Brown, Roses out of St. Vincent. Zavroy Barber for HP out of St. Vincent. And Tylen DeCosta, for Idat, occupying lane number 8. The lane assignments. Strong contingent here from St. Vincent, as has been the case all day. And they're off and running clean start for all of the athletes. Idat, HP, Roses, Grammar School, Finish Line, Runners, Fusion. All is in there. As we look at what's happening at the lane number 4. Yes, that's for young Ethan O'Geese. He's running quite nicely, but on his outside from Fusion, Giovanni Green is trying to make a push for it. But out of lane number 4, as he runs into the finish line, it is Ethan O'Geese, and in first, Giovanni Green to take up the 2nd place.
That's a good run by Ethan there. Nice high knees and bunged in strides. And he ran right through to the end. A good competitive race that was. Ethan O'Geese, they're from Finish Line. Finish Line club out of Grenada. finishing first in this heat.
Heat 5 of 8. Again, it is still the boys 200 meters. And again, Eaton's time 24.16 seconds.
24.16, that
From
represents
1-2, sorry, 24.12.
24.12.
From 0.12 is the correct time.
So, this represents actually the fastest time to date.
So Geese from finish line, Giovanni Green from Fusion. Keep it off our attention peeled to the screen. Looking at the bleachers, the main pavilion though. Well, the bleachers, the main pavilion. One would have probably thought, some are probably most us thinking by, we guess, into the second half of the day. But let's get the lane assignments. So lane 5 and 6. No one running out of lane 5 and 6. So the assignments. Brewster for extreme velocity out of Barbados runs out of lane number 1. Burnley, that's Goodrich, occupies 2. Richardson for Westerhall. Kamal Joseph for South City Rising Star. And there's Jose Mitchell and Malik Hall for runners and performers out of Barbados, respectively. Who shall it be? Performers from Barbados. There's Westerhall Secondary, the local school. Local school. There's Burnley. Well, we stay. If they don't keep you getting dizzy, Antoine, if that doesn't happen today, the question is when. It looks as though there were early movements out of lane number 1.
Yes, it was in lane number 1. It seems to be Nathan Cumberbatch from Extreme Velocity.
That's a club out of Barbados.
So it's lane 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 in this one.
Correct. So many clubs, so much excitement. Well, it's official. He will no longer have anything to do.
And he has been red carded, so
Yes.
Nathan Cumberbatch is out.
So Nathan Cumberbatch from Extreme Velocity and from Barbados, it is out.
We are down to 4. We are down to 4 competitors in this one now. Lanes 2, 3, 4, and 7.
So we await 4 athletes running out of 7, 2, 3. A bit of a little niggle out of lane number 4. I mean, not anything. Yes, officials saying, settle down, take it easy, calm your nerves.
Yeah, we had a bit of rocking and
Yes.
we unsettled the disposition in the at the blocks. The starting block there. They were spoken to.
We await. Barnwell runs out of 7 for HP. And they're off this time. Early clean break for each and every one of them. Let's see that as this race as it unfolds, as they make their way to the 200 meters mark, and they make their way from home, running out of lane 4. But yes, running out of lane 4, it is young Brathwaite from Sprinters, and he's then going to make an easy meal of this one. Certainly out of lane 2 on his outside for Mustang. Robertson attempted to try to challenge him, but certainly he responded appropriately to make it an easy win out of lane number 4. Catch me if you can. And then, of course, recognizing that he's done sufficient running through the line. And in second place is Kelson Robertson out of Mustang. So Javal Bradford, 26 points, 0-4. Kelson Robertson, Mustang, and Trayvon Joseph.
So to date,
from
this
FL.
is really the slowest of the 5 heats to date. It's 26.04.
Continuing, and if you're not at the National Stadium, I think you're missing quite, you are in fact missing quite a bit. Session 1, day number 2, Whitsuntide games inside of the Karate James Athletics Stadium. A lot of athletes, Antoine, from the neighboring islands, and it's even far up north that they have come.
Yes, we do have a contingent from British Virgin Island here.
So,
And then the NACAC representative from Puerto Rico and the U.S.
Carrie continues to, that's Carrie Hawkins. She continues to lead the pack in the HEP. So Carrie Hawkins from the United States, Shania Burns from the United States is in second, and Erin Marsh from the United States is in third position. 1 to 3 for the U.S. We're keeping our eyes peeled as we get ready for this one. Running of lane number 1, Extreme Velocity. Extreme Velocity is there. So too is Malik Hall from Performers from Barbados. So, Extreme Velocity Barbados, Performers Barbados, as they peel away, making their way around. But out in the middle of the pack, you want to keep your eyes on him. He is pouring away. But on the outside in lane number 1, it is Brewster from Extreme Velocity. South City Rising Star is clawing back just as about they get into the finish line. Brewster from Extreme Velocity from Barbados was motoring away quite early out there in lane number 1. But there you see young Kamal Joseph from South City Rising Star holding through, and we have nipped him at the line.
Yeah, unofficially,
we wait.
It seems to be Joseph on the line.
On the line. Yes, so it is official. Kamal Joseph, 24 seconds flat. And Brewster, out of Extreme Velocity from Barbados, is in second place. And Omarion Richardson for Wester Hall Secondary. Malik Hall, out of Performers from Barbados, takes up fourth, while Glenroy Batiste from St. Vincent, representing HB, is in the 5th position.
One of the more competitive heats so far, this 6th heat, and so it is no surprising that this is actually the best time to date, 24 seconds flat for winning this one.
Let's take the next flight of boys, running out of lanes 1 to 7. Let me get ready. Give you the assignments, lane assignments as they come, with the exception of lane number 8. So on the outside for Track Blazers, Christian Lessie. Kishon Giles runs for HB out of St. Vincent out of lane number 2. Track Blazers is represented by Andre Fletcher in 3. Keon George represents Altitude out of lane number 4. Keon Jackasal, just Keon. I know you have Keon Jackasal for Fusion. Sass is represented there by Aviel Pierre, running out of lane 6. Sean Johnson for HB out of St. Vincent. And Alex James for Bolt. Well, the last of the lane assignments is in fact lane 7, which is Sean Johnson.
So there's no lane 8, and then there's no lane 6.
So there's Johnson, Jackasal, George, Fletcher, Charles, Leslie. We must say that the officiating crew have really done an excellent job of keeping everything in check.
Very smooth, very smooth.
Very smooth.
The flow of the events is quite commendable.
So, as they go down to the blocks, as I think they reconsider, runners, Sass, South City Rising Star, Track Blazers, Altitude, Fusion. Again. A whole lot of excitement.
Another
jitters.
faulty start. Nothing is charged to the athlete. So it's another faulty start as they get things together. Might have put a bit of goat mouth there. So that's heat number 7 of 8.
7 of 8.
And they're back on the starters orders.
This pair from HP, George, Fletcher, Charles, and they're off this time. Clean, even start for all of the athletes. Track Blazers, Fusion, SAS. Track Blazer is in there. In the middle of the plaque, making motion from SAS, it is Aviel Pear. He's stretched on the outside for Jackassal from Fusion. But on his outside, Track Blazers, Andre Fletcher. Let's see, as they get into the finish line, it is in fact young Jackassal from Fusion that nips it on the line. I mean, Track Blazers, they challenged for a while. So too did Kian George from Altitude. But ultimately, it was young Jackassal.
This is Jackassal. Jackassal from Fusion and
Fusion.
PBC.
From Fusion.
And it's in a close second is Andrew Fletcher. So it's all 3 athletes. They're pretty close.
Kian Jackassal, 25.27 seconds.
25.27.
Andre Fletcher, St. David's, Track Blazers, 25.38. And Kian George from Altitude, 25.50 seconds.
Modest time.
Indeed. And you have Kishon Charles from HP St. Vincent and Sean Johnson also from HP in St. Vincent, occupying position 4 and 5.
And to note that the winners died down quite considerably. In fact, it's negative 0.9 right now for that last race.
And this is in fact the final flight for the boys 200 meters dash. Again, the officials ensuring that everything is done in order according to their prescriptions. The last of the 200 meters and the on. We look at.
There's no lane 1. So it's 2, 3, 4, and 5.
A run under 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's the order. You have Nicholas Francis from HP, Christoph Calise from SAS, Kenaz Bowen from SAS, and Nathaniel Douglas from Fusion. That's your lane assignment for the next event. Francis, Calise, Bowen, Douglas, representing HP from St. Vincent, SAS, and Fusion in that order.
Well, what we're looking at the screen, we are seeing South City Rising Stars in lane 5.
So they've done some serious.
Athlete 600.
Yes.
South City Rising Stars.
That uniform is, yes, that's in fact, yes, from South City Rising Star.
And in fact, he's in lane 8. So they are going to put him where he's supposed to be. In lane 8, that's Daniel Mark.
Wow.
And Fusion is in lane 5. Mark from South City Rising Stars in lane 8. Just a bit of adjustments here to get the lanes correct.
But it's in fact South City Rising Stars out of 8. Fusion runs out of 5. SAS out of 3. HP from St. Vincent out of number 2. I am still going to keep my eyes on lane number 3.
Christoph Kalist.
I'm going to keep my eyes on him. So it's Daniel out in lane 8. Running out of lane 3 for SAS is Christoph Kalist. Lane number 2, it's Nicholas Francis. So, and Fusion Nathaniel Douglas as they cradle into the status blocks. Tense moments indeed. And they are officially off. Who is it going to be in the last of this series of events? HP motoring out of lane number 2. Sass is there in the ad of Kelly's. So too is Nathaniel Douglas for Fusion. But it's an easy, literally a little bit too easy for Christoph Kelly's out of lane number 3. And for Sass, Nathaniel Douglas taking the second place. I think for most of us who've seen Christoph, during the season,
Not surprising.
not surprising at all.
It's not a stroll, but it's pretty close to a stroll in this one.
Pretty close to a stroll. And I guess as we look at the replay, and he seemed just so relaxed. You look at the difference in their styles. Fusion seems a bit more labored, pumping as he heads into the tape. But Christoph just seemed to have this relaxed, laissez-faire.
What do you know? Unsurprisingly, this is the best time for the day, 23.52.
23.52 from Christoph Kelly from SAS. Nathaniel Douglas from Fusion Athletics, 24.35. Daniel Mark from South City Rising Stars, 25.61. And Nicholas Francis from HP out of St. Vincent, 26.95. Your assignments, your positions for that event.
Up next would be the 200 meters under 20 girls, and then under 20 boys. 200 meters under 20 girls, and then that will be followed by the 200 meters under 20 boys, then the 200 meters for men, open and international.
Well,
the next 3 sets of events on the track.
We saw her yesterday in the 1, we saw her in the 2, we saw her with Shanti Augustine. Let's see how she performs now. It is Phoenix that's going to be occupied, running out of lane number 4. That's the Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua. And so we give you the full lineup. Running out of lane number 6 for Concord, and Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago. So it is Trinidad and Tobago. There is Antigua. Is also running out of lane number 2. That's Aliyah Gihari, and she's no chicken by any stretch of the imagination from Track Blazers. And we have the performers out of Barbados in lane number 1.
Get Harry. There's no representation in lane 3. There's a representation.
That's lane 2. Actually. That's for HP.
HP.
So in fact, if you look at the lineup, it's performers from it is Barbados, St. Vincent, Antigua, and Trinidad. Full international cast of 4 ladies: Concord, Phoenix, HP.
Under 20 girls.
Performers. I'll be particularly interested to see how
and this is the first of 2 heats. We have 2 heats in this one, event number 55.
Event number 55. We await. See how this one pans out. McLean, Lane, Dowden. And they are off clean start. It is Bishop out of lane at number 6 for Concord from Trinidad. Also in the mix for Phoenix, but is in the middle of the track. The Speed Star out of Phoenix Track Club from Antigua. As literally having herself a really quiet storm, if you ask me, as she heads down the middle. Nice, steady, upright motion as she heads into the tape. It is Phoenix from Phoenix Track Club. It is Dowden out of Antigua. And on the outside, representing performers, it is Tawana McLean from Barbados.
So it's Dowd from Antigua and Barbuda. Good, easy run.
I don't. There was no disappointment in it. I mean, we saw her yesterday. We did highlight that she certainly is one of the outstanding performers from day one, and she continues to do so as we make our way into day two.
Very controlled.
Very controlled. So down from Phoenix Track Club from Antigua, she won that one quite handsomely.
25.15 is the time recorded here for the winner as we get ready for heat number 2. It's 2 of 2.
I think by now we've gotten used to when they line up. We are waiting to see which lanes are occupied and just ignore our score sheets, our starting sheets until they assume you see them in the blocks and then you rearrange them. But again, where is Shante? Shante is in there in lane number 5 for MVP. Also, another speedster is in there from the British Virgin Islands, Kayleen Liburd, and she is a rocket. She is a rocket, and she certainly is going to challenge, if you ask me, Shante in this one. Also in there from Extreme Velocity, out of Barbados, it is Ryan Price. She isn't there. I see representing Finish Line, Ziana Bain. So we'll look for the full casting. Guess I'm seeing somebody out there in lane number 7.
Should be Kamisha Dominic from Track Blazers.
Yes. So, in fact, she's now into full.
And 8. Niobe Holder from Extreme Velocity is also there.
So, Niobe Holder from Extreme Velocity, Kamisha Dominic from Track Blazer, Shante August. There's I'm not seeing right. So there's nobody actually in lane 6. Shante Augustine runs out of 5. Liburd from the British Virgin Islands occupies lane number 4. Extreme Velocity out of Barbados. Ryan Price also in there, and we have Finish Line is in there as well as VTC is also in there. That's from Grenada.
So it's almost a full suite with the exception of lane 6. We 1 to 8.
I'm going to keep my eyes on Liburd and Augustine from in lanes 4 and 5.
Lane 4, lane 5, and looking for lane 2.
Let's see how they attack this one. We're going to see, and certainly we know that our speedster from PTC is waiting to see if she gets another showdown with Shante. Shante Augustine Liburd from the British Virgin Islands as they await. And they're off clean start by all. Let's see who takes up the early stagger. Shante Augustine is in the middle of the pack, but she's chased by Liburd out of the British Virgin Islands. We're keeping our eyes on the middle. Shante Augustine in lane 5. But she's been pressured on the outside, really pressured on the outside by Liburd. But it's really motoring in onto lane number 7. It's Kamisha Dominic from lane number 7.
Track Blazers. Never count out a Track Blazers.
A strong finish indeed. We said to you that Shante was going to be pressured from Liburd out of the British Virgin Islands. And I mean, we couldn't have scripted. It couldn't have been scripted better. Liburd Day 101 representing the Virgin Islands. Shante in the red for MVP, but coming in on the inside like a late night freight train and pushing to the line to take second place. It was Kamisha Dominic from Track Blazers, and we look at the official time.
24.56.
24.56.
So the first 3 finishers in this one would have bettered the winning time in the first heat.
Indeed, and that was expected to be this one was expected to be a much faster one. Liburd from the British Virgin Islands, 24.56. Kamisha Dominic from St. David's Track Blazers in second.
And now we on to the boys. Under 20 boys. This is a fairly large field here. We have 7. We have 7 heats in this one.
Some
54 athletes.
Brace yourself. We're going to brace ourselves for this one. And the unique good thing, though, Antoine, about these large packs, we figured out now how to make our work easier. You know, just allow them to settle in the blocks. Forget our start sheets, allow them to settle into the blocks, and then we will go through the process of elimination. Because in most of them, they are athletes. But who have we seen so far? As we look at it, we see Hussein Jabber for MVP out of lane number 7. He's there. Out of lane number 2, there's Dejan Collis for Idat out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Also expected to be on field, but let's just confirm who is in fact. Well, we know that lane 5, if it stands still, should be empty, that's because the Kittians did not make it. So we are doing 7.
Hussein
4,
Jabba in 7.
2. And lane number 6.
So I say let's look at lane 4. He did quite well, in fact, in the 100 meter.
Well, Beckles, Beckles he is going to put them under pressure quite early. We know that from seeing him yesterday. So that's Beckles out of Extreme Velocity from Barbados.
Yes, he has a PB in this event here of 21.27. So we should see some speed in this one.
He's going to put them under pressure quite early. The question is whether or not they're able to match him. So there's Dejan Collins for Idat running out of lane 2.
And
Mascol Beckles, Extreme Velocity from Barbados.
yes, Beckles did represent Barbados at the Carifta.
Indeed. There's running out of lane 6. There's Carrington for Extreme Velocity again out of Barbados. And Jabbar out of lane 7, representing MPP. We're going to look for Beckles to put them under pressure quite early, operating out of lane number 4.
And Hussein Jabba, don't discount Hussein Jabba.
Don't discount them. And they're off. Clean start. No jitters. Let's see who makes up the early stagger. Jabba is moving well on the outside, but so too is Carrington on the inside from Extreme Velocity. But we did say to you, we'll look at him in the middle of the pack from Extreme Velocity out of Barbados. It is Mascol Beckles, literally running away, tearing away the field. And we said it, we called it.
True to form.
True to form, that he was indeed going to put them under pressure. The Barbadian, he came, and certainly we saw him, and literally he's in fact the right club.
And this is
Extreme
what
Velocity.
And this is what you want to see from a Carifta representative.
Solid delivery, and there was not much of a competition from the rest of the pack. Jabbar was down there in lane number 7. Carrington tried in lane number 6, and so too did Collins in lane number 2, but not much of it. He wasn't going to be having much of it at all, as we
Legs heavily strapped. Let's see what time he would put up here in this 200 meters under 20 men.
as we await the official times.
And the win for that last race was exactly 2.0. Our games record, just to keep in mind, it's 21.20, and that was set in 2022. The Vonrick Mac.
I'm still trying to determine how it can't be that we're trying to determine who won the race.
Well,
There must be some other reason, because in fact we know all we waited for is the times though.
Yeah.
But that previous race was in fact won quite handsomely by Manny Mascol Beckles out of Extreme Velocity in Barbados.
So we on to heat number 2. With we will endeavor to get a times for you in that first heat shortly. But as of now, we are into heat number 2. And remember, it's 2 of 7.
Heat number 2. We operated at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is scratched. And that's Reginald Spencer from Performance in Barbados. 6 is also scratched. maximizing potential. They're also scratched. There is an athlete in lane 7. We're just waiting for my thank you. So this is in fact should be the lineup as it is, as the official take charge of the event. There's Ronaldinho. He ain't kicking nothing this evening, but he's running. Ronaldinho Solomon out of for HP, runs out of 1. Elisha Williams from Track Blazers.
And he must be the odds-on favorite in this one.
Out of 2. There's Joshua Sylvester. He's no fly-by-night.
No fly-by-night.
He is in lane number 3 for SAS. Out of Chat out of St. Vincent. There's Kyle Lawrence. And running on the outside for HP is the Leroy Gloucester. Your lane assignments: Solomon, Williams, Sylvester, Lawrence, Gloucester. For the next event on the track, it's the boys 200 meters in the under 20 category.
We expect keen competition from lanes 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4.
So that's Elijah Williams from Track Blazers, Josh Sylvester from SAS, and Kyle Lawrence from Chat. That's a club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Nice overcast day. It's the kind of day wishing that I was outside.
It's a cool
I wonder
breeze.
if Blondell wants me to go outside and do anything. I should ask him. Yeah, I needed the sunlight.
Chatoya from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's see. Gloucester, Lawrence, Sylvester, Williams, Solomon. They're up and they are running. Early motions there out of lane 7 from Gloucester. He's doing that, making it early. We coming through in the middle. There is also Kyle Lawrence. Kyle Lawrence in the middle of the pack, but Williams is on the outside. It is Williams in lane 2. Kyle for Chat in lane number 4. And the rest is history for Joshua Sylvester.
Well, it's Kyle Lawrence from Chatoya.
Yeah.
From St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Again, lanes 2, 3, and 4, as we had predicted.
That's where the competition was going to come from.
Maybe expecting a bit more from Sylvester. That Lawrence had the goods right there.
Well, so officially, it's Kyle Lawrence from Chatoya out of St. Vincent. 21.59 is the time. Elisha Williams, our character boy, in a time from St. David's Track Blazers, 21.64. And Joshua Sylvester from SAS, 22.76. Gloucester and Solomon representing HP of St. Vincent, 23.20 and 24.54 respectively.
So the winning time in this one, 21.59. Good time.
Pretty decent time. We're pushing along as we make our way into the afternoon. It is.
So we still continue with the boys under 20.
It's an extensive field. It is in fact
7 heats, and we head out the heat number 3.
a very extensive field.
Heat number 3.
Heat number 3, again reminding you, is coming to you live from the Carriacou James Athletic Stadium on the inside downtown St. George. It is Whitsuntide 2023, and the excitement continues to heighten. From all indications, we operate in from lanes 1 to 7. Well, with the exception of 6, no, from lane 1 to 7. From lanes 1 to 7, we give you the lane assignment, running out of lane number 1. Well, they're off and running. South City Rising says SAS is in the mix. We continue to watch them. So too is Concord as they make home for the bend. Who is it going to be? They are motoring away. This one did promise to be a cracker. We're keeping our eyes on lane number 6. Coming out of lane number 6 is Pope. SAS is also in there, but it's an easy stepping up. That's really eases up on it for Concord out of lane number 5. That's Joseph Pope for Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago. And if we continue like this, if they continue like this, well, just keep her eyes on the middle. SAS is on the outside. South City Rising Star on the inside. Well, you know, you look at the list, and every time you...
So it's Brian Isaac, the winner in this one. Brian Isaac from SAS. And 21.99.
I think I'm looking at a different list. Again, for those of you that's on the outside, if you're the consideration that you want to make your way down, I know some people are thinking maybe where I am, some parts of the island seems a bit overcast. But we see line lining up for action is the young Telemac. Telemac is actually in there. We'll give you the full lane assignments in just a bit. A lot of movements in the background. Athletes moving through and through to get their bits and pieces sorted out. We saw an excellent run yesterday between AJ Fulham and Telemac, who is in fact lined up. Who's lined up for his next event. There is action out of lane number 1. There's runners, track blazers. Extreme velocity and HP, and they're off. It's official. Well, as we can well assume, we know watching on the lane, it is Bobby Telemac himself that is really on a hustle with this one, being pressured on the outside by the man there from Extreme Velocity. Track blazer, but it's Bobby, the man Telemac, as he eases up on the line for a victory there, running out of lane. Lane number 6. I'm not sure. Seen him on the ground. He's grimacing. What's it that's happening there? Let's just keep our eyes. So we're looking at the athlete from Extreme Velocity. That's a Mary Knight that's pressuring him out of lane number 4. Knight in lane number 4. Telemac in lane number 6. And coming through comfortably to stop the clock at 21.84. And Mary Knight from Barbados. That's Extreme Velocity Track Club, 22.04. Donnell Hines, 25.38. And Michael Jordan from HP completing that round there for you. So it's an easy win for Telemac. You like what you saw, Antoine?
Yes, a rather very competitive race until about, I would say, 90 meters. Until the last 10 or so meters that Telemac actually had it. So he eased up a bit, but it was quite competitive right throughout.
We go through the next fight of boys. It's the 200 meters dash. We're looking at heat 6 of 7. And action coming out from lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and out of the 7 lanes. The boys 200 meters, and certainly we're going to keep our eyes in the middle of the track to see what's coming out of Samuel Green for Fusion in the middle. So too from Performance in Barbados, Simon John and Micah Clark from Extreme Velocity. So we're looking at the lineup. Out of lane number 1 for Carriacou Athletics Club, Jaheim Tika, Jaden Phillip from MVP, Tika from MVP, Knights from Extreme Velocity in Barbados, Mitchell from Finish Line in Grenada. Actually, no, I'm giving you that all up. This is Tika from Carriacou Athletics Club, Jaden Phillip as form MVP, and we saw him yesterday in action. Joshua Greenwich from Bolds, Samuel Green, Fusion, Simon John from Performance in Barbados, Micaiah Clark from Extreme Velocity in Barbados, Ricardo Williams from HP, and Israel out of Trinidad. Your lane assignments for the next event on the track. Tika, Philip, Greenwich, Green, John, Clark, Williams, and they are off and running. Ricardo out of HP is running quite nicely. So too in the middle of the pack from Fusion is Samuel Green. On the outside, running in lane number 2, nice and steady is Jaden Phillip. And remember him yesterday when he put on a special, another clinical run from him. Jaden Phillip. Very easy run, and followed by Samuel Green from Fusion out of lane number 4. He was a man yesterday that pulled off what some say was a disappointment.
In fact, this is a most controlled run by Jaden here.
He ran for first place. Samuel Green ran for second place. Ricardo Williams from HP out of St. Vincent, 22.48. Third performer in the person of Simon John. Stopped the clock at 22.54. And that's a performance out of Barbados.
That's pretty good. 21.59 with 20 meters ago. He was finished. He was finished running. So at 21.49. This is the best for the day in the 200 meters on the 20 boys.
We look forward while we wait for this heat, but certainly we look forward with bated breath, childlike anticipation for the finals later in the evening. And this is in fact the final heat in this flight. Concord is in there, out of Trinidad. Exceed out of Bob from St. Vincent. Altitude. Mustang from St. Vincent is there. Idat from St. Vincent is always there. But let's wait to see the official positioning on the field. Given that a number of lanes on the field are obviously empty. So we'll confirm that they're running yes out of lane 1. That's Jeremiah Dixon. Lane 2 is out of commission. Lane 2 is out of commission. Sassis, Devontae Joseph runs out of 3. Running out of 4 for MVP. Looks as should be Tegan Peterkin. For South City Rising Star, Emilio Bishop runs out of 5. Richie Williams for Altitude runs out of 6. Running out of lanes. So lanes. Well, so running out of lane number 6 is Richie Williams for Altitude. Romario Horn for Mustang is nestled in lane number 7. And out of lane, that's for Mustang. And Keo Davis for Iddat from St. Vincent occupies lane number 8.
This actually should be a very competitive race. But even Stevens with most of the athletes in this one. The bet is on Tasia Peterkin or Emilio Bishop or Mario Horn, Keo Davis. But this is going to be competitive right to the end.
We're going to keep our eyes peeled to a screen. You blink, you miss it. 200 meters. Dixon, Joseph, Bishop, Williams, Horn, Davis. Who makes up the early starter? Let's see the moving not quite nicely out of lane number 8. It is Ida, but Iddat out of St. Vincent. But in the middle of the pack, we see the boys out of South City, Rising Stars. Emilio Bishop, he's being pushed, but running on the outside, moving quite nicely out of lane number 8. In fact, it is Keo Davis.
Keo Davis.
Out of Iddat in St. Vincent.
Yeah, unsurprising, actually.
Out of St. Vincent, that came away with the victory in this final one.
That's not surprising. Keo was here with the KFC relays, and he is an under 17 Carifta medalist in both the 200 and 100. So that's not surprising.
As I say, there was no walk in the park for the rest of anybody else. Keo Davis from Iddat out of St. Vincent.
21.53.
21.53. Tegan Peterkin, MVP, 21.91. And Emilio Bishop from South City Rising Star, 22.31. Jeremiah Dixon from Concord out of Trinidad, 22.57. Devonta Joseph from SAS. And the rest of the field, it goes down 23.04 for Williams. Romario Horn from St. Vincent as Mustang, 23.54. So that was the.
So this one went on form in Keo Davis. So we had 3 Carifta athletes in this one. We had Davis, Bishop, and Peterkin.
We send you down now to the medal presentation ceremony. That is just about to begin.
Event 45, boys long jump under 17. Javelin throw under 17. Bronze medalist Naomi Jones. Track blazers 28.07 meters. Silver medalist Simone Batiste, track blazers 29.40 meters. And your gold medalist, Nia Jules, St. Lucia, 40.95 meters. Now, boys, long jump under 17. Event 45. Bronze medalist Tyreek Vincent, Concord, 6.16 meters. Silver medalist Jaden Darridge, High Performers, 6.30 meters. And your gold medalist Java Cato, Exceed, 6.49 meters. Event 46, girls high jump under 17. Presenting your bronze medalist, Akira Moraine, Track Blazers. .52 meters. Silver medalist, Alika Smith, Roses, 1.58 meters. Your gold medalist, Tanique Vincent, representing Concord, 1.64 meters. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurt Felix, Olympian in the decathlon event. And the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, the second and final day of the Whitsuntide Games right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We'll be heading back to the track in just a moment, wherever you are. Thank you so much for being part of the experience.
And welcome back on the track. The next event would be the men. Men 200 meters open and international. Men 200 meters open and international. This is heat number one. Heat number one of 5.
Jordan Pope, lane 1, Concord, Jaheim Gravesandi, Extreme, Royden Pete, St. Kitts, not there. Jordan, Junior Charles, Ace, not there, they're off. It's a good start. Is it 200 meters open international, heat 1 of 5. As they make the way around the stagger, look at lane 4. Lane 4 is Junior Charles, Ace, 1. Let's see what is going to happen, but Junior seems to be taking charge of this race. He's motoring along, taking the final bend in this 200 meters is Junior Charles, and he seemed to have come through with it. It looks like Junior, and I want to believe, let's see what the time would say. So it's Junior out of lane number 4. They're coming fast and furious, Antoine.
It's 22.21 for Junior Charles in this one. Jordan Pope was second from Concord.
And Jaheim Gravesandi.
22.21.
Heat 2, lane 1. Omari Lewis, Concord Athletic. Khalik Abdullah, MAP, out of Trinidad, both out of Trinidad. Matthew Graham, UTT. Akeem Stewart of Guyana in lane number 4. Akini Slater, High Performance, out of St. Vincent in lane number 5. Christine Cummins, Extreme Velocity, out of St. Vincent. And Veron Eiffel, Extreme Velocity, out of St. Vincent also. Let's see if there are any of those lanes that have DNSs at this time. So there they are, getting ready. Lane number 3, that would be Khalik Abdullah of MAP of Trinidad. Lane number 5, you have Akini Stewart, High Performance, St. Vincent. Christine Cummins, Extreme Velocity, and Veron Eiffel. Both of them are there. So 7 and 8, Extreme Velocity. That's what we have here. The colors look slightly different, Bernard.
Yeah, we would probably have to wait and see if, in fact, there was some tweaking here. what we can report is Khalid Abdullah in lane 4, UTT in Matthew Graham, that's out of Trinidad and Tobago, the University of Trinidad and Tobago. Number 4 seems to be a scratch. Let's confirm.
But lanes 2 and 3, they are filled. Lanes
Yes,
Lanes
lane 4 is a
and-
scratch.
Lane 4 is a scratch, yes. So Guyana is not there. Both athletes from Trinidad are in. Omari Lewis and Khalik Abdullah. They are in. Lane number 5, Slate of High Performance. He is there. 6 is saying Extreme Velocity Kirsten Cummins and Veron Eiffel of Extreme Velocity. That's what 7 and 8 is saying. But we have 6 athletes in this heat. Heat 2 of 5. And they're off. It's a good, clean break for the athletes as they go around the back bend. They're running pretty well. Both athletes from Trinidad seem to be doing well. That is Abdullah. He has turned the bend and in the lead. So it's Abdullah in front of his friend. Abdullah is now coming under pressure from the athlete from lane number 7, and that is Extreme Velocity, Veron Eiffel, who seemed to have nipped it at the end. Bernard.
Yes, I probably just need to confirm the participants in this one. There's seems to be some mixing and matching, so we would confirm the second heat of the actual participants. And then the winner in this heat is from lane 7.
And we have
It's from-
everything.
it's
Shavin
Shavin
Charles
Charles.
of Grenada. Is that Grenada?
Yes, it's
And
Shavin Charles.
So we have just a bit of issues here. Not so sure what's happening, but we have a Kinney Slate and we have Veron Eiffel, that's for sure. So unless there was some chopping and changing.
Yes,
And-
that's so Akini Slater from High Performance would be in second place there.
Of course, when those are not, the information is not quick in coming, you may have those happening. So we want you to excuse us just a little bit, viewing public. Sometimes those things happen, and we just want you to understand. So at the end, when we give you the results, it's as accurate as it's possible. But the results at the end will say if we made an error through no fault of ours, or maybe it's an honest fault. So we just want to let you know that. Bear with us. We're trying the best we can with the information that we have.
Heat number 3. It's 3 or 5. It's the men 200 meters open and international. Event number 58.
So it should be Ronaldo Williams, South City Rising Stars, Zimri Stevenson Exceed, Zimali Felix Ace 1, Troy Mason Ace 1, and Adame Peters of Ace also. And then lane number 6, Delian Richardson, UNA, and Nikili Lewis, Concord out of Trinidad. That's what it should be. We're not so sure if there's been any chopping and changing, but we can recognize that we have at least one of the ace in there. It should be 3 of ace athletes. And yes, we can see 1, 2, yes.
Lanes 1 and 2 is out. Lane 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
So it seems as if 3 athletes from ACE are there. And then we have Delian Richardson of UNA and Nikili Lewis of Concord.
That's the lineup. It's 200 meters open and international.
It's a clean start, and they're making the way wrong. They bend. Let's see what is going to happen. The 3 athletes from ACE, as well as an athlete from UNA, Delian Richardson, they seem to be making the running. So they all almost blanketed going down the straight. The athlete, of course, in lane number 5, that seemed to be Adam Peters. He seemed to have taken it from the other 2 athletes from Ace. Seemed to have run a very strong race, and he's smiling. I think he's satisfied with his day's output.
So it looked like Peters.
Yes.
Peters from Ace in the winning position there.
Yep. We await the official results. He just stormed past the other 2 athletes from Ace with the last 40 meters to run and took a peek behind. I guess it's friendly banter. They're all from the same club.
Right, so Raheem McCallum. Raheem McCallum from Stallions. And so the Raheem McCallum, so it's not an ace, 21.28 seconds. That's a pretty good time.
Very good time.
And in second position is Cyrus Charles. Cyrus Charles in second position. And based on our listing here, it's not accurate, so we'll give you the end results rather than call as we see it.
Yeah, I think that's about the best that we can do with the fact that maybe many athletes have dropped out and they've decided to fill lanes here and there, chopping and changing. That happens every day. So it's not that we're angry over it at all. We understand what's happening, but we just crave your understanding also of the viewing public as we try to bring you the best coverage and the best picture that we can paint of what's happening here at the Whitsuntide Games 2023 down at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. I'm sure you must have gotten the results of Kirani's last 400-meter race.
Yes, he had an interesting second place. In fact, the winner in that race was a Jamaican athlete. And it has been a while that we have had a 400-meter runner from Jamaica off that class or distinction. So it makes for quite an interesting world championship.
That's for sure. I saw the race, and Kirani executed for the first 75% of the. As a matter of fact, the first 25 meters, he looked very comfortable. But that athlete from Jamaica on the outside, I think deep down he just wanted to win. And so while Kirani probably wasn't anticipating the pressure he was going to come under, he just went past him with the last 15 meters to go and won at a very good time, 44 plus, which was his best time that he ever did based on the results that I got. Kirani also did 44 fairly low. But again, Kirani, the experience that he has, he doesn't allow those to bother him at all.
Okay, so we are down to heat number 4. Heat number 4.
And I would not want to call out because Raheem McCallum of Stallions is listed in this one. Yeah. But he ran the previous heat.
So heat number 4. We have 5 athletes in this one.
We can see one from Ace, one from Excel, High Performance, Concord, and I'm figuring out athlete 146 in lane number 7. So this is your lineup taking the mark and getting ready for the beginning of the Heat 4 of 5 prelims, 200 meter. The weather has really been beautiful today as they're off. A very good, clean start. And let's see what is going to happen. The athlete in lane number 2 seemed to be really trying to do his best to take the staggers first. He cannot take it, but that looks like the athlete from Ace that's in front. That seems to be Troy Mason, followed by the athlete that looks like an athlete from High Performance. But again, we await the official results, but this is an athlete from ACE, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is Mason.
So pretty smooth running. Good, nice balance. The upper body in the right position, knees high, and cruised the last 20 or so meters.
Yeah, he
winner
looks,
in this one.
Yes, it's Troy Mason.
So it is Troy Mason from ACE, and 21.16
That's
seconds.
a pretty good time, but the wind is.
Yes, we have a mini hurricane in the back of him,
That's
4.1 meters
correct.
per second.
Yes. Nonetheless, he did a very good time.
So
Troy Mason.
21.16.
I think you will be proud of the time nonetheless.
So we'll be down to, so that was heat number 4.
And it would seem as if this would be the end of the hits for the 200 meters, Open International. I see the next.
So what would have happened? They would have collapsed 1 or 2 heats. Athletes from 1 or 2 heats. That's why we had differences in heat number 3.
So they're going to be going into some relay, mixed relays. Those are coming up in a short while. That's what came up on the board. And let's see what will happen. That should be event 59 coming up.
So next on the track could be the mixed relays on the 11, 4x100 meters on the 11. And simultaneously, we should have the women's triple jump, open and international, the boys on the 17 shot put, and the other field events, the women's discus, open and international. All of these should be happening now. As we get the results of the field events that would have taken place today, and if possible, updates of what's happening now, we'll bring them to you.
Just an update while we get ready for event 59, the mixed relay, an update on the NACAC heptathlon combined event that has been taking place simultaneously with the athletics of Whitsuntide Games. Yesterday we had Shari Hawkins of the United States leading in the hep, and after 6 events, she's still in the lead. And yesterday she was leading by about 10 points from Shayna Burns of the United States. Today she's been doing extremely well. As a matter of fact, she's done much better. She has a lead of just around 100 points from Shayna Burns of the United States. So she's ahead by almost 80 points. I think she'd have to do really badly to stumble and allow Burns to catch her. So at present, in first position in the heptathlon is Shari Hawkins of the United States, 5,355 points, followed by Shayna Burns of the United States, 5,272 points, Erin Marsh of the United States, 5,158 points, Elizabeth Felix of Puerto Rico, 5,032 points, and Jomo Colon Carmona of Puerto Rico, 4,538 points. So Shari Hawkins seemed to be on her way to winning the NACAC heptathlon combined event with only the 800 meters to go. When Hawkins ran the 100 meters, she did it in 13.14, which actually was the best time of the 5 athletes. In the high jump, she did 1.76. Erin Marsh did a higher jump. In the high jump, she did 1.79. In the shot put, Shayna Burns of the United States, she threw 14.54 meters, and she was just ahead of Hawkins of the United States, 13.66 meters, and that was actually what took place yesterday. In today's 200 meters, Hawkins did the fastest time of 23.84 seconds, sorry. That was the time that she did, which was actually the best time of the 200 meters. So she would have done the best times in the 100 and 200 meters, showing her strength in the sprint. In the long jump, Elizabeth Felix of Puerto Rico, she had the longest jump of 6.42 meters. And Burns of the United States, 6.15 in second. And Hawkins of the United States, 6.04. In the javelin throw, Hawkins again had the best throw in the javelin of 41.46 meters, and she was followed closely by Burns, who seemed to be also a good thrower, of 40.12 meters. So with only the 800 meters to run for the women's heptathlon combined event competition, it would take a miracle for Burns to catch Shari Hawkins. Yep. So it is the 800 meters this afternoon at 5 p.m. We will get a chance to see. Hawkins seemed to love running because she did well in the 100 and the 200. So let's see how well she can do in the 2 laps around the track, the 800 meters. So Hawkins has done extremely well, and I'm sure she wants that because this would qualify her for bigger competitions in the future. In the boys' long jump, let me just allow you to catch up on some results quickly. In the boys' long jump, that's event number 45, under 17. It was Java Keto of Exceed out of St. Vincent, 6.49 meters. A pretty good jump for an under 17. Second base, Jaden Dorich of Performers out of Barbados, 6.30. And Tyreek Vincent of Concord, 6.16. So the top 3 positions went outside of Grenada. If we would want to say it that way, we would have loved to see one of my colleague Grenadian athletes splitting those or even winning. But 6.49 is nothing to sniff at, and we want to give a big up to Jaiva Keto of Exceed from St. Vincent. In the girls' high jump under 17, let me also give you the results. 1.64 meters, Tinique Vincent of Concord. Alika Smith of Roses out of St. Vincent also. Roses out of St. Vincent should be 1.58. And Akira Moraine of Trackblazers taking the 3rd place with 1.52 meters. So that's the girls' high jump under 17 event number 46. In the girls' javelin throw under 17, you had out of St. Lucia, Naya Jules, 40.95, and Trackblazers, Simone Batiste and Naomi Jones taking silver and bronze. Those were some results that you probably should be up to date with as we get ready for the mixed relay on the 11. We should have, and that's the girls, mixed relay, sorry, not girls, but the mixed relay. It seems as if we have runners, South St. George, South City, Rising Stars, VTC, and Burnley and Fusion. So we are seeing in lane 4, South City Rising Stars. That's for sure we can make out there. Lane 6, Burnley. We sure can make out Burnley. Lane 7, Fusion. And we are seeing lane 2, that is runners. We are not seeing South St. George. Out of lane 5, we have VTC. We are not seeing them also. So maybe we have a whittled down field that's taking part in the mixed relay under 11. 4 teams are on.
Event number 55, we have a program. It's a mix 4x100 meters under 11. And we have 4 teams being represented here. As you are probably aware, mixed relays have become a popular set in the athletic world. And so to start them off at the under 11 bodes well for future development.
That is very true. It all boils down to strategy and doing what you think is the strongest. Although the rules on the international circuit there are some rules that they have to work with. But it seems as if Burnley and Fusion, they are going to be the ones to beat in this race. So it's Burnley out of Trinidad, Fusion out of Grenada. They seem to be the one that will take a lot to beat. Burnley is already out front, followed by Fusion. So that would be Burnley. I think they're going to run away with this quite a bit. Burnley, followed by Fusion. So Burnley has handed off, and let's see what will happen here. Handed off to a boy versus a girl. Let's see what is going to happen here. But it's Burnley, the boy from Burnley, and from Fusion. I mean, it's looking good. Both guys are running their hearts out. Yep, it's Burnley, Fusion, and that other team would be, I'm not so sure if it
Looks like finish line.
Finish line. So Burnley has captured the mixed relay for under 11. You'd have the triple jump taking place, shot put at this time, women's discus, women's high jump also taking place.
So it is Burnley. And Burnley in position number 1. Finish line and South City Rising Stars. These are the first 3 positions in the mixed 4x100 meters under 11. The next event on the track. Take us into the 4x100 meters. That will be event number 64, the 4x100 meters under 13.
So Bernard, you'll give us the lane assignments for the 4x100 meters under 13.
4x100 meters under 13. We have 7 teams listed here. We are going to confirm if all 7 will be running in this heat, but in lane number 1, it should be VTC. Lane number 2, that's Velocity Track Club. Mustang out of St. Vincent, High Performance. In lane 3, at 4, Speedsters. In lane 5, South City Rising Stars. Finish line and runners in 6, and South St. George in 7. As of now, we are seeing unoccupied as lane number 2. Lane number 2 seems to be unoccupied, as well as lane number... All the other lanes are intact. So just lane number 2 is out as of now. So we have an occupied lane 1 in Velocity Track Club. We have High Performance in lane number 3. In lane number 4, we have Speedsters. In lane number 5, South City Rising Stars. In 6, it's Runners or Finish Line. And in 7, South St. George with their very distinctive yellow top. So we are with the start of this one. Again, relay is all about coordination and teamwork. And let's see how these young people, this is an under 13 category. Let's see how the young people acquit themselves in this one.
And it's mixed. So they're on the starters' orders. And they're off. It's a good, clean break, Bernard, for all the athletes that are off. It is South St. George out in lane number 7. Finish line, South City Rising Stars. They've made the handover. Let's see what is happening. South St. George, it is finish line. South City Rising Stars making a really run. Velocity, VTC also is doing well. But let's see what is going to happen here. It's South St. George. They are moving well. Let's see what is going to happen. The athlete from South City Rising Stars is closing in very quickly. And let's see what is going to happen. So they're off to the races now. Final handover. And that athlete from South City Rising Stars, if you can beat him, well, he would have done well today. But he's having a real tough time with Worm of South St. George. South St. George will win it. If the result stands, it will be South St. George followed by South City Rising Stars. They've been battling over the 2 days. The athlete Worm from South St. George and I forgot the name of the athlete from South City Rising Stars. Unique style of running. But he has been very effective. But this time around, the athlete from South St. George, Worm, is saying, not today, my friend.
Very competitive race that. Slight lead going into the final. I would say final 50 meters. And at the 30-meter mark to the end, South St. George would have caught him and won the race. He won the race for his team. So that was a mixed 4x100 meters under 13. The next event on the track would be the 4x100 meters under 20. And we have 5 batches on paper so far. We'll let you know if there are any changes in this one. But as of now, 5 batches, or 5 heats, or 5 sections, or 5 flights. The girls 4x100 meters under 20 up next. We would have updated you on the results that we have so far and the field events that would have would have gone. And
we would have updated on the field events and the heptathlon.
Just a quick recap on the girls javelin throw under 17. Naya Jules out of St. Lucia, she would have won this one in 40.95 meters. The second place was Simone Batiste from St. David's Trailblazers, and the third place, Naomi Jones, again from St. David's Trailblazers. This was under 17, and a distance of 40.95 meters is actually quite commendable, and that was from Nia Jules. The girls under 17 high jump, just to recap, Tinique Vincent from Concord she jumped 1.64 meters. Alika Smith from Roses is out of St. Vincent. Concord is out of Trinidad, 1.58 meters. And Akira Maureen from Trailblazers in Grenada here, she would have jumped 1.52 meters. Again, commendable height for under 17. And in the long jump for boys, the winning distance was 6.49 from Exceed. Javier Cato, Jaden Dowidge from Performers 6.30. He had second place, and Concord he had third place 6.166 meters. Tariq Vincent. We just get a shot of the patrons here today. This is track and field lovers at its best. It's a Sunday. It's around this time is normally the rest time, but it's a Sunday. So these are the parents, these are the supporters, these are the backers, and these are some just simply diehard track and field fans.
We can call them, in the United States, you call those the hockey moms. They go out, support the children no matter what, and those who are the diehards, I guess we'll call them the track and field moms, the baseball moms, the cricket moms, the soccer moms.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we are with the start of the next event. The relays under 20 4x100 meters.
It's been a constant procession of events, Bernard. And so, I mean, if you're down here, I'm sure you're not going to get bored, because so many events are running. You hardly have time to breathe before another one is. If you go to the bar or the restroom, you're almost certain to miss an event or two. And so it's really good to, if you're able to make it down here, to see family, friends, students from schools. All of those are good ways to show your support.
So again, we have 5 teams that are registered for this next event, 4x100 meters under 20 relays. 5 teams. Let's see if we have actually 5 teams that are competing in this one. And then that will be followed by the 4x100 meters under 20 for males, 4x100 meters under 20 for males. We have 13 teams registered, and we have 2 flights, or we split them in 2 batches. So that will be up after the relays for the under 20 women. You are not missing any live action on the field, on the track, sorry. In the distance, we can see the discus. Discus is what seems to be taking place on the field part.
There's just been a lull in the proceedings in terms of the activities and the events, and I'm sure it gives us a good time to see how our field athletes are doing. In this case, as Antoine would have said, the discus, we see an athlete coming out there and looking pretty well balanced and proficient in her throw.
Seems to be practice throws right now, getting ready for the real thing. And so it's the discus throwers. It seems to be readying themselves.
And the Caribbean has produced good discus throwers. As a matter of fact, within recent times, we've had a couple of good discus throwers from Jamaica. Coming to mind is Dakers of Jamaica. There's another one from Jamaica who also has done well in the discus. I'm going to see if I can get his name in a short while. But Dakers is one of those who has done very well in the discus for Jamaica and for the Caribbean.
In fact, there seems to be competitions on actually with the discus throw. So that would be the discus for women, open and international. We have listed here 16 participants in this event. Not quite sure if all 16 are taking part. The game's record was with a throw in 2015 of 48.50 meters. Trivia Gums and Iana Morales in 2003. She had a stadium record of 59.07. Let's see if there's any challengers today with these 2 records.
Those are really good distances that it would have thrown, I can assure you that. Really good distances to throw for the discus for the females.
Okay, women, discus throw, open and international.
They seem to be taking a break. Also, at this time, maybe some refreshment or so.
Yeah, there is a slight lull in the proceedings, and we are going to take a short break, come back to live action momentarily.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. Welcome back to the action down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Whitsuntide, day number 2, session number 2. And with me, I'm Joseph Cadon, and with me here is the man Davis Adams. Davis, an exciting first session, and we're getting ready for the curtain call. And when I say curtain call, I don't mean immediate, but the last lap, as you would say, for the games.
Yes, it is the game is culminating, and I want to, confidently say that it's culminating with a lot of energy, a lot of events, a lot of competition, and that is what augurs well for this Whitsuntide Games going forward, as well as the athletes attempting to improve whatever times and distances that they can improve on, using this as a stepping stone for that. So we're having a really good Whitsuntide Games, and I really am proud that Grenada has been able to pull off this.
To give the general public an appreciation as to where we are in terms of the meet, we're getting ready for the women's 100 meters huddle. There's a number of events as well, the 800. There is also the javelin throw. And those will be punctuated by medal presentation ceremonies. At least 2, I should dare say. And then as we get later into the evening, there's a couple 200 meters dash finals. And then Adams, the relay that would pull the curtains down on what we've all agreed and intimated was a really, really successful meet. But we're getting ready for the huddles. A meet on the international circuit, well established. But it's one that in more recent times our athletes have been introduced to. But certainly we're happy that here at the Whitsuntide Games we get to see some hurdles. So some of the hurdlers, better hurdlers across, junior hurdlers across the region, Adams.
Yep, it's an event that it has struggled in Grenada over the years, but its introduction a couple of years ago, I want to believe that we can safely say there is some progress in the hurdles, and it's a matter of establishing itself as one of those normal events in Grenada, in the sense that an event that people are attracted to just as they run the 100 or the 400, which would be the pet races in Grenada. So it's a matter of growing into the hurdles. Of course, there are other events that we must begin to introduce or reintroduce, because many moons ago, I cannot say I would have seen it though, but when it was the Grenada Amateur Athletic and Cycling Association, there was at one time pole vault in Grenada, and it disappeared off the map also. It's an event that needs to be put back, because we have Kurt Felix and Lyndon Victor who have had to do the pole vault to be at the level at which they're at in terms of the decathlete events. So there are a couple of things we still need to put in place, and I am sure that we're saying that I'm sure that the authorities in the association, they are also looking at that.
So indeed, we're looking at the cast for the next event on the track, upcoming event on the track, which is the women's 100 meters hurdle open. We're looking at the assignments out of lane number 2, with Carissa Curtin from Concord Club out of Trinidad and Tobago. There's Michaela Smith from Performer out of Barbados, Nia Brown from Performer out of Barbados, and Destiny Bruce, Performer out of Barbados, Gabrielle Taylor, Performer out of Barbados, and Brunel Thomas from South City Rising Star. So that would be your lineup, your cast, once they are off and running. And then we would move to the 110 meters hurdles for the open for men, and the 15 meters open, and a mix of track, a mix of events out in the field. And as we certainly continue to manage what happens here inside of the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. So again, we encouraging folks to make their way down here. Crowds building up, but we're waiting for the call for the huddles. That's about to run off. It's Curtin, Smith, Brown, Bruce, Taylor, Thomas, and they are off and running. Keeping track right there in the middle, out of performer. It is the queen of it. She seems quite loving this one. In the middle of the pack of lane number 4, that's Nia Brown from performers in Barbados. Nice smooth rhythm. And one of the challenge, of course, is getting that smooth, rhythmic motion over the hurdles. And certainly, from all indications, you can see that she didn't just decide to wing this one, Adams. You can see she comes understanding the technique.
Yeah, Nia Brown seemed to be pretty proficient at the hurdles. She had just one hurdle that she clipped. It's important, you see, the hurdle is very, very complex. You got to know the strides between the hurdles, so you have got to know which leg is your takeoff leg, and then you still have to whip it over. The trailing leg has to be whipped over in such a way that it doesn't clip the hurdle. But if they become very comfortable with a number of strides between the hurdles, then it becomes, as you would see, it's a matter of just executing. It's a rhythm. Once you get that rhythm, you're safe. And she's shown that she's very proficient at it. I think they do quite a lot of hurdling in Barbados anyway. As a matter of fact, Barbados has a world champion not too long ago, and one that's competing on the circuit right now who is really, really, really good. So Barbados have produced quite a number of good hurdlers, 110 hurdlers in the males category. I haven't seen those in the females as yet, but in the male category, Barbados has produced quite a number of very good 110 hurdlers.
Well, while we say the males, because we move into the male category in just a bit, while I'm seeing the expectation of Jermaine Huggins, but certainly his name will be off the cards, because we know from since day one that the Kittian team they had some their own challenges with getting transport to the island. But certainly the official result, Nia Brown from Performers at 14.08, and Michaela Smith also from Performers 15.41, and Brynell Thomas from South City Rising Stars 15.48, while Gabrielle Taylor from Performers in a time of 15.74. So you line up there for that last event, the women's 100 meters hurdle, as we get ready for the next event on the track. And reminding you that is simultaneously the other events that's taking place, the heptathlon for the NACAC Challenge. I think, Adams, they should be, if not they haven't completed it, I would probably need to confirm the 800 meters. So I don't think that has taken place this year.
It's at 5 o'clock this evening. So within the next half hour, we should see the final event in the NACAC heptathlon for women. And the athlete from the United States, I think Shari, she is doing extremely well.
That's Hawkins.
Shari Hawkins.
Yes. Challenge, no doubt. Challenge, in fact, though, by Erin Nash. She's challenged by her. But we continue to keep our eyes on the field as we continue to bring you live coverage of all of the sights, sounds, the glories, the highs, the lows of Whitsuntide Games 2023. Games, Adams, that we continue to emphasize, the hope is, would remain a staple on the Grenada and athletic calendar. Yeah,
I mean, the thirst for athletics in Grenada has multiplied over the years. I mean, in the past, you still have to give kudos to the pioneers of track and field in Grenada, the administration as well as the athletes themselves. In the 80s, 70s, you've had tremendous runners in Grenada. Even the president of the association, Conrad Francis, used to be a champion middle distance runner in the 800, 1500, 3,000 meters, I think, also. And you have lots of athletes who blaze the trail. But within recent times, of course, Aline Francique, Hazelin Regis, and you, of course, Kieran is still around. the thirst for athletics, it's really, really high now, and we got to take advantage of that.
Well, we've come a long way, but there's no doubt we have a long, long way to go as we get to have a full appreciation for the virtues and values of track and field, the new events, the hurdles, and the mixed programs that's been introduced, certainly. But all things being equal, it's been a great 2 days inside of the National Stadium. We continue to encourage you wherever you are. All of this, the organizers are saying, which is the GAA, Adams, they are using this meet as a yardstick for the the character games. But even prior to the character games, there's a CBN Win Lotto secondary school games set for July.
Yeah, and that is indeed a games, because it's made up of multiple disciplines.
Right.
That's what you call a games. When we say Whitsuntide games, I'm not so sure I subscribe to Whitsuntide games too much, because it's just track and field. It's at one discipline. But with the Win Lotto games, you have cricket, you have football, you have volleyball, basketball. The only thing I'd like to see them bring there is boxing also. But it's a true, when you say Win Lotto games, it's a true games in itself.
Boxing may never be part of the equation because it's competition among schools. And I'm not sure there's any school in Grenada that has a boxing program at all.
Yeah, they do have coaching in quite a number of the schools. They do quite a bit. It's not as organized as you'd want it to be, but it's one of those sports that you can also ensure is part of the school's game, so that way you can have a boxing championship, you can have swimming championship, you could have all different types. You never know which one someone is going to excel in.
I'm always happy when my cameraman, I don't know if they find some rather unique sights and songs and images every so often of a gentleman up in the bleachers, and just when he's having the time of his life. That's all I'm saying.
Very nice.
All by himself.
Very nice.
He in business. Really and truly in business.
Yep.
What we're going to look for, we're getting ready for the 110-meter hurdles. Oh, well, that's what you call breakneck, boy. The two around them, those are not his friends. Because they seem to be their own little world there.
He's just enjoying himself. He's relaxing.
Listen, as they call it,
the sun is not hot. The sun isn't hot.
A nice Sunday evening.
It's not hot outside there.
Yeah. Went to church possibly after lunch, and then here he is. But we're getting ready for the hurdles. We've just seen two athletes lined up. Well, initially the lineup suggested four. But certainly we know that Huggins for St. Kitts isn't here. So who we are looking at, Extreme Velocity out of lane at number 3. Extreme Velocity out of lane number 3. And the other athlete is Anson Moses from Trinidad and Tobago. So we awaited just the two athletes themselves. Moses Carrington out of Barbados, Trinidad against Barbados. And we'll see how it turns out. Moses in. So let's see how this one pans out. 400-meter hurdles. And they're up and they're off as they start attacking the hurdles. We're looking at Carrington out there for Extreme, attacking quite nicely, but it is in fact out of lane number 5. That's Moses. That certainly has come through quite cleanly. With a victory in this one. So, and I'm happy though that we've had inclusion in these games, so at least we can look at the more advanced hurdlers, and you can get an appreciation of the style, the technique, and that's really and truly that's all that they need. So it is Anson Moses in a time of 4 minutes, 14.174, and Carrington from
also Barbados. I think that's from Barbados also.
Extreme Velocity in a time of 15 0.50 seconds. So that history, that is all history, because we're moving now on to the women's 1500 meters. And that event comes up in just a bit, the 15 meters. One flight. We're looking at a record set back by Marion Burnett. That's a games record. We get to the listing the lineup for you in just a bit. But I know, Adams, you're one that says you enjoy, and you do love those middle distance, short to middle distance races.
Oh yes, of course. I make no bones about it, and I don't hide it at all. I love seeing the middle distances, longer distances. I don't know. It fits my character, I guess. I love to see people think and strategize and plan. So I guess it's natural for me. If I were to be a runner, which I can't be because I've never had that talent, I would look at 800, 1500, 3000 plus. Those are the races that.
But you did have your glorious moments as a boxer in your younger days.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Much easier than running the 3000, the 5000 meters, or the 10,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you had your time running around the ring from your opponents.
Yes, but definitely those are the events that I tend to gravitate to quite a bit. So I pay attention to those athletes from Ethiopia and Kenya, and I really love the battles that they put out.
We're getting ready for another medal presentation ceremony that's happening just right about now.
Event 59, mixed 4x100 meter relay, under 11. Bronze medalists, Classic Lighting Caribbean, South City Rising Stars. Silver medalists, Fusion Athletics. A time of 1 minute, 01.11 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalist, Burnley Athletic Club, Trinidad. 59.96 seconds. Event 64, mixed 4x100 meter relay, under 13. Bronze medalist, Velocity Track Club. 56.50 seconds. Silver medalist, Sprinsters. 56.08 seconds. Presenting your gold medalists. Classic Lighting Caribbean, South City Rising Stars. .25 seconds. Event 61, boys shot put under 17. Presenting your bronze medalist, Kamal Hazard, Classic Lighting Caribbean, South City Rising Stars, 12.79 meters. Silver medalist, Jaheim Williams, High Performers. Silver medalist, Jaheim Williams, High Performers, 13.01 meters. 13.01 meters. And your gold medalist, Bevondre Nelson, Runners Athletic Club. 13.53 meters. Event 67. Women's 100 meters, hurdles, open international. Bronze medalist Brunel Thomas, Classic Lighting, Caribbean. South City Rising Stars, 15.43 seconds. Silver medalist Michaela Smith. And your gold medalist, Nia Brown. High performers, 14.08 seconds. Michaela Smith, silver medalist, also represents high performers, 15.41 seconds. Event 68, men's 110-meter hurdles, open, international. Silver medalist, Rodnico Carrington, extreme velocity, 15.50 seconds. And your gold medalist, Anson Moses, Trinidad and Tobago, 14.74 seconds. Thank you very much, Honorable Ron Redhead, Minister with responsibility for youth, sports, and culture.
We just saw the completion of another of the medal presentation ceremony. Sometimes medal presentation ceremony, it have this air of anticipation about it. You wait for that moment when you can walk up, you collect your medal, you know, you can look to the crowd and you can say to yourself in a bit of, it's bragging rights almost, you know, I'm here, I came and I delivered, and now I'm being rewarded.
Yeah, that's actually the expectation of every athlete to come and to deliver. Of course, everyone would want to walk away with a medal, but the athletes have grown in terms of education. It's not just about coming first, but improving on times and distances and throws. And once they would have done that, I think we are finding athletes much more mature and accepting, I didn't win today, but I improved. So it's a continuous process. So yes, they came, they participated, and they got the results. The only time I think they're disappointed is when they didn't better what they did before.
Well, it's always about improving, and not just in athletics. In any walk of life, you're here today. Tomorrow, you will not settle for the second place or mediocre performance, because the way life is, it is your next best performance. Whatever happened yesterday is only as good as what happens onto your next outing.
Correct.
So we see the shadows they're stretching across the from the main pavilion, stretching its way across the field, looking at the cross section of the crowd. Probably some would argue that maybe the expectations, they might have been a bit of a disappointment, Adams.
Yes, I would say yes, in the sense that I personally was hoping that more people would have turned out today. It didn't happen. Actually, the weather is beautiful. Really nice, and I thought we may have had a few more patrons coming through, but nonetheless it didn't happen. And of course I'll take you up on if we had done a discount, a PR, a promotion. Hey, the first 400 people coming in would pay only $10. it's possible you would have gotten a couple folks.
It was gonna-
Up to a certain time. By anybody coming in by 12 o'clock, you pay only $10.
It was going to create a frenzy, no doubt.
Ah, well, that's
the
what you
host
want,
created
anyhow. Yep. So maybe, as I said, those are things to think about. We're talking about it. We're just making light of it. But the truth of the matter is, you want to find ways to bring more people to your activity. And whatever you can do to bring people to your activity, you have to do it. So whether it's through surveys or whatever research, what would bring somebody out, what would encourage somebody to leave their house on Sunday to go out, what is it can I do to encourage folks to come out? And I'm sure those are some of the questions the organizers will be trying to solve as they do the postmortem of the games, and as event planners, they will do those postmortem and figure out what is it that they could have done to bring out more people to Whitsuntide 2023.
Well, we certainly, either way, there's always the post-mortem always takes place. They will dissect and certainly provide to the stakeholders a better appreciation as to how do you best the next outing. And no doubt they are going to do that. Yes. So we see some athletes making the way, trying to determine exactly at which point exactly they are heading. But we're heading late into the evening. Whitsuntide's 2022-2023, and those of you who are probably still not here, you're probably thinking that you've missed it all. And that's not necessarily the case, because we can tell you that there's a women's 100. Well, we've done the hurdles already. And there's a men's 800. There's a couple of 100-meter dashes, 200 meters dashes. And there is a number of relays, Adams, to come.
Yep. Yeah, we're not missing much, because at around 5 o'clock we will take the NACAC event. That is the heptathlete, the final event for they do 7 events actually.
Yes, over a period of 2 days.
They do the 100 meters, the high jump, the shot put, the 200 meters, the long jump, the javelin throw, and the 800 meters run. This is the final event of the 7, the 800 meters run. It should get underway in about 5 minutes. It's carded to start at 5 o'clock, Joe, and I believe that the organizers are on point with that one.
Well, no doubt, because I'm seeing the athletes already on. It's just about 5 minutes to the hour. I'm seeing at least 4 of the athletes already on field. So certainly when it comes to time, if nothing else, you can safely say that this element of the program, it is on point. It is definitely on point.
Yep.
All right. And this is in fact a new addition to the games. You don't normally have the NACAC being part of the conversation, but as I was saying, it only shows that there's something good happening in athletics.
I would have loved Conrad to speak more, because Conrad is very, very knowledgeable and proficient of NACAC, how we were able to attract this heptathlete as to be part of the Whitsuntide Games. How were we able to score that sort of a victory to bring these international athletes to Grenada and being part of Whitsuntide, but almost a separate event in itself. I would have loved Conrad to give some information on it, but nonetheless, we're just happy that they are here. We have three athletes from the United States. Actually, it seems as if one of them has dropped out, because actually it's 5 of those that were part of the heptathlon competition. So one is missing. We have 448, 449, 304, and 405.
Well, they're off and running. There's the final event, event in a field of 7, in fact, of these heptathletes as they make their final run for the day. And certainly, as we say, it's not always, Adams, about winning or losing, but it's about showing that you improve on your times. Going into this 800, looking at where they are positioned, Carrie Hawkins from the United States, she's out front at 5,355 points. Then there's Shania Burns from the U.S. She sits with 5,272. There is Erin Marsh, Elizabeth Felix out of Puerto Rico. So they've gone through the first 400. They've done that quite nicely. We're just going to looking out front. We're just going to get their numbers, the names and numbers. So I'm looking for the final, the list for you. But each one of them, they go out with a plan in their head. And I think what would possibly even be interested would be the duo between Hawkins and Burns, who in fact are almost just less than 100 points separate.
About 81 points separate.
Yes.
Burns from Hawkins.
Right.
And
So
what can Burns do to claw back 81 points? That would be what she should be thinking. Maybe, and it has to do again with times and positions. Yeah. So the lower Hawkins could finish, the better it is for Burns. And Burns is aware that once she finishes close to Hawkins, once Hawkins is aware that once she finishes close to Burns, Burns cannot beat her.
we always keep talking about the durability of these multidisciplined athletes. And of these multidisciplined athletes and what it takes, the depth of commitment it takes to be able to compete in these 7 individual disciplines that makes up the heptathlon. I mean, certainly it takes discipline, finding your niche, understanding which of the events that you're good at, and whichever you're good at, you manage to keep being good at it. So Hawkins, she stopped the clock at 2 minutes, 17.24. Shania Burns from the U.S., 2 minutes, 17.46. For what we see there, there's no anticipation that there'll be any shifting in the positions. So you can safely say, because Carrie Hawkins, she's already 80 points ahead, and she just completed another victory. You see, so she, of course, that's Burns. In fact, I mean, applauding the effort of Hawkins and her own efforts. I mean, and of course, probably saying to herself, what an experience it was, what a weekend being of these games. And I think for us, we will remember it also.
Yeah, again, it was an experience. It is an experience to be able to have these international athletes come to Grenada, Burns, Hawkins, Elizabeth, and the like. I think they enjoyed themselves in Grenada. I want to believe we gave them an experience that would allow them to come back, and we're just glad to see them come and perform at the height of the physical attributes. You have to pay attention to the fact that these events, we are talking about getting athletes to strategize and plan. When you are in those events, the heptathlon, the decathlon, athletes have to plan well. They can't go and slip without thinking of what is the next best move. How do they maximize points in this area? If that is my weak area, what do I do? How do I maximize points in my stronger areas? So all of those are the things that they have. So these athletes really do have to think. They don't slip without thinking once they are competing.
Well, I think eventually she'll have to remove herself from the track as well.
I think she's just enjoying Grenada.
Enjoy the moment.
Yes.
She's probably thinking, okay, this is it. Final event.
Yep.
Home time. Let me probably just enjoy the last of it. But I'm telling you, it's not ever a case of if you enjoy Grenada. The question is, what elements of Grenada you enjoyed the most? I think whoever comes to Grenada and say that they haven't enjoyed Grenada.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. Yep, so the end of the heptathlon, the NACA event, we are glad we could have hosted it, and we look forward to the resumption of our track and field in our Whitsuntide games, the general games that we are having that pits together all of the athletes from the English-speaking Caribbean that are present here with us. Trinidad, should have had Guyana and St. Kitts, but we still have St. Vincent, we have Barbados, we have St. Lucia with us. We do not have anyone from Dominica, so I suspect next year, please the Lord, we will have from Dominica. But nonetheless, they'll be here July, August, because we have the Win Lotto games coming along. And these are hundreds of athletes from the 4 islands that would be participating. This year is a really good barometer for what needs to be put in place for the Win Lotto games, because you have to talk about transportation, you have to talk about security, you have to talk about all of those other the officials, the equipment that you need, food, all of those have to be considered
And
when you're having those.
An important element to for the games as in other games, not just for the CBN Win Lotto games, but even as we start preparations for character, volunteerism. I mean, these meets, any meet, even at the Olympic level, there's always a large contingent of volunteers that's needed for a host of different things. And I know I've spoken with the president, and he's made an appeal to Grenadians to come out, offer some form of assistance. Volunteer.
Yeah. If those events have to be, if those activities have to be successful, volunteerism must be part of the parcel. Even at the Olympics, I mean, it's a privilege to be a volunteer at the Olympic Games. It's a privilege to be a volunteer at the Commonwealth Games. It's a privilege to be a volunteer at World Champs. So us in Grenada, we're no different, and we have very hospitable communities, and we know that once we make the appeal, we're going to get lots of volunteers to assist with those games that we plan to have going forward in the near future.
I would volunteer to go to the Olympics every day, but right now I'm not volunteering to go and run the 1,500 meters. But I would volunteer to go to the Olympics any day. We're getting ready for the action on the track because the evening is slowly creeping away. If we just about the measuring time, we're just about 4 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock. And next event, which should be the 1,500 meters open invitational. And looking at the originals, the start list, and the number of athletes out there, it seems as though it is quite reduced. Probably just on the 7 or so, 8 of them that is out there. You see a number of athletes congregated, field officials that's congregated out there. You certainly see the gesticulations, the body language. You can't help but asking yourself, what is it are they trying to sort out at this time of the evening? Well, at least there is a photo op. There is, in fact, the photo op. The photo op. Well, as we look at them do the photo op, we do, in fact, we have the final score for the heptathlon, which is, in fact, the NACA combined events. Also taking place at present is the javelin.
That's a javelin.
And that should be javelin throw open. No. Well, it is a javelin. We're just trying to confirm which category that it is. It's red. So the javelin throw.
Event 72.
Event 72. So that's taking place. But we have the confirmation of the final point standing. We did establish that Hawkins, in fact, won the event as it is. But officially, it is Hawkins, Charlie Hawkins of the United States, with a total points of 6,216. Second place, Shania Burns, 6,131. And so certainly, given what transpired in the 800, we were not expecting to see much of a shift.
No, because they
in terms
finished
of the
pretty
finals.
close. I mean, one,
Yes.
with the times being close, it would not be a big disparity in the points, just a few points. So I'm not surprised with what we're seeing. They're off at this time. Did they bring them back? Yes, they will.
What we did see, though, was a shift in position number 3. You have Alsbeth Felix from Puerto Rico. She, in fact, moved into second place from 4th in the last event. So that the last event, as you said, each event is about performing and improving on the other.
Yeah, Erin Marsh did not take part in the 800. She dropped out, maybe injury or so, as the athletes move along. This is the Open and International, is it the 800?
That's in fact supposed to be the
1500 meters run.
1500
And we are
meters
seeing again here in second place, we see Kenisha Pascal. She is trailing that athlete, and I think that looked like an athlete from Burnley. I don't have the name, but it is the athlete from Burnley Athletic, followed by Kenisha Pascal. Then you see another athlete from ACE. The field is pretty small, Joe.
Yeah, so Kenisha Pascal, the athlete in 3, that's from Track Blazers, that's Guy Harry. Well, 13 is Pascal, that's she's up front. We probably identify them by their numbers if we can. If we can get our cameraman to provide us with that sort of luxury, and hoping that the list is correct that was provided. But yesterday, though, we saw her really and truly. It gave us an epic run yesterday in the 3,000.
3,000 meters, yes.
So you would certainly assume that for her, 1,500 meters wouldn't be anything.
Yeah, it's a different dynamic, of course, in
Yes.
terms of planning and strategizing. But she is able to run any of the distance races based on what we know of Kenisha Pascal, whether it's 800, 1,500 meters, 3,000, 10,000. She is proficient at all of those. And that is why I'm so very, it's so good to see her participating even at this stage in her career.
Well,
It's
in
really
fact,
a privilege.
she's been chased there. But what does it should in fact be another athlete from Track Blazers, and as they come around again, and she just seems so steady. She has this smooth, rhythmic, fluid motion, and that she goes through. That seems almost effortless. The athlete is trailing her there. That's Zakisha Kelly from Mustang out of St. Vincent. So the order in which they are in fact going, it is Kenisha Pascal, Track Blazers, and Kelly from Mustang out of St. Vincent. Mustang out of St. Vincent. So early days, yeah, they continue to stretch the pack. Kenisha Pascal, we saw her yesterday in the 3,000, and for today, she's probably just going to take herself out on a nice little afternoon stroll, as it is.
Yep, it is. It is the stride of an athlete who understands the track very well, especially in the distance races, and she's going to win, I think, pretty easily unless something happens that is, beyond her control. But I don't think that any of the others will catch her. She's just able to relax, develop a good rhythm, and pace her way through to the finish line. I'm wondering if she's thinking of time or just thinking of finishing the race and winning. So it's athlete 406 and 306, trailing Kenisha Pascal. considering that the games record is 4:44, set in 1990 by Marion Burnett. And if you remember Marion Burnett, she was from Guyana. 4:44. Stadium record, Ashley Cooper, 4:27.71, set in 2003. So let's see what time Pascal, will be able to come in with. So it's Pascal striding through to the end. She's been followed. I can't say chased. She's just been followed through to the end. It's just a procession. It's Pascal in first position. Let's see what time she's going to give us, considering the time of 4:44 and 4:27. Let's see where she falls within those two places. Kenisha Pascal winning very easily. Joseph, just as we anticipated. And I even tried to let you know she reminded me of, one of those world-renowned elite athletes out of Holland, well, by way of Ethiopia, one called Sifan Hassan.
Well, there was no disappointment. In fact, we called it quite early, and we could well appreciate it would have taken a major falling apart. It's something really, really, really major to happen to her, God forbid, because those are the last things you ever want to see with any athlete at any level. But certainly, she runs with a poise, a composure, an appreciation of her abilities, and certainly executed quite well. An athlete making her way in from Excel, that's Nyana Burke out of St. Vincent. And we continue to applaud her, and we keep saying that it's always important. Good when you see athletes running, completing the race. It's not just about starting. And those are values which we said yesterday, Adams, that transcends beyond track and field. When you started a task, it's important that you commit yourself to finishing it. That's what the true winners do.
That's correct. Could not say it much better. It's character. It speaks of character. It speaks of values. It speaks to your moral compass. And that's what separates you from others who do not have those sort of a character and moral compass. So Kenisha Pascal, 5:43, way down on the 4:44, but then there was no competition here. 5:43 in the 1,500 meters.
We should, in fact, from here be moving on to the 800 is confirmed for me on the list. We're moving on to the girls 800 meters.
Under 17 girls and under 17 boys.
So they will do, looking at the list that's here, but also in progress right now is the boys javelin. We'll put, that's event number 73. And that event, it started with a field of 20. And we'll try to get an update as to, it's not if it has been reduced, but it is in fact it has been reduced, and we'll try to get an appreciation as to exactly where they are at present. But the athlete, we're looking from uniformity. This is an athlete from Track Blazer that is up next.
We might be behind on a couple events, Joe, but I think we will get there because those events, the 800 meters for boys under 17 and girls under 17, should have been at 4 o'clock, 4 or 5. They're coming up now. So we are a few events behind, but we were able to keep the NACAC event on time because that's international. Yes, we probably could have fidgeted or fiddled along with a couple of the other areas, but we are behind by a few events here. The 800 meters under 17 and the 800 meters open for men. And then you have the javelin, which is in flight at present. The triple jump, I think, might be in flight also. And then we have some 100 meters girls, 100 meter under 17, and boys 100 meter under 17. Those are a couple of events that we are still yet to complete by the time that was allocated. Nonetheless, it's just a guide. So we are comfortable with where we are at. And hopefully by 7 o'clock, 7:30, we'll be finished today.
I'm just going off for just a nice gingerly smile on that one. But we'll wait and see. Looks like it's a healthy attempt. There are not numbers to guide you as to who the athletes they are. But certainly we'll attempt to get an update as to what's happening. But you would probably think that without understanding that we are behind. I mean, the athletes are making their way out. But I know for the organizers, they're quite cognizant of the fact that if this is the template that we're using, time management must be of critical importance. Not just a matter of individuals getting home, but managing your games is really managing the game itself is really and truly quite important. And we see again, photo ops again. Nobody wants to leave Grenada. I think that's what's happening. Nobody wants to leave Grenada.
That's nice. As you say that, and the javelin was taking place, Joe. Another thing, I think Grenadians stay in touch with what's happening on the international circuit, and we must say that I think yesterday or sometime during the week, we had our boy Anderson participating in a javelin competition somewhere down in California. He won with a throw of 83 plus.
Yes.
And then we had today, I think we had Kirani running in the 400 meters, and he placed second to a Jamaican athlete who ran his best time, the fastest he has run in his 400 career. So our athletes out there are doing well. Kirani coming second, and Anderson placing first with a throw of 83 plus. Somewhere down in Los Angeles.
Well, we always keep saying, in order to beat the Jaguar, you have to do something exceptional.
But he did something exceptional. What the YouTube race that was recorded and sent to me, he really ran an exceptional race, especially within the last 50, 60 meters. While Kirani was cruising, he was on his horses, and he caught him with about 7-8 meters through to the line.
I mean, you kind of ever forget the performance that Wade Van Niekerk had to pull it from under his belt to beat Kirani. Well, not just Kirani, the field that he was in, that included Merritt and others. I remember the race,
Yeah,
I mean,
clear as day still.
Clear as day. I mean, we only recognize him, when he took the man on his way home. Oh, Van Niekerk, you are in the race. Quite interesting. But right now we're getting ready for the 500, the 800 meters, girls open as the under 17 that it is. It's quite a healthy grouping of some 29 athletes that's in here. But as we say, these sort of distances, we look at them and we look at the strategy, and we're going to try to, of course, to see which of the athletes are going to go out and Adams and set the tempo. If any one of them can be as tactical and as flawless as what we saw from Kenisha in that 3,000 yesterday, when she was out, and let's see. So they are off. A full cast, 29 it's supposed to be in the 800 meters. We look at them as they go down. Early days yet. The question is always going to be Adams, who decides to make the early charge. It is. The numbers are not clear. But you notice what they've actually done. There's two sets of numbers. The numbers on the chest, which are the bigger, bolder numbers, it's easier to be seen, are not recorded here. What we can use is the numbering on the ties,
which is the lane numbers, I think.
Right. So we have it here, but then you literally and truly you can't.
Okay.
So when we wait for them,
334.
We take it off of relay number 1. So that's from HP, Afia Thomas, from HP out of St. Vincent. Coming up there for Fusion. should be at least number 2.
248.
So we're going to Trackblazer is on the inside. Finish line.
736.
Finish line is also in there. You see quite a large contingent. At least 3 of them, 4 from HP out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Let's see who's going to make that decisive move. So we look at them from the back in. Trackblazers out front. Trackblazers out front. Again, their numbers on the opposite side. That's how we're given. They're assigned to us here. So you literally have to wait until the camera can pick it up on the reverse side. In full view.
Before you can say who they are.
Because I'm not wondering why, though. Why did they not just register the numbers here that's on the vest? 2 different set of numbers. But there must have probably been a reason, though.
So that is 736.
Well, take the one on the inside off a tie.
736 and 200.
But on our inside, that's from number 2. Let's see who's making that final push. Of course, they're making their way home on the final lap from finish line.
That must be Kenny Brown from
it is
finish line.
Finish line. Annalisa Brown from finish line. And you have another athlete from Trailblazer Fusion, HP. Another athlete from HP. Actually, the 3 athletes from HP. Well, not just the 3, the 4 of them from HP coming in the same order. And second athlete there from finish line. So there you have it. You've seen such a great presence. You felt such a great presence from the Vincentian, and there you have this athlete just nipping it on the line. So that's the completion of the girls' 800 meters dash. And when you talk about a Sunday afternoon stroll, you see exhaustion, grimace. Some that's probably just saying, okay, I can probably do another 2
and
laps.
some that's helping the friend.
Some that's helping a friend.
And I'm sure these are from different clubs, different countries.
They are, in fact. But I mean, there's always you talk about the sort of camaraderie that you see in athletes, because I think they understand what each other that they're going through.
That's correct. It's like a sisterhood or brotherhood.
Yes.
It's so prevalent in the decathletes and in the heptathletes. When they are finished, you would never have thought that they were competing against each other, because there's that bond between them. They understand what's happening with them, what they have to go through to get to this point. So win, lose, or draw, they're going to surround each other, and you see that happening here too.
It's interesting, though. You may probably ask you, I know some people might be a bit critical about this. You don't see the same sort, besides the regular handshake at the end, but as even on the international circuits, you see the same sort of, you don't really see that with the sprint, in the shorter distances.
In the sprints, you don't see it.
No, they leave and they go. Move on, next race.
Yeah, in the sprints, you don't see it. You would see it at the longer distances, yes, and the multi-event events. Yeah, you'd see it at them. So it's, let's see.
Let's wait for the official times. That's going to come up in just a bit for what was event number 17, the girls.
Those that did not start.
800 meters. But at least they got, if you ask me, we're going to wait for the times. But coming up next will be the 800 meters. But here we are, as we called it, Annalisa Brown from finish line in the time of 2 minutes, 27.62. And Harry from St. David's Trackblazers in the time of 2 minutes, 37.36. Ariana James from Fusion, 2 minutes, 33.73. And we've in there is Stapleton from High Performance from St. Vincent, 2 minutes, 36.16. And the 4 athletes there from High Performance from HP, and they probably would be quite happy with themselves, coming in one after the other, representing well. Now we move to the 800 meters. It's the counterparts now but the distance remains the same. And this is a field of similar amount, some 28 of them. In there you have the likes of Jalen St. Louis from Rising Stars. Mustang is in there from St. Vincent. That's Nikki Sam from the grammar school in St. Vincent. There's Zahim Mitchell. It's Keon Nash from Mustang. HP is also in there. He's a strong presence from St. Vincent, as we've come to expect. Katoya is also in there from St. Vincent. We have young Jadel Etienne from Westerhall Secondary, and Kieran John from South City Rising Stars. So we await them. We see out front, the front line, we have from Exceed, number 19. That's Serene Phillip. Wearing the number 21 patch from Mustang, Kelvin White. You have out front from Fusion. That's number 12, in fact, from Fusion. And that's a Kenson pair. So if you see what I'm saying, Adams, there's two set of numberings. The numberings across their chest and the numberings on their lower, on the hip. So certainly, we're making way. Adams is going to go get himself a little bit of a refresher, and we say welcome back to the man, Bernard Antoine, as we await the start of the men's 800 meters. They await.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
Welcome back. In the background, you're seeing as the Grand Lake power plant. And there's also some solar panels out there. It's been quite a while. The conversation of renewable energy, Antoine, is one that you hear whispers, hush, loud conversations on, depending on which
and I tell you,
which field you find yourself in.
That conversation is going to continue for a long time.
It is going to continue for a long time.
I am sure if we wanted to find some alternative energy, seriously, it would have been found. It's always in whose best interest?
You're probably right that we are going to leave that alone. I'll probably take you up on maybe a morning onto the point in that one. I'll invite you, or maybe I'll be on the headlines. But they are officially off. It's the boys 800 meters on the 17, a pack of some 28 of them, and we've seen as they start bundle out front. You've seen South City Rising Stars in there. Fusion is also in there. An athlete from HP out of St. Vincent, trying to make the early move. Finish line is also there. You have one straggler, but it's a full pack, and it's moving out front. Strong early run there from two of the athletes from HP coming in, running from the outside to take the frontal position as they go for the bell lap. We'll see how the chase unfolds. It's the 800 meters, boys. And it's all happening down here at the Kirani Stadium. Out front, leading the pack that's HP out of St. Vincent. So it's HP from St. Vincent. Fusion, Grenada, finish line, Grenada. Grenada. As they continue to make the run. HP continues to hold steady as they go down the back straight. Here comes Fusion. Here comes finish line. As they continue to make that move. Athlete there for Fusion, number 12. That is, so let's see, but really and truly stepping on the throttle now and really showing the difference in quality. I mean, and this is in fact, and this is not the first time we've seen him, though we saw him in one of the other distances, and really and truly, I mean, putting his foot down on this one and saying, and look at the concentration on his face. I mean, you would think that there was a thousand, or probably cheetahs running him down as one gazelle, but it wasn't to be. But
this is serious running. 200 meters ago, he decided that's it. 200 meters ago, that's it, and he just took off.
Yeah, and you saw the concentration. There was no relax. It was not a relaxed run. I mean, you would think recognizing that you have the race under control, but you would relax and just tell himself, you know what? But see, what these athletes they do, though, Antoine, and you would agree, that they use each race as another opportunity.
It's a marker.
It's a marker.
Yes.
So that's is in fact what they do. And you have the Sloan athlete number 12 making his way in from runner. That should be Atkinson Peer.
I must say they're very impressive. The middle and longer distances is not really a Caribbean thing, especially of late, but
It's
you are
growing.
beginning to see the growth.
Yes, you've seen the
Beginning to see the growth.
emergence. You've seen the emergence. So that was the completion of event number 71, the boys 800 meters.
Of course, we are known in our region for producing at least one excellent 800-meter runner, and one reading from Cuba.
So the winner of this one from Frontline, Nicholas Frederick, in the time of 2 minutes 07.10, and we wait for the official time, but officially it was Frederick from Frontline, 2 minutes 07.10. Moving on to what is expected to be event number 72. Yeah, which is in fact the next batch of 200 of the 800. Yes, event number 72, and they coming fast and furious as we attempt to manage over the time as the program stretch late into the Sunday evening sunset.
This is an opening international batch.
It is an open international. Yes, some 26 of them representing Roses from St. Vincent, Guyana, Frederick from HP, that's from Guyana. Lennon Williams from SAS is in there. Ace is represented there by Kieran Charles. Altitude, Joshua Douglas. Another athlete from SAS is we have Joshua Sylvester and Jordani Lewis. And so the IDAT represented by Mitram John. That's IDAT out of St. Vincent. You have Roses out of St. Vincent in Maverick Brown, represented Mustang. A Sadron Bentic from St. Vincent, represented by Mustang. And then you have Phoenix Athletics Club also in there, another one of the athletes from So
it is the 800 meters international open.
800 international open. Again,
One remember these games, the Horace Twitt from Trinidad and Tobago 800 meter running man, 4 and 800 meters, would have distinguished himself, and over the years we have seen Conrad was a good 800 meters man also.
so let's look at the field. We see at the front Alroy Barber from HP has 285. Next to him from IDAT is Mitram John. Then Rose Academy is also in there in the person of Maverick Brown. Fusion is represented there. Fusion is also in the mix as well. So it's a full cast, and we'll see how the race unfolds. 800 meters. Open. 2 laps. Combination, Antoine. Speed. Stamina.
Very tactical race.
Very tactical, yes.
You can break down the 800 meters into 4 200, 2, 400, and so forth. The last race, there was 600 meters at a certain pace, and then the last 200, he just stepped on it big time.
Literally,
So there's a lot of planning would go into some of these athletes' execution.
some athletes get the execution spot on, and others.
It's extremely important to run your own race. What it is, you have practice and practice and practice and so forth. You can get carried away.
And that is true, because if some athletes, you have a game plan, but then each athlete comes with their individual plan. The question is, what do I do? Do I stick to mine, or do I play chase and try to adjust?
And that makes a big difference at the end, really, it does. If you step off your game plan to the extent that you have no control, could be curtains.
Well, they are off the full flight. It's the 800 meters, and it's quite a bundle in there. We see this Kerry Matthews from Roses in Guyana is there. Javon Harris, representing HP. There is Brishon Frederick as they go down the motorway, down the backstretch. And certainly they would want to establish themselves as the go-to ones. You've seen Ace isn't there quite early in the person of Michael Francois and his other compatriot, Kenron Charles. And they certainly stretch now following them. It's the athlete out of Fusion. So it is Ace. There's Ace, Fusion, HP. South City Rising Star isn't there. Rose. And again, we continue to see the strong presence of the athletes from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But we're looking at what's happening out front. Fusion, Ace in second place, Ace in third. Who is going to hold strain? We know what Michael Francois has. We know what Kevin Charles has. How is this one going into? How is it going to? Is it going to turn out? Athlete there in the 800. He is in fact out of Phoenix Club. Because Reginald Morton, I think it is, and he's had some healthy performances during this meet already. Really healthy performances. And there he is, literally storming away. And it's going to be an easy victory for him eventually as he crosses the finish line. And he will be followed. So that's Reginald Morton, it is, followed by the two athletes from Ace, Michael Francois and Charles.
Yes, and this was an executed race that was with some planning. You can see the planning that would have gone into this, and well executed in the end from the athlete from Trinidad and Tobago.
And we continue to highlight the fact that the question is always about maintaining your plan. But would you ever, Antoine, encourage, if you were forced to change your plan, how do you go about doing that? If for some reason you have to.
The trick really is to have a backup plan in case this happens. What do I do, and so forth? Because evidently there will be the need for some adjustments and so on. And one has to know what really turns you off your game is when you have no game plan at all. Your plan would have been distorted to the extent that you're not quite sure how to react and to do anything different. But this, as you said, this is a significant difference in times here. The winning athlete Mouton from Trinidad and Tobago.
That's Phoenix.
Phoenix Club, 1 minute 53.4 seconds, and the second place athlete is some 5 seconds behind. So that's quite significant.
Excellent race, not surprising from Moulton. We've seen him in the 400. We saw him earlier in some of those shorter sprints. So he's an excellent. We saw him in the 400. So you know, certainly for an 800, he has what it takes. But we're down for the medal presentation ceremony.
5,867 points. Silver medalist, Shayna Burns, United States of America. 6,130 points. Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalist, Shari Hawkins, also United States of America. 6,216 points. We also extend congratulations to Colon Carmona, Joma Carmona, Puerto Rico, and Erin Marsh, United States of America. We extend appreciation for the 4th place winner, also the 5th place winner. At this juncture, we'd like to say thank you to Ms. Janelle Edwards, referee, and Mr. Daniel Michaud, technical delegate. Both represent NACAC, which has teamed up with the Grenada Athletic Association to host the NACAC combined events at the Whitsuntide Games. All the coaches, we thank you so very much for your support in executing the Whitsuntide Games 2023. Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Andy Williams, Minister for Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation.
Again, what we were just looking at the medal presentation ceremony, and medals presented to the winners of the NACAC, the heptathlon, that is, the NACAC combined events, and that was part of this meet. Again, we're going to just go through, find out if it was an event that was real, where Carrie, out of the United States, she took the goal in that race. So we're going to give you the order that it came in. First place was Carrie Hawkins, winning gold. Erin Marsh took silver. And from Puerto Rico, it was Elizabeth Felix that captured the third spot. Prior to that, we saw the completion of the men's International Open with a victory there for Morton out of Trinidad and Tobago in the 800. Second place going to Michael Francois and Charles out of Ace in Grenada. Looking at the cross-section of the crowd, certainly they're here. Tomorrow is a public holiday, so I guess persons that are opted, why not come out, support athletics, be part of this growing conversation. Certainly want to say thanks to the Royal Grenada Police Force. And I guess while we're here, though, we do want to extend some sympathy, some, of course, condolence to the family. A family we heard of a rather unfortunate incident that's taken place in the north of the island, and but we do hope that the families, they find the strength that's needed. And I understand the police is on the scene to address the matter, but certainly we do hope that the family members, as it is, they find some comfort in this difficult time. So, we are here. It's been happening. It is Whitsuntide Games 2023 inside of the Carriacou James Athletics Stadium. We see the crew from the NACAC crew still doing their photo ops. I'm telling you, when you come to Grenada, you need to take as much photo ops. I see Minister is certainly making sure he gets his opportunity in the limelight. But as we get ready for some more events on the field, there's the javelin that's taking place while we speak. There's also the men's triple jump, and that is supposed to be part of the conversation. And as we literally stretch the program late into the evening, the organizers have tried quite a bit to make sure that they stick to the program. But we know we're behind just a bit, but we are still here. Again, we want to say thanks to those of you that's following this live feed via TNR Communication. We want to say thanks to you for being part of this conversation. So we see athletes on the field. We're trying to get it lined up for the next item that it is. And I'm going to get some confirmation as to which particular event where we are in the evening. But certainly we've been having a whole lot of fun as the athletes, they make their way, as they make their way onto the field. That shouldn't be some of the sprints that we're getting back into. We're going to come from free, but these look as under 15 ladies as we see Concord. Concord is in there as we wait to the start list. Trackblazer is on the inside. Out of 5. Finish line is also there. Occupying lane number 6. MVP is Track Club is also on the inside as we get ready for this final, another of these final events. Concord, Exceed, out of St. Vincent, Finish Line, Trackblazers, MVP. We're going to wait for the official start of it. Wait the official start of it. So here we are for event number 43 is the girls 100 meters dash under 17 finals. And again, these from all finals it is as we go from here. The record in this one is 11.92 seconds, set back in the year 2019 by Yolanda Lewis. The lane assignments. Amaya Chandler runs out of lane 1 for Finish Line. In lane 2, performer from Barbados in the person of Keisha Husbands out of Barbados. Alina DeCoto, MVP, runs out of lane number 3. Symphony Patrick from Concord, Trinidad. Entry time, 11.76. Also in there. There's Shaquania Jacob from Exceed out of St. Vincent, 12.29. Shade John, Trackblazer, 12.69. Kamali Phillip, 12.80, runs out of lane 7. And for Schaefer, there's Keontae Williams out of lane number 8.
What we can tell you, Joe, coming into these finals, the impressive athlete in this under 1700 meters have been Symphony Patrick.
I'm putting my money on her, and she has been really exceptional.
Very impressive. So let's see what happens into these finals now.
And consistent. And
yes.
Consistent with the time. She comes in here
11.76 seconds.
11.76. If that holds true, this one's going to be over long before the rest of the field even recognizes it.
So coming into these finals, the race really should be lanes 3, 4, and 5. This is strictly based on the times coming into these finals.
Finish line at 1. Performer of Barbados is in 2. MVP is in 4. Concord Trinidad is in 4. That is. Exceed from Jamaica, from St. Vincent is in 5. Trackblazer is in 6. Finish Line is in 7. And Schaefer is in 8. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track down here inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The girls 100 meters dash in the under 17 category.
So we keep our eyes also on the wind gauge because 11.76 here. I see the conditions this was run under. 11.92 the record in this event.
We're keeping our eyes on lane number 4 out of Concord, Trinidad. Easy is a call. Easy is a call. I'm certainly coming into from out of lane 3, Alina Di Coto, 12.46. Symphony Patrick from Concord, a club out of Trinidad, 11.79. And Exceed Shaquania Jacob, 12.29. So, who would hold nerves as they're back, as they cradle into the starting blocks? Chandler.
It's all about composure.
Chandler, husbands, Patrick, Jacob, John, Philip, Williams, 100 meters for bragging rights. And they're up. And they are officially off. Clean start. In the middle, you keep an eye on them. Cote de Coto, Patrick. But it's an easy one, as we called it, for Symphony Patrick from Concord out of Trinidad.
True to form.
She came in here with a time of 11.76. We see what the official, what she stopped the clock at for this one. We'll see what the official time is. But she was out of the blocks quite early and was run into her early into her running stride, running out of lane number 4. And as we did say, true to form, if it holds through, it was going to be lights out before you know it. And in fact, so...
see, 11.98, so just off the record pace here, 11.98, and the wind speed is a legal wind speed, but 11.98, or the winning time here.
So it was what we anticipated, and she came through, and she delivered. Event number 43. We move now to the boys. Event number 44. The boys under 17.
This is a big one.
This is the big one. This is for bragging rights. Let's call it as we see it, as we look, we hear. So out of Phoenix Track Club, out of Antigua, there is Judah Ash. There's Mikael Redhead for Track Blazer, occupying lane number 3. Nathan Hilaire for MVP sits in lane number 4. Nestled in the middle of the pack, Ethan Sam from MVP, coming with the fastest time, that of 10.82. Cleon Joseph for Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua. So we have 2 from Phoenix in here, 11.08. He sits in lane number 5. Kyle Ned from SAS, 11.26. Cameron Mathlin from MVP, 11.40. And completing the cast out of Carriacou Athletics Club, Randy Jones. Your lineup, the game's record, 10.80. Set by
Rico Moultrie in 2017.
Rico Moultrie. He's
he,
up the Bahamas, up that side, I
yeah,
think.
he's in the Bahamas.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's somewhere in the Bahamas now, but he was off the... Was the Westmoreland's ex-Westmoreland student.
Yes.
That's right. That's
yes,
right.
Yes. So, we wait with bated breath.
We expect some fireworks in this one.
Phoenix Track Club from Antigua. Track Blazers, Grenada. MVP, Grenada. That's Hilaire. Sam, MVP. Phoenix Track Club, Antigua. SAS is in there. MVP is here. And CSC, that's Carriacou Athletics Club.
Lane number 7 is non-starter in lane 7, Cameron Mathlin.
Cameron Mathlin.
MVP 473. So there's a scratch. There's a scratch as of now in this one for Cameron Mathlin.
Wow. We await. They seem so relaxed. They seem so relaxed. Just saw Sam lean across and had I don't know sure what is it he said to his that's Cleon Joseph from Phoenix Track Club.
In fact, one of the things that have been spoken about Sam is his general demeanor, and this is not unusual for him to look totally relaxed at the starting block. Because he has a lot of top-end speed, so even if he doesn't get a blazing start, you can expect him to have his top-end speed to take care of whatever deficiencies at the start he would have.
So we look, they cradle into the starting position. Phoenix Track Club, Track Blazer, MVP in 3 and 4. Sam runs out of 4 for MVP. Cleon Joseph runs out of 5. We keep our eyes in the middle of the pack.
3, 4, and 5.
3, 4, and 5. Hilaire, Sam, Joseph, who would create the upset. And they are off and they are running. Here they come. Cleo Joseph is making the early move, but as we say, Sam has a top-end speed that is difficult to beat. And if you have to beat him, it won't be today, not inside of the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. He was pushed, in fact, by Cleon Joseph.
He had a very poor start, Sam did.
Very poor start. But as you said, staggered, trying to find his center of gravity and his balance. Of course, he's fighting there with Hilaire on the outside, Cleon Joseph on the inside. But as you got to it,
he had a really good start. Cleon Joseph was doing the early running.
He did. He was out like a bullet from the blocks. And the official time, Ethan Sam from MVP, 10.85. Cleo Joseph from Phoenix Track Club out of Antigua, 10.99. And Kyle Ned from SAS took the third spot, 11.20. We had Mikel Redhead from St. David's Track Blazers, 11.26. Nathan Hilaire, MVP, 11.36. And Judah Ash from Phoenix Track Club and Randy Jones from Carriacou Athletics Club. There you have it.
So two athletes dipping under the 11-second mark. Cleon Joseph, who had a brilliant start, simply put, a brilliant start. And as we said, the top end speed of Ethan Sam really clawed back and he reeled him in. But he had a very poor start, a total opposite in terms of starts with Sam and Joseph. And good wind speed, legal win, negative. So onto the 400 meters it is now.
Should be going to the 400 meters on the 17 girls. There's a 400 on the 17 girls. There's the under 17 boys. Then there is a 200 meters, and then we move into the bigger boys, and then there should be a couple of relays. But either way, the time is really not the issue here. The excitement, the fervor, the anticipation of what is next. That's the conversation that's taking place inside of the athletic stadium.
Yes. On paper, what you would expect is a California Houston to go away with this one, but there should be a keen battle for second place amongst four athletes. No less than four. So the most of the running will be in lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Maya Noel, yes. Maya Noel. But California came in here with a blistering time, 57 point. The best time that is 57.44.
So we expected to take this one, but it's second, third position. This is going to be quite competitive.
Well, as I say, then over till the fat lady sing. I saw her somewhere in Dabo Hill, huh? I'm not sure. I think she said she forgot her mobile phone and she's going back. But the fat lady, I understand, actually just getting a text. She's somewhere by Grenleck. But she's not in a singing mood today, Bernard. So let's not worry. Let's not worry. Let's not worry ourselves. We're getting ready for another event on the track. This is Whitsuntide Games 2023 inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We saw the completion of the NACAC combined events. And congratulations to Hawkins out of the United States for capturing the gold medal in that one. But we get ready for event 51.
Event number 51, girls 400 meters under 17. And what we notice here, again, Joe, is that the representation here at these finals is right across the Caribbean.
Right across the Caribbean. This
St.
is
Lucia, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Barbados. So this is right across the region in these finals. Yeah.
For some reason, though, the field officials seemed a little bit. I mean, the athletes were out and waiting, and the lane assignments, and they seem so casual. Nobody. Let's leave them alone.
Lane assignments.
We're going to provide you with the lane assignments for event number 51. Running of lane number 1, Aliyah McDowell for HP, runs it out of 1. Running of lane 2, Mayfield Monroe that is. For Exceed, that's from another club from St. Vincent, is in 3. Zakisha Kelly from Mustang is in 3. Again, Mustang out of St. Vincent. Shafona Houston, South City Rising Star. She sits in the middle of the pack in lane number 4. Maya Noel has been in great shape. I mean, qualifying she was not at the best, but we've seen her. We know if push, she can produce. Casey Robinson for It out of St. Vincent, runs out of lane number 4. Danita Francois from Albion Wildcats out of St. Lucia is in there. And Kayla McIntyre from Finish Line. She finishes the cast for event number 51, the girls' 400 meters dash.
So keep your eyes peeled.
But we see
there is no starter in
lane number 2.
Lane 2 is empty.
Which in fact should be Monroe from Exceed from St. Vincent. From St. Vincent.
So there's no Monroe, no lane 2.
All of the athletes seem to be in, yes.
Lane 6. I'm not seeing a representation in lane 6.
Lane 6 should in fact be occupied by Casey Robinson from It a club out of St. Vincent. But we'd assume she's not on the track, that she won't be anytime soon.
So lane 2 and lane 6 scratch as of now. That's Casey Robinson from It and in lane 2, Meffia Monroe from Exceed. Lane 1 is there, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8.
So just to update the lanes for you. McDowell, HP, is in 1. Kelly, Mustang, runs out of 3. Houston, full South City Rising Star, runs out of 4. Noel, Schaefer, runs out of 5. Danita Francois, the Abilene Wildcats out of St. Lucia, occupies lane number 7. And Kayla McIntyre from Finish Line is nestled in lane number 8. Your lane assignments for the upcoming event on the track.
So let's look at 3, 4, and 5, where major competition to take place. We expect lane 4 to be the winner here, and 3 and 5 to compete for the minor medals.
It should be an easy outing for Chiffonier. Should be an easy outing for Chiffonier. But time will tell. Time will tell. It's event number 51, the girls' 400 meters dash in the under 17 category. Who would it be? Does Houston decide to hold form? Will she hold form and claim bragging rights? Or is there yet another twist to this one? And they're officially off. Clean start. They're off and running. 400 meters, the girls. And quiet of cast in there. McDowell, Kelly, Houston, Noel, Francois, and McIntyre as they motor down the back stretch. It is Houston starting to stretch the field, but she's pushed on the inside. But let's see, how does she respond? From Francois, from Abilene Wildcats. We know she has an excellent finish. And as she gets to by the 100 meter, heading towards the 100 meter mark, it is Houston stepping on the gas, and we did intimate it was going to be an easy win for her, and certainly it is. Chiffonier Houston, it is running away with this one. Cool, calm, collective, like an easy walk on a Sunday afternoon with good cover on from the stadium, and in finishing in second position, running out of lane number 3. It was it's Keisha Kelly from Mustang, but easy win there for her. Not much of a sweat from her. I think she's just looking for the official times now. I mean, she's seen a bit. So the time on this one, 56.35. 56.35.
And that looks like a new record. 56.35.
It is in fact and it's interesting that the previous record was held by
Shanti
Augustine set last year So this is in fact a new record in the girls 400 meters set now by Shafana Hostin in the time of 56.35 seconds.
Kelly in 59.26.
That's Kelly out of Mustang in
And
St. Vincent.
again, this was expected also. So this run through the form.
So it holds true to form. Congratulations to Shafana Hostin. And certainly she's put her names
In the record books. Certainly has.
In the 400 with a time of 56.35, eclipsing the old mark of 57.21. So congratulations to her.
Up next is the 400 meters under 17 for boys. Under 17 for boys, 400 meters. The game's record here is 48.94 seconds. This was set in 2017 by Elijah Williams. Elijah Williams, who we will see a little bit later in the 200 meters. And this was set in 2017. And again, we can expect the running right in the middle of the track.
The lane assignments for the next event. Event number 52, the boys 400 meters dash under 17. And the prescribed lane assignments. Ruben Batista from VTC, that's Velocity Track Club. He runs out of 1. Roberts for HP runs out of 2. Quanell Pear from MVP runs out of lane number 3. Aiden McIntosh for MVP runs out of lane number 4. Caden McQueen, Fusion, runs out of lane number 5. Genroy Lane from HP of the St. Vincent is nestled in lane number 6 on his outside. Amari Hercules from the Grammar School in St. Vincent. And on the outside, Sedan James of Concord out of Trinidad occupies lane number 8.
Oh, he seems to have 2 scratches. Lane 6 in Genroy Lane from HP, and lane 8 in Sedan James from Concord. But 1, 2, 3 lanes. First 3 lanes, they're occupied. Lanes 4 occupied.
Yes.
5 occupied. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 occupied. 6 scratch. 7 occupied, and 8 scratch. So 6 athletes in this one.
So Lane, Ganroy Lane from HP out of St. Vincent. He's not in the final, listed to be here. Neither is James from Concord out of Trinidad. But it's the boys 400 meters dash in the under 17 category.
Record of 48.94 seconds that was set in 2017 by Elisha Williams. Let's see how they do.
Let's see how this one pans out on the track.
But we expect McIntosh should take this one. He would have some competition really out of lane 3. His MVP comrade.
So it's Batista in 1, Roberts in 2, Pierre in 3, McIntosh in 4, McQueen in 5, Hercules is in 7. VTC, HP, MVP in 3, MVP in 4, Fusion in 5, and Hercules from the Grab School in St. Vincent is cradled in lane number 6. As we await the start of the boys' 400 meters under 17.
The competition really is an MVP.
And they are off. Nice clean start from each and every one. We're looking at the action. The anticipation is in the middle of the pack. And that's from Aiden Pear, from Quanell Pear and Aiden McIntosh as they motor down the back straight. 400 meters. Who is it going to be? Hercules McQueen, that is out of Fusion, is also he's been left out of the conversation. We're looking at Hercules from the grammar school trying to hold his own, but here they come as they hit the top bend and make their way from home. It is Cornell in 3, McIntosh in 4. But it's going to be an easy one for McIntosh. He's been stretched now. Pierre is trying to step on the pedal. It is Pierre, McIntosh. Pierre, McIntosh. The 2 out of MVP. Pierre is going to have this one. McIntosh takes second place. As we did say, it was going to.
Then this is a bit of an upset, actually.
It is. The anticipation is while they arrive, they're
They're in the same club.
in the same club, but in terms of the time, looking at the time, McIntosh came in with a time of 51.39. Pierre 51.49. Well, it just on the day he held through, and he came away with the victory. Nothing close to the record, though, but
very good time.
Officially
50.54.
Cornell Pierre from MVP 50.54. Aidan McIntosh from MVP 51.07. Damari Roberts from HP out of St. Vincent 53.45. And Caden McIntosh, McQueen, out of Fusion 54.52. Your top finishers in the boys 400 meters in the under 17 category.
McQueen would have ran exactly the same time that he did in the heat. That's quite interesting.
So
next events on the tracks will be the series of 200 meters, and we are going to start with the 200 meters under 15 for girls. 200 meters under 15 for girls. Record of 22.72 seconds. That was set in 2022. K. Donna Douglas. Then that will be followed by the 200 meters under 15 for boys.
So for those of you that's following us, thank you for being part of this live production. Thanks for being this is a TNR communication production. Please feel free to share the live. We come to you here live as the shadows continue to stretch across the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is day 2, session 2 of the Whitsuntide Games inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Getting a nice view there of the cross section of the fan base, the supporters.
It's a good crowd. Sunday, Whit Sunday. This is actually a good crowd.
You see the likes of Mr. Aaron Moses. He's up there. Lyndon Bob. As usual, there's always a strong presence of the Royal Grenada Police Force maintaining order. But we did say there is the expectation of the girls' 200 meters. That, in fact, will be punctuated for just a bit as we get ready for another medal presentation ceremony that comes up just about now.
Event 62, Women's Discus Throw Open International. Bronze medalist Nabia Pompey exceed 25.91 meters. Silver medalist Tokoro Beba exceed 27.99 meters. And your gold medalist, Jamelia Nicholas, representing St. David's Track Blazers. 35.27 meters. Event 60, Women's Triple Jump Open International. Bronze medalist, Aaliyah McDowell, High Performers. 10.09 meters. Silver medalist, Kiana Bailey, IDDAT, 10.37 meters. And your gold medalist, Brunel Thomas, Classic Lighting Caribbean, South City Rising Stars, 11.04 meters. Event 69, Women's 1500 meters Open International. Bronze medalist, Kezian John, High Performers. 5 minutes, 57.11 seconds. Silver medalist, Zakisha Kelly, Mustangs. 5 minutes, 55.29 seconds. And your gold medalist, Kanisha Pascal, St. David's Track Blazers, 5 minutes, 43.12 seconds. We move now to event 70, girls 800 meters, under 17. Presenting your bronze medalist, Ariana James, Fusion. 2 minutes, 33.73 seconds. Silver medalist, Alian Gidhari, St. David's Track Blazers, 2 minutes, 30.36 seconds. And your gold medalist, Annalisa Brown, representing Finish Line, 2 minutes, 27.62 seconds. Event 71. Event 71, boys, 800 meters under 17. Presenting your bronze medalists, Glenroy Lane, High Performers. 2 minutes, 10.47 seconds. 2 minutes, 10.47 seconds. Silver medalist, Jurel Clement, Carriacou Athletics Committee, 2 minutes, 09.28 seconds. And your gold medalist, Nicholas Frederick, Finish Line, 2 minutes, 07.10 seconds. Event 72. Men's 800 meters open, international. Bronze medalist, Michael Francois, ace. 2 minutes, 12 seconds. Silver medalist, Kieron Charles, also representing ace. 1 minute, 58.60 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, announcing your gold medalist, Reginald Mouton, Phoenix Athletics, Trinidad and Tobago. A time of 1 minute, 53.40 seconds. We can back up to event 43, girls 100 meters, under 17. Bronze medalist, Alina Dakota, 473 MVP, 12.45 seconds. Silver medalist, Shaquania Jacobs, Exceed, 12.33 seconds. And your gold medalist, Symphony Patrick, Concord, 11.98 seconds. Event 44, boys, 100 meters under 17. Bronze medalist, Kyle Ned, SAS, 11.20 seconds. Silver medalist, Cleon Joseph, Phoenix Athletics. A time of 10.99 seconds. And your gold medalist, Ethan Sam, 473 MVP. A time of 10.85 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. This is the end of this medal presentation. Of course, we are going to defer what's next to the other, according to my scripts at the moment. Thank you very much, Miss Alison Felix, Chair, Accommodation Committee. Whitsuntide Games, thank you so very much.
Thank you and welcome back as you get ready for action back on the track and on the field. We were just viewing another medal presentation ceremony and that was just being completed. We are in fact getting ready to is the girls 200 meters that's on the track now, and we're just going to survey the field.
It's under 15.
Under 15, yes. And I'm just surveying the field. We're noticing that there is a number of lanes that doesn't have athletes assigned to them. Random lane number 8. 8 is out. 4 is out. So it was 5.
1, 2, 3.
So the lane assignments for even 7. Not even realizing that's one of the field officials that's there. The 7 is actually out as well. So we do the lane assignment for the upcoming event on the track. Running out of lane number 1. It is Nesbitt. That's Naeem and Nesbitt from Exceed out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We then move to lane number 2. Running out of there is Tashona Bascom from Track Blazers. Occupying the next lane, lane number 3, it is Kenisha Richards from HP out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We moving right along to lane number 6, Corana Patterson from Mustang. But it's interesting, while she says Mustang, her uniform is sporting something else. What are they? So you should see some effects. Oh, so she's in fact in 7. From 7 as Rachel Etienne.
No, she's in 6.
She's in 6, but the names doesn't quite add up. It's it that isn't there either. Well, we do the lane assignment. They run it of 1, 2, 3, 6. And they are off. Velocity out of number 6 as they move on, running in the middle of the pack from South City Rising Stars. The names doesn't even match what's happening out there. But we're looking at lane number 1, the Speed Star out there, and she's motoring away out in lane number 1, chased by athlete in lane number 3 from South City Rising Star, and there's a push. She made a push for it on the finish line. On the finish line, we are just going to make. I've noticed it was one of those where they got the names and athletes all mixed up, but there she is on the outside in lane number 1. Nice strong run. It's coming. They seem there was a push on the line there.
This actually looks like the 200 meters open.
Yeah,
that's a 200 meters open.
Yeah, that's the.
So it's a out of lane 6. That was Velocity Track Club, Casey Lambert. So this is correct now. It was the 200 meters open and international. The winner in that one was Tisha Laborde, 26.22.
Out of Mustang, a club from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Then you had Renald Thomas from South City Rising Star in second place.
And if the time holds, then this will be a new stadium record and a new. No, I'm so sorry. It's 26.22.
We look at the lane assignment. So what is a reduced field? No. You know, it's interesting for each of these events. You literally have to wait because you're never really quite sure. Okay.
This is the 200 meters open and international.
Okay, this is the full.
This is the 200 open and international.
So we do the lane assignments for you. Running out of lane number 1. It is Aiden Peters from Ace, out of 2. Darren Morgan for HP from St. Vincent. Running out of lane 3. It is Shavin Charles out of lane 3. Troy Mason runs out of lane number 4 for Ace. Raheem McCalman, Stallion, runs out of lane number 5. Akina Slater for HP out of St. Vincent runs out of lane number 6. Cyrus Charles occupies lane number 7. And Vernon Eiffel runs out of lane number 8 for Extreme Velocity out of Barbados. Your lane assignment for the next event on track, the 200 meters open international. There's Peters, Morgan, Charles, Mason, McCalman, Slater, Cyrus, and Eiffel to complete.
The game's record here is 20.59, and the stadium record is 20.16.
We await Extreme. It's Eiffel in 8, Charles in 7, Slater in 6.
And it's Dion Lendo, the late Dion Lendo. Pay some tribute to him, actually. He had graced our stadium here. And, you know, we know that Dion Lendo would have passed after a terrible vehicular accident in the U.S. And so, but he's a record holder, the game's record holder here, 20.59. And Miguel Francis was a stadium record here, 20.16. Let's see what this young man will do in this one.
Seeing the deep in conversation with field official Adrian. Let's await. We wait. And a bit of anticipation as there's expectations for modification. The lights should be on. But
so on paper they are all under 22.
All sub 22.
Similarly, the times are quite similar with the exception of Troy Mason, who is
21:16.
21:16, which is a substantial difference to the others. So on paper, the race really is right in the middle of the track. Again, unsurprisingly, that is lane 3, 4, and 5, with the expected result on paper here by time should be Troy Mason from Ace.
Let's wait. We wouldn't preempt. They said to do so. Anything less would be uncivilized. Of course, getting into his gesticulation mode, excited, just trying to stay focused, I would assume. Each athlete just have their own way. Unlike, you see the difference in pre-race rituals. Some athletes, you look at Gay from the U.S. and he's all serious face. You then look at Boast in his glory days, all light, funny faces. But again, we wait. It's the men's 200 meters. Invitational. Again, you wondering, wow, what's could be holding. But again, it's all happening live inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
We are waiting the start of the 200 meters for men, open and international. We have a full suite of participants in this one, lane 1 to 8.
Indeed, the lane assignment. Aidan Peters runs out of 1. Darren Morgan for HP from St. Vincent runs out of 2. Shaven Charles runs out of 3. Troy Mason is in 4. McCalman is in 5. Slater is in 6. Charles runs out of lane 7. And Vernon Eiffel runs out of lane number 8 for extreme velocity out of Barbados. We still await. See two of the athletes requesting change of blocks. You know, for some athletes, this sort of delay, it can throw them off their rhythm, you know. While he's just waiting, that's the man expected to make light work of this cast out of lane 4. Troy Mason comes in now, but now with a time of 21.66.
21.16.
From 1.6, expecting, if ever, to offer some resistance to him. On his outside is Charles, 21.47. And there is McCalman, 21.28.
Yes, so we expect some good competition right in the middle there. It's between 3 and 5, with the expected win to Mason, but it's sprinting. Anything can happen.
Well, we look at the trees and the background, almost motionless.
And this is good for sprinting.
Excellent for sprinting as they go, as they cradle into the blocks for the start of the men's 200 meters inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, Whitsuntide Sunday. And they're off. Clean, even start for all the athletes. There is Mason in the middle. Charles always is there. Mac Calman is also there. As they head for home, Mason, it is looking out in the middle of the pack. Who is it going to be? There he is. It is Mason still trying. He's been pushed out of lane number 5. We did in fact say that it would take something exceptional from one of the other athletes to upset the mix, which in fact looks as though was out of lane number 5. Is it McCalman? Let's keep our eyes. So as they come.
And Shavin Charles pulled up midway with some form of injury.
We're right about now. There's no. You can't tell exactly who is who right now, though. We'll wait for the official results. We wait for the official times from this one. But you know, when it comes to all sporting events, whether it's athletics or otherwise, we look at it and is in fact McCalman, and we did in fact say it would have to take something special from one of the others. For Troy Mason, it wasn't one of his fastest of races actually. He came in here with a time of 21.16. McCalman came in with a time of 21.28. But as I say, it is what it is. Congratulations to Raheem McCalman of Stallion, winning that event in a time of 21.38. Troy Mason from Ace, 21.46. McKean Slater taking in the 3rd position.
The next event on track will be 200 meters girls. So we are going back to the 200 meters for girls under 20.
Yes, in fact, you can see that The poise there. Running of lane number 5 from Phoenix Track Club in Antigua. Dowden. We do the full lane assignment. Event number 55, the girls 200 meters dash under 20. It's a full flight. Running of lane number 1. There's Kayla Flavini for VTC in 1. Niobe Holder from Extreme Velocity from Barbados runs it of 2. Kamisha Dominic for Trackblazers in 4. Libird from the British Virgin. She is, of course, one to compete. She is a terror on the track. We're looking forward to see the showdown between Libird in 4 from the British Virgin Islands. There's Dowdy from Phoenix Track Club. Shantae Augustine in 6 for MVP. Tawana McLean from Performer from Barbados. And Rayhan Price from Extreme Velocity out of Barbados. I'm telling you, this one promises to be an excellent, excellent, excellent race. We've seen them through over the last 2 days, Bernard. And, you know, many, they said if you're Grenadian, you probably would naturally gravitate to Shantae. But I'm telling you, my eyes is peeled on lane 4 and lane 5. 4.
Yeah, I would think.
Lane 4. I mean, we've seen Libird. She flies over the track. She moves as though she's gliding on the water. So too, out of Phoenix Track Club is Dowden out of Antigua.
And I would not discount lane 3, actually. So the running to me would be lane 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And 6.
The dark horse in this race is lanes 3 and lane 4.
Let's see.
Lane 3 and lane 4 for me. I'm a little different to Joe here, but let's see lanes 3 and lane 4.
Let's see how this one plans out. Flavini, Holder, Dominic, Libird, Dowden, Augustine, McLean, Price. It's the girls under 20, 200 meters. As they cradle into the blocks and await the starter's instructions. If you'll hush as it transcends. And they are officially off. Libird in 4, Dowden in 5, Shantae Augustine running out of 6, McLean running out of 7. Well, here coming off the turn, it is in fact from the Phoenix Track Club. It is Dowden that is really flying, but she's been pushed from Libird from the British Virgin Islands. On the outside from Trackblazers, Trackblazers came in on the outside, and so too was Shantae Augustine from MVP on the inside. But it was an easy run there for the young under-20 star out of Phoenix Track Club in Antigua. We look at the replay, and she's steady. You're looking at Libird, and she seemed a little bit more labored in her run. But congratulations to young Dowden out of Antigua from the Phoenix Track Club.
That was a tremendous run from Dowden there.
And she has been solid, in fact. She has, in fact, been quite solid throughout the meet. Excellent race there for her. We're going to get the official time. And she stopped the clock on a time of 24.17 seconds. So it's PTC out of Antigua. There we have Libird from the British Virgin Islands, and that would bring up the rest of the pack. Another really great event. So that was the end of event number 55.
It is Dowden, Libird, and Dominique. That's the order: gold, silver, and bronze.
We move into event number 56.
Under 20 boys.
Under 20 boys. Let's look at the full lineup. This one promises to be quite an exciting one. Keo Davis from IDDAT. This has been quite impressive. So too has been Jaden Phillip. Davis comes in here with a time of 21.53. Phillip 21.49. There is Kyle Lyle from Chat
This is going
out
to
of St. Vincent, 21.59.
This is going to be very competitive.
Elisha Williams, Trackblazers, 21.64. Tegan Peterkin out in lane 1, 21.91. And completing the cast of the fusion, Samuel Green. And
this is going to be very, very competitive. So it's Green, Telemac, Beckles, Davis, Phillip, Lawrence, Williams, Peterkin. This is a stacked field of young men, but as we are noticing now, 2 lanes are empty. Telemac and Green
yeah,
seems to be absent.
I'm looking at them saying there's no presence of Telemac on field.
No Green.
Neither is there Green. So the cast actually is running from lane 1, Peterkin in 1, Elisha Williams in 2, Lawrence 3, Phillip out of 4, Davis out of 5, and the man himself running out of lane 6 that has been exceptional. They all have been is Amani Maskell Beckles for extreme velocity.
So there should be some. The competition really should be 3, 4, 5, and 6.
But indeed, it ain't over till the fat lady sings, and she has anything to say about that. Elijah will be counting on himself.
And so is Peterkin.
So is Peterkin. So too is Jaden Phillip. We know he has some depth. Davis for Idat, 21.53. Maskell, Beckles, out of Barbados. He has been quite steady in his performance over the last 2 days.
Coming into these finals, Phillip looked remarkably good.
So
he really has a target on his back in this one. But he's surrounded by a really talented field. So let's see what happens here.
Peterkin, Williams, Lawrence, Phillip, Davis, Maskell, Beckles. The lane assignment for event number 56, the boys 200 meters. And they are officially off. It's the boys 200 meters. Who is it going to be? Tegan in 1. Williams, Elisha is in 2. They make the bend, looking in the middle of the pack. Kyle is there. Phillip is also there. Who is it going to be? Phillip has been, he's been pushed on the outside by the man. That's Davis. But it's going to be Phillip that's going to dig deep. A victory there for Phillip. We look for the official time. He was literally pushed by Davis out there on his outer side from Idat. So he had to do with Davis on one end, Lawrence on the other end. But the race, by the time they got to 60 meters, it was all Phillip digging deep in lane 4.
This is good running. But Phillip came into these finals well prepared. He was looking the better of the athletes right through to these finals, and he delivered 21.12.
21.12. Well,
and
if we are in fact, it is going to be
a new games record.
A new games record.
Oh, unfortunately, the win is 2.2.
So
the win is 2.2, just slightly above.
Slightly above. So, but the finishing time, Jaden Phillip from MVP, 21.12. Kyle Lawrence from Chat, 21.30. Chat, a club out of St. Vincent. And Keo Davis out of Idat from St. Vincent, 21.50. And we have Amani Maskell Beckles. Of course, he is short. He's really been exceptional throughout. They all have been in fact, 21.61.
Next on the track would be the 200 meters.
Well, we need to get an updated sheet, no doubt. But we see Idat running out of lane number 8. MVP is in 7. MVP HP is in 5. Trackblazer.
So this looked like the event that should have taken place earlier and didn't. So this really is a girls' 200 under 15. Girls under 15, 200.
Girls under 15, 200. That's event number. That's event number what? 53?
Event number 53.
So event number 53. And we are operating from lane 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and lane 1 is empty. Your lane assignments. 4. Event number 53. Nesbitt for Exceed runs. Bascom for Trackblazer runs out of 2. Kenesha Richards for HP is in 3. Christopher Dixon, Etienne Skerrett from IDDAT. The order as they await, and they are officially off. It is IDDAT running over 8. Etienne, Patterson, Dixon, Richards as they head home, heading towards the 100-meter mark. Running in the middle of the pack, right up for Trackblazer. That is Kylie Christopher, it is. But she's been pushed by 2 athletes of HP on either side of her. Digging deep, running out of lane 4. And she's going to make it seem easy as it came almost to the end. For Trackblazer victory for Kayla Christopher. And that completes the order. And she was, in fact, pushed by Richards and Patterson and Dixon from HP, but she held.
She came into these finals with the leading time. And she delivered.
Victory there for Kayla Christopher from Trackblazer. She came in here at a time of 29.59. We'll see.
25.59, and in fact,
she's now done 26.
The two HP runners that straddled her. They were the second and third best time. So this went true to form.
It went true to form. She now winning this one. That's Kayla Christopher from Trackblazers, 26.16. Let's see.
So this should be event number 54 now.
The boys. I see the likes of Khalees. Christoph Khalees is in there. Kamal.
So under 15 boys, 200.
So it's the under 15 boys. Running under the lights at the Kiwani James Athletic Stadium. The lane assignment. Rishon Daniel runs out of lane 1 for club MVP. Ethan O'Geese, finish line, out of lane number 2. Brewster for Extreme Velocity, Barbados, runs out of 3. Christoph Khalees, SAS, is in 4. Joseph for South City Rising Star is in 5. Omarion Richardson, 6 for Westerholt Secondary. Delron John, SAS, runs out of lane number 7. And Nathaniel Douglas for Fusion runs out of lane number 8. Your lane assignment for the next event on the track is the boys 200 meters dash in the under 15 category.
Let's look for Khalees in lane 4 from SAS. South City Rising Stars in Joseph in lane 5. And Brewster in lane 3 from Extreme Velocity. So it's 3, 4, and 5. But don't count out lane 7 either. 3, 4, and 5. But Delroy John, he is there, so you cannot count out Delroy John at any time in any of the sprint races.
Well, you know, if he has anything to say about it, he is going to respond as well, because he is in the mix.
So 3, 4, 5, and 7. The betting person would probably look at Delroy John to take this one, if not Khalees. But the two SAS men, they're the leading lights in this one.
It's the boys. 200 meters, under 15. Daniel, O'Geese, Brewster, Khalees, Joseph, Richardson.
Dre, you know,
Douglas.
This crop of young sprinters across the Caribbean, it's saying a lot for
it speaks volume for
what we can expect in the next few years.
For athletics across the region.
Yes. And it's not just nestled in one region like Jamaica, as is the and Bahamas as a tradition. This is across the OECS and Barbados and Trinidad.
This is the breakout era, as you call it. So, John, and they're off even start from all athletes, even break. Who is it going to be? Delron John is already started making more waves on the outside in lane at number 7. So too is Khalees out of SAS on the inside. Finish line on the outside. Extreme Velocity is also there. We'll be looking at Khalees in the middle, John on the outside. SAS 1, SAS 2. It is in fact Khalees on the inside and Delron on the outside for SAS. It's a 1-2 for SAS for them. They probably wouldn't matter how it actually the story is actually written. Once it's written with SAS all over it, they are quite fine. And it is Khalees on the inside, SAS, lane 7. I think it's the first time I've ever seen, because running out of lane 7, and the first time I've seen him that labored in his motions. That's Delron, but.
And the win is back to legal limits now. I tell you something though. I hope the young man gets a lesson here. In the heats, he literally toyed with the field, and so he did not run to get a different lane. And he seems unaccustomed to running in a lane 7 because he, as you said, he was fighting with himself.
He was quite labored.
And this was different from what we have seen for the season actually. For the season, he was actually fighting himself. But this was a remarkable run from young Khalees there. He just did what he had to do, and in the end, pulled off the victory.
So the man Adams is going to make his way back, as we say. Bernard takes his leave. As we continue, we just saw the completion there of the event number 54, the boys 200 meters dash in the under 15 category. In the under 15 category. So we have a few other races that we need to claw in. There is in fact expected to be a medal presentation ceremony somewhere in the making. We just did the completion of the boys 200 meters dash in the under 15. So it means Adams, I would say, welcome back to Mr. Adams. There is the girls 4x1, boys 4x1, the men's 5,000, women's 4x4, and the men's 4x4. So some 5 events, including a medal presentation ceremony, and that is on the roll call for the evening.
Well, this seems as if it's going to be a long evening. Very long evening for that matter, with the 5,000 meters interspersed between the other events in addition to the medal ceremony. But Joseph, I must comment that I did take time out to go up to the stadium, into the stands, and to view some of those races firsthand. And my word, they created a real excitement and buzz in the stands, the 200-meter races. Each one in its own way created a tremendous air of excitement in the stands, because so many names were there that people have high hopes for and looking toward to do well. And so that augurs well for track and field in Grenada and across the region, and to see not just across the region, but to see our Grenadian athletes holding their own and excelling. That was really, really, really nice, just going up to the stands and be part of the viewing public there.
I heard screams, I didn't realize you were part of the madness that was taking place up there.
No,
I wondered to myself what was
good,
happening.
Positive vibe up there, man. The folks, every name that were called that they knew, and some of those names are not household names. So whether you say Elisha Williams, or you say Telema, or you say Peterkin, or you say Shanti Augustine, or whichever of those names call, it rings something with the patrons, and hence they're able to woo them on and encourage them to run better and faster. So that was really an experience up there.
I tell you, the last remaining experience that is still etched on my mind, it was Dublin in that 200, the cast Dublin
Yeah,
Liebird,
Liebird, yeah.
and Shante Augustine. And certainly, I mean, I wasn't expecting down into it to have any disappointment, but certainly that's the sort of flavor that the games that you offer. It's not very often the likes of Shante Augustine would race against a sort of character.
Yep.
Is she going to race against athletes that is in a different league?
Yep.
And I'm not going to say whether better, whatever they are, but it's in a different league. And that's where growth comes in. It allows you to measure yourself against who you are and then juxtaposition that against other athletes. And then you decide, you know what? Let me take a page from their offering. But certainly, we're stretching late into the evening. There's a 5,000 meters straddled between some relays. But we are in fact getting ready now for what in fact seems to be a medal presentation ceremony. I would assume quite reasonably, yes, a medal presentation ceremony that we're getting ready for. So we send you down to the team at the bottom on field.
Event 74, Men's Triple Jump Open International. Bronze medalist, Kadik Stevens, high performers, 13.26 meters. Silver medalist, Jadine Ford, extreme velocity, 13.47 meters. And your gold medalist, Verol Sam, Excel, 13.96 meters. Event 73. Men's Javelin Throw Open International. Bronze medalist, Rayvon Telesford, St. David's Track Blazers. 60.66 meters. Silver medalist, Cameron Thomas, also representing St. David's Track Blazers. 60.82 meters. And your gold medalist, Albert Reynolds, representing St. Lucia, 72.11 meters. We can back up to event 51, girls 400 meters under 17. Bronze medalist, Maya Noel, Shaper, 1 minute, 02.34 seconds. Silver medalist, Zakisha Kelly, Mustangs, 59.26 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalist, Shavonia Houston, Classic Lighting Caribbean, South City Rising Stars, setting a new record. Event 52, boys 400 meters under 17. Presenting your bronze medalists, Damari Roberts, high performers, 53.45 seconds. Silver medalist, Aidan McIntosh, 473 MVP, 51.02 seconds, 51.07 seconds. And your gold medalist, Quanell Pear, representing 473 MVP, a time of 50.54 seconds. Event 57, Women's 200 meters, Open International. Bronze medalist, Kiana John Iddat, 27.57 seconds. Silver medalist, Brunel Thomas, Classic Lighting Caribbean, South City Rising Stars, 26.25 seconds. And your gold medalist, Tia Laborde, Mustangs, 26.22 seconds. Event 53, girls 200 meters under 15. Presenting your bronze medalists, Kanisha Richards, high performers, 26.59 seconds. Silver medalist, Shakira Dixon, also representing high performers, 26.56 seconds. And your gold medalist, Kayla Christopher, representing St. David's Track Blazers, 26.16 seconds. Event 55, girls 200 meters under 20. Bronze medalist, Kamisha Dominic, St. David's Track Blazers, 24.87 seconds. Silver medalist, Kayla Liburd, British Virgin Islands, 24.51 seconds. And your gold medalist, Giolina Dwayne, Phoenix, Trinidad, 24.17 seconds. Event 56, boys 200 meters under 20. Bronze medalist, Keo Davis, Iddat, 21.50 seconds. Silver medalist, Kyle Lawrence, Chatoya, 21.30 seconds. And your gold medalist, Jaden Phillip, 473 MVP, a time of 21.12 seconds. Event 58, men's 200 meters, Open International. Bronze medalist, Akini Slater, high performers, 21.85 seconds. Silver medalist, Troy Mason, ace, 21.46 seconds. And your gold medalist, Raheem McCalman, Stallions, a time of 21.38 seconds. Event 54, boys 200 meters under 15. Bronze medalist, Ethan O'Geese, finish line, 23.96 seconds. Silver medalist, Delron John, SAS, 23.75 seconds. And your gold medalist, Christophe Calise, also representing SAS, 23.67 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard Wilson, President, Grenada Olympic Committee. It's now 7:06 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. We head back to the track. Let's join my colleague announcers upstairs.
Thank you, Kenroy. Appreciate that. We're here indeed just about 8 minutes gone past the hour in the evening time as we stretch our way late in the evening on day 2. Some 4 or 5 events left, Adams. But it has been a really a day well spent. And certainly there was no disappointment. I think the only disappointment you can safely say is for anybody who did not have the opportunity to be here at the National Stadium.
Yep.
I say my apologies to them.
In terms of performances, I wouldn't say we had disappointments. I think we had tremendous competition among the athletes from the various clubs and territories. That was good. If there's any one area I would love to see improve is they need to find somewhere to have our stadium much more populated than it has been over the past 2 days. And of course, ideas are always out there because when you consider that you have the stalls, the shops, the vendors, and they have to sell, as I would say, you've got to do everything you can to allow them to be successful also. And so whether you want to run promotions, drop prices, give discounts, all of those can improve the number of people that you can have coming into the stadium. And so the folks who are running the shops and have to pay the bills and so on, they have a better chance of being able to pay the bills. So the authorities have to take a look at that in terms of what do you do to improve the attendance. And we've seen that before, even at Intercol on some days, what could have been done to improve the attendance. And this one, another situation where what can we do to improve the attendance? And I don't think you have anything to lose by running discounts, promotions, and so on.
Well, let's hope that the authorities, the owners of this meet, they would hear and take heed. Well, we're getting ready for the next event on the track, which is in fact looks like the 4x1. Is it on the 20? It is in fact a 4x1. We're gonna get confirmation on it, but we can give you the athletes. There is MVP in there. Sotu's performance in the finish line is also in there as they pedal their way down the backstretch. Who makes the first hand over? Off and running. MVP all on the lonesome selves down the backstretch as they get ready for the second hand over. And they're pedaling away. But of course, you have out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They are not going to let this be an easy one. We see Shante is on the third leg, making the final hand over. It is MVP plus velocity. Who is it going to be? Shante is on the outside, but the speed star from St. Vincent is on the inside, and she's literally motoring and pelting away. Will she catch her? Yes, no, yes, no. They take it to the finish line. This is, of course, one of the photo finishes, and that's the kind of the sort of competition we've long been anticipating. Performance out of Barbados, MVP out of Grenada. We wait for the final, the official results, but this one, it lived up to what the anticipation was. It was, in fact, a cracker.
Yes, it was a brilliant race in terms of the end result. They worked hard. I think the team from Grenada would want to look at what happened with the battle passing between first and second and third. And I think that's where they lost the race, because they were leading at the first leg by quite a mile, and then MVP had a real issue with the handover in the second leg. From first to second, where the oncoming runner almost ran past the receiving runner, and that I think is what would have caused the problem, because they were leading by quite a margin. And so performers won, but MVP would have to figure out what can they do to get the battle around much more efficiently.
Congratulations to performer out of Barbados. They stopped the clock at 48.67. MVP 48.80. Finish line 51.05. and HP out of St. Vincent. And they stopped the clock on the time of 51.72. So we move from the 400 and this one I'm assuming has to be.
Well, it should be the under 20 boys, really.
Well, I thought it was under 20, but I'm looking at them.
I'm trying to.
Well, it's definitely not. It doesn't look as a 4x4 squad. We just had a 4x1, so it
And
has to be.
doesn't look like the under 20 either.
They don't look like. It doesn't look like under 20s in terms of the builds. So the action continues down here inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium as we continue to stretch the clock as the folks, it has been a rather long day, but certainly all good things, in fact, they come to an end as we look at the field. And certainly, Adams, it has been a really great day.
Yep.
We say thanking the officials for another really great job as we look at the time and where we are. 15 minutes past the hour. I can see what's us by 8 o'clock at least. I would hope that we'll be here.
Hopefully by 8 o'clock. Yesterday we left just a little bit after 8 o'clock. Quite a bit.
Considering that there's maybe the 5,000 in the mix, we'll see how that actually.
The good part of the 5,000 is that it's a male, and so it probably might finish a little bit quicker.
But it is a 5,000.
It's gonna be some time still, anyhow.
It is a 5,000.
Yes.
No doubt. So we are assuming that this has to be the under 20 boys. There's Bolton 1, HB in 2, South City Rising Star is in fact 3, that's it. SAS is in 4, Mustang in 5, and they're off and they're running. It's a 4x100 meters under 20 boys as they go down the back straight, making the first hand over. Who is it going to be? Mustang is in there. SAS is in there. South City Rising Star is trying to catch. She's trying to catch. Extreme Velocity makes the first hand over. That's Extreme Velocity running out of lane 7 and still looking good. So too is Mustang out of lane number 5 as they make the final handover. SAS is in there as well. But there you are. Extreme is chasing, literally chasing. Extreme, number 5, number 6. Take a look over at him and says, boy, you think you have what it takes? I am much better than you. A win there for Extreme
over it that.
Velocity over it that. Well, they've come and they've conquered. They have shown what is the growth that there is in Caribbean athletics. As Antoine says, if this is what the junior crop looks like, the future certainly looks good for athletics. So it's a victory there for Extreme Velocity out of, as you get the final handover, Extreme Velocity running out of the 7, and
it that
out of lane number 6. Barbados versus St. Vincent, and I just kind of like he looked over, not to say, well, am I looking at you or am I looking at the finish line, the scoreboard? I don't know, but let's see. So congratulations to Extreme Velocity for that. That's Extreme Velocity out of Barbados, as there was a completion of the boys 400 meters. We also had the completion of the girls 400 meters. So we're looking at the official results. Extreme Velocity 42.13. That from St. Vincent 42.32. Mustang out of St. Vincent 43.26. And SAS 43.54. South City Rising Star, 49.92. HP out of St. Vincent, 45.52. And Brendan of the Rare Bulls, 53.04. So the completion there of the boys' 400 meters and getting a nice view cross section.
4 by 100 meters.
So it has been a really, really long day, a long day for many. Some could do with a nice coffee. I feel for a nice espresso, cinnamon flavored though.
Good
Yeah.
cappuccino, hot.
Yes, I can honestly deal with that right now.
Good cappuccino, hot.
On the bubble. I don't know if anybody was listening to us. Maybe they probably think we're joking. Eh?
No, but honestly, I could do with a good cappuccino, hot. Yeah.
They probably think that if they only know Adams, they only know, they would come running to a rescue.
Yes.
But I mean, everything comes to an end, and we're getting ready. Again, we see the officials.
We just want to make them know that the truth of the matter is we felt privileged to be able to bring it to them. It really is an honor to be able to bring you the sights, the songs, the competition. And so we are not in any way sour about anything at all.
Oh,
We're really, really good here and so on. So, yeah.
We just want to say that for those persons on the Facebook feed that we've exceeded our 8-hour limit on the Facebook feed. So, which we need to do. If you want the feed and it dropped off, you will need to rejoin the other feed to ensure the continuity. It's not that we have ended the games or coverage abruptly. That isn't the case. It's just with Facebook, there is a time limit on broadcast, length of broadcast, and we have exceeded that, given that we've been doing this since 11 o'clock.
Since 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock this morning. Indeed, while we're there, there's just a few more events to go, Adams, and certainly for those that are still on the live with us, I mean, the day has really been great. There is some competitions, there's some names that even follow us locally. The clubs, the Phoenix Track Club out of
Antigua,
Burnley out of Trinidad.
Performers out of Barbados, they really have done well.
They have been exceptional.
Yeah.
Mustang,
Concord
out of Trinidad, and Tobago.
And who can not remember Symphony Patrick from Concord? I mean, she looks beautiful. She runs. She has a beautiful stride, beautiful form, and she's quick.
I think if I have to take athletes, the female athletes that stands out in my head, and I'm going to leave Grenada for last, but I would probably start with Libert out of the British Virgin Islands.
Yes, she looks good.
She's phenomenal. Mm-hmm. Then there's Dowden out of PTC in Antigua.
She looks well.
Of course, Patrick.
Symphony out of Trinidad. Really looks well.
Really great. I mean, Shanti Augustine, exceptional. I like what I'm seeing with her, and I'm enjoying the fact though that while a lot of the local fans may not be used to seeing her not necessarily at the top of the podium, but she competed, and that's what's important. And hopefully you would want to go back to the drawing board and analyze, review.
Of course, you can't forget Dominic from St. David's Track Blazers, who represented us at Carifta. She was extremely good, too, as one of our star female athletes. We cannot forget her. Of course, at the under 11, we cannot forget living athletes at that young age. So Leah Rose Charles of South St. George Government School. Strong, athletic, very quick, strong mind. She's been one of the standout athletes also, winning both the 100 and the 200 meters.
And there is Jael Peters. We confirmed the club that she represents. But she too has been exceptional over the last couple of days. Certainly this
what about Jaden? Is it Jaden Phillip? He just won the 200. He won the 400 also. I mean, he represented us at Carifta.
I think it shows what consistency is about.
To me, he's running even better now than leading up to Carifta, and he's looking really good.
Confidence is
Philip is really confident now. He's not afraid of anybody, whether it's Telemark or Elisha. He's not afraid of anybody. He's going to go out there and do his due.
Well, let's see what's happening on the back end of the track. We've seen the lineup for...
That probably should be the 5,000 meters that we are lining up for.
We do not necessarily have a starting list in here, but we can tell you SAS is in there. HP out of Barbados. South City Rising Star, finish line is there. Ace is also there. Just to give you an appreciation as to how they line up. So you have HP out of St. Vincent, 302, SAS 609, and of course you do forgive us that we do not have the luxury of a finish list, but
And
some of
the
the
other athletes would be Ace, the one with the pink top. That should be Ace Track Club or MVP.
right. So finish line is there, and we'll see the 5,000 meters they are getting ready for, and let's hope that they can scotch this one for us.
Yep, why not? Just to put it into context for those who are listening, you're not very aware of the 5,000 meters and what it entails. It is 12 and a half laps around the track, and it takes quite a lot. So you could say 13 laps, and each lap, would take about a minute plus. So you're talking about 15, 16, 17 minutes.
Take your time. Take your time.
So
no rush.
That is the context. 12 and a half laps of a 400 track, 45,000 meters. And what we have seen them is settling into just a nice rhythm, just getting the fit, warming up pretty well. And that's what we're going to see. Usually the strategy that would be employed is somebody going to kick the speed out of the other athletes. They decide, I don't want to get into a burner, coming to the end. Would I kick it out? Would I take it out from the person who I know is a fast finisher? So it seems as if the athlete from HP might just be trying that strategy, going out front and stretching the field such that when it comes to the finish, his chance of winning becomes multiplied and better.
Well, there are occasions when you try to stretch the field and the field does not respond. We saw that in Kenisha yesterday, where she decided she went for a charge, and obviously from the first round they could not keep up. We'll see how this one translates itself as the race unfolds. As I said, it's quite early in it, and we see HP out of St. Vincent is there. South City Rising Star also there. SAS. You see Ace in the middle of the pack. Finish line is also there. So there is HP out front by his lonesome self, and the rest of the pack trotting along quite gingerly. Would wanted to make sure that they stay within sight of him, because it means the further he progresses psychologically, it may just take the wind out of you.
One of the teams we have to pay attention to that has done well, Joe, even as we comment on the running, is that of the finish line team. I don't think we have paid enough attention to, and that must be a new club that has sprung up, but they have some really good athletes, and you could see the Brown distance runner, Annalisa Brown from Boca Secondary is there, and we've seen quite a few athletes from the finish line club doing well. So whoever is in charge of that club, we want to let them know we've seen it, and we're going to call it out as it is, that you have been represented very well at this year's Whitsuntide Games 2023.
We have over the last couple of years, and we've continued to make the call at the top of our voices to highlight the fact that the club structure in Grenada, it is working, it has borne fruits, it continues to expand. There's recognition that the program, it is working, and certainly kudos to all of the coaches. As it says, if it's not broken, don't fix it. The only way we can go to from here is to extend the programs to other schools, other clubs, and look for expansive growth.
And then, of course, we cannot leave out one of the clubs that been there through thick and thin, Ace Track Club. I mean, they've always been represented. They've been performing well over the years, and this year at Whitsuntide Games, it's no exception. They have done well, and those in charge of Ace Track Club, we also have to big them up too. And so I think this is a good time to big up those clubs that are being led well and are being taught well, are being coached, and are giving good example as to what a club structure should be in Grenada. So Ace Track Club, big up to you too.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. We want to say thanks to all of the officials on the field, those directly on the track, those assisting in providing some sort of hydration to the athletes as they make the round. We notice, of course, there's the HP athlete, that's HP out of St. Vincent. Whether or not he has achieved the strategy, that was the ploy to try to test their will and commitment. Maybe he's noticed that they're not taking the bait. Nobody's going to try to exhaust themselves too early. So it's HP, Ace, SAS, South City Rising Star, as they continue to their journey around the National Stadium, 5,000 meters. There's SAS in there, finish line in there, Ace as well. Who is going to be the one that makes that decisive break? You're probably thinking it's a bit early. I'm thinking when we get to maybe Adams around 9, 10.
The person who is confident will do it before 10.
And we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how this one pans out. Who's got the will, the determination, the depth that says, do I hold on, hold to ground, move with a pack, or do I become a lone ranger and move out? There you have it out front. HP out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They all neatly bunched there. SAS is in there. South City Rising Star. That's the front end of the pack. And you notice it will continue to thin out, huh?
It is. The usual, is going to thin out over the course of this 12 and a half laps. You'll always have the back markers, and you pick them out one by one. And as we say, in these events, it's a law of the jungle, and only the strongest will survive.
Only the strongest will survive. HP out of St. Vincent continues to take the lead. There is Ace isn't there. SAS third. South City Rising Star occupying the fourth position. As they go to make themselves another lap, we see young Photo from Photo Media. He's there, ensuring he captures the sights, that is. He's only capturing sights. I want to tell you, Photo's just capturing sights of the event as they're here. As they go down the back straight, they continue just to gingerly move along.
And I think they recognize that HP is a pretty strong runner. They do not want to go past him. So what they're doing, as we would say, you call it drafting. They're drafting as much as possible. In essence, because they're able to draft from him, they're using up less energy because he's taking all of the forces ahead of them. Right. So they're drafting from him, and hopefully over time, that will allow them to have conserved enough more energy and be able to put out in the end. And so that's what they're doing for now. Would they go past him? It's left to be seen.
The field continues to stretch. The front pack, they've interchanged. While saying interchange, now you've seen Ace makes a move for the front. SAS is in there still, but HP still clinging along. He's probably opting, maybe if I allow them to take the frontal position for just a bit, but he's probably reconsidered, and maybe in his mind he's thinking that might be a sign of weakness in me. That they might be thinking, no. And I remember saying earlier when Bernard was there, that of maintaining your strategy. What is your strategy? And very often, some runners, they're able to maintain it.
Yeah, and if we were to, now that we've seen the 5,000 meters, maybe we can do a little bit of history, which not too far back, because there are those who know before me. We would have had in days gone by, the Ballantyne brothers, Paminos and Benedict Ballantyne. We have quite a few of those from Guyana who would have come, and you could have seen the progression that they made. Paminos went on to world championships, international marathons, and so on and so forth. And I'm hopeful that this would usher in another golden era. days gone by, you had the Williams brothers, who were really good distance runners in Grenada. Prior to them, you would have had those of Maitland and Pierre, who would have been great. Morris Bull Williams, Conrad Francis, all of those who would have preceded what we have. What we are looking for is a new crop of distance runners in Grenada that we would have had that would mirror what we had in the past.
Indeed, indeed. As we look at the front trio, as we did say to you that the pack, they would stretch each other thin. So moving out front, they were front, the pack to the front. HP out of St. Vincent, being, of course, shadowed by SAS and Ace. Keeping up in the shadows with them is the athlete out of South City, Rising Star.
Yeah, and the reason I call the Ballantyne brothers is because HP is from St. Vincent also. So St. Vincent would have had a rich history of distance running through the Ballantyne brothers as one that we can call on immediately.
Indeed. They continue the little Sunday evening trek along the National Stadium. What you're looking at is the middle of the pack, in fact. That's the middle of the pack. But here they come as they make yet another round. They've separated themselves. Do not be fooled. This is not the front end. We're looking at the three. Just past. It is Ace, HP, SAS. They continue to play the game of tag, cat and mouse, catch me if you can. That slight interchanging where they move. I mean, what has happened thus far, I don't think SAS ever did make the move. What we've seen is the interchange between Ace and HP. Well, Ace has taken the frontal position and he's been trailed by SAS. How does this one unfold? Early times yet. It's a 5,000 meters inside of the Kerani James Athletic Stadium. You see, Adams, it's the law of the jungle.
It would be nice to have gotten the names of those athletes. We have the numbers, but we don't have a list of the names for those folks in this distance. It would have been really good because we're seeing the making of a very, very competitive climax to this event. Ace, SAS, HP in that order. And I don't think anyone has broken the other as yet.
HP is in fact of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And you were just not too long ago, you were highlighting the fact of this rich legacy that the Vincentians can boast of. But it is Ace.
And then there's another name we should recall, Dog Charles, out of St. Patrick. Brilliant distance runner, marathon, whether they on the track or on the road. Again, those are names that pop to mind of the legacy of road running and track running that we would have had over the years. But Ace seemed to be doing pretty well. He looks comfortable. That's what we can see. The athlete from SAS also looks very comfortable. And this is going to be a cracker with a small group of athletes at the front.
Well, I'm not sure if this is deliberate, but HP out of St. Vincent were in the third position. He seemed to be tiring a bit. I don't know.
They're slowly grinding him down. They're increasing the pace in that subtle way, and he hasn't found at present that strength to respond. Let's hope he has it in him, but they're slowly winding up the pace of the running now that we get into the latter stages of these 10,000 meters, the 5,000 meters.
Well, we did say as we move into the back end of the race that you would see who's got the grit, who's got the testicular fortitude, who's got what it takes to dig deep and be able to produce something spectacular as we go through this 10,000 meters.
5,000.
5,000. Ace is still there.
Yes, 10.
Ace is still there. So too is the athlete from SAS.
5,000.
So too is the athlete from SAS. As they continue to grind away slowly, they look quite settled in their deliberation. quite settled. In fact, you have you have HP on the inside. He's still in third place. South City Rising Star is still available. And here you have HP still stepping on it a bit, deciding and saying to himself, I can't allow them to stretch me too far. Don't want to give me too much to do. That's the front three. That's their lap. Another of the athletes, so do not be confused for those of you that's just joining the race. The front three are Ace to the front, SAS to the middle, and now you have HP from St. Vincent that has assumed the lead. And in the distance, we see the teams, they're making their way out for the relays as we go deep and truly into the evening of what has been 2 really great days of track and field inside the National Stadium. They continue to play that dogged game of cat and mouse. Catch me if you can. They play tag. They interchange.
And this is about the 3rd change of lead.
Yes.
And it tells you the intensity that's taking place in here and the mindset that they have. The athlete from HP, he is digging deep. He thought he lost it, gained it, regained it. Now the head is bobbing, so we know that the pressure is now beginning to tell on him. Would he be able to see it through to the end? Let's see what is going to happen with those 2 athletes from Ace and SAS. They are really
they're smooth,
running smoothly and showing that they are up to the challenge. So let's see what's going to happen. Once again, the athlete from HP, every time he gets to this straight, he seemed to be putting on, increasing his speed. And this time he did not pass them. But I think this is the final lap. So let's see what he has in him.
Well, the fact that he stayed with them when we thought he was worn out thin. And there he goes as they go down the back stretch. He makes his way past them. Ace is still there, SAS is still there. The question is who has the final kick. Are they going to conserve? HP is trying to make a move. He's trying to set the tempo as he goes past. But here comes SAS. SAS is still in there. SAS is there and he's making a kick for it. So to his Ace. Just gone past the athlete from HP of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It is SAS being chased down by Ace. SAS chased by Ace. Who has what it takes? He's digging deep. You can see the grimace on the face. Ace is stretched. Those long legs, they are trying to cover as much ground as they possible. But it is Ace, SAS in fact, that is going to pull this one away comfortably. Really accelerated run. Strategy, race complete, strategy executed.
Brilliant.
Ace
Brilliant
comes
run.
in second, and third place should be HP. An exhilarated run, no doubt. And indeed, it was always a question of who has what it takes. I mean, what I think may have happened here, Adams, for the HP athlete, he may have expended himself a little bit too early in the early runs where he's trying to stretch them thin. But it did not take the bait.
No, they did not.
So he was forced to reel it back in.
They wounded him back in, and they showed that their pace they're going to stick to pace. He could not keep up. He had to keep increasing, decelerating, increasing, and he was doing himself more harm than good. So he did not have a final kick with the last 500 meters to go. And the athlete from SAS, who in the meantime was drafting of them all the time, and that's the one I was telling about. That concept of drafting, he drafted, he did not have the confidence to go out front, but he was able to save those energies and kick through to the end.
An excellent race, no doubt, as we look at the final athletes as they make their way over the finish line. And certainly congratulations. Again, it only shows, and again, Adams, it goes back to the point that you're making about the excitement of these these distance races. And certainly because it turns, there is the flip, the back to turn,
Yep.
there are different sides of it. What you see at the front, at the beginning, what you see in the middle, and what eventually makes its way to the end may not always be the same.
Correct.
May not
So
always be the
much
same.
different emotions that you can experience in a 5,000 or 10,000 meters. And you don't have to look far. You look at those athletes from Kenya and Ethiopia, and you see the strategy in the running and the emotions that take place. Because at some point you're trying to figure out, well, whose strategy is going to win out? But
Well,
there goes
strategy,
another
as you know,
athlete, and
from
we are happy
front
to see him
line.
finish line.
And he's just coming in with full spirit, indeed. And that's what you want to see. I'm looking at the athletes from HP still on the ground, but he's being attended to now by the medical team, and that is quite good, because you would want to wish that anything untoward happens to an athlete, especially at any point. So,
Miguel Cape.
so the official results for you: Miguel Keep out of SAS in a time of 17 minutes, 04.95. Liveron Thorne from Ace, 17 minutes, 09.89. And Zachary Hepburn from HP out of St. Vincent in third place, the time of 17 minutes, 16.18. Shaquem Williams, Sub City Rising Star, 17 minutes, 38.91. And to cover the top four, we did say to you, don't move a muscle. You probably thought it was enough, I don't know, to get maybe some chicken in the air fryer.
Yeah, but you would have missed a tremendous. If we are to give the most courageous run of the day, Zitri Hepburn from HP of St. Vincent, he would be at the most courageous run for the day. He did everything that he could have done to get a result. It did not work out, but you cannot fault him for the courage. So if you are called the most courageous runner of the day, it would be Zitri Hepburn of HP from St. Vincent.
Medal presentation ceremony on its way.
Seconds. And your gold medalist, Performers Track Club. A time of 48.67 seconds. We can go now to event 66, boys 4x100 meter relay, under 20. Bronze medalists, Mustangs, 43.26 seconds. Silver medalists, IDDAT Academy, 42.32 seconds. And your gold medalists, Extreme Velocity, a time of 42.13 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Ms. Nzinga Mawuto, Chair of the Liaison Committee, Whitsuntide Games. This is the second and final day of the Whitsuntide Games, right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium in St. George, Grenada. Thank you so much for being part of the experience, for supporting excellence on the track and field. What a day it's been. What a day.
Indeed, Kenway, what a day, what a day. We can sing a number of songs. One that comes to mind, actually, is from, what's her name? Erica Tabu. Erica, I get her name. What a day, oh, what a day. I'm trying to remember, she came out in the early
That's
90s.
days gone by, isn't it?
Okay,
Good days gone by.
Okay, Adam.
Okay.
So you just know
No problem.
you just know the spoil.
But it was, I agree, it's what a day. It's been a beautiful day. It's been a competitive day.
It's
been an exciting day.
Erica Badu. I thought my memory was leaving me. Erica Badu. What a day,
What a day. It's been a wonderful day, to be honest. I think everybody can leave here with their heads held high. Of course, there are always issues to be taken care of that we may not see. There are always those areas that can be improved upon, but nonetheless, this leaves room for improvement. It shows what is possible if we can get it right and get it together. And Whitsuntide 2023 has indeed been a tremendous success in terms of the quality of competition that we have seen.
Well, if the quality of the field is a reflection, a consideration of that which is to come, then we can safely say that Whitsuntide Games is in good hands, is well positioned. Athletics in the Caribbean is well positioned. We've seen that no longer is track and field just about Jamaica, the Cayman, the Bahamas. You've seen that the field has been stretched across the Caribbean, and there is a new plethora of athletes, emerging athletes, that's ready to go forth and embrace their new frontier. But we're getting ready for what should be the penultimate event of the day, the penultimate event of the day, the women's 4x4, and then we'll wrap with the men's 4x4. We certainly, again, as we wait for it, and this is one of the races that it has its own way of unfolding itself, but certainly, as we look over the last 2 days, Adams, there's so many that we can talk about. Let's probably focus first when we wait on it, the management of the meet. How has that been?
I would say that the organizers did a tremendous job. The day-to-day management has been, for all intents and purposes, it's been very good. I mean, there's always things that can be improved, Joe, and I don't think we attain perfection. Perfection is a working process. So the officials, the judges, the starters, everyone, they can take a bow. They've done a good job, overall, all things being equal, all things being considered, and they will get a really good passing grade. Grenada, I think, is well poised to host international events because we have judges and officials who are well learned, well versed, and they are showing it out here today.
I normally try not to even think about perfection, attempting perfection. I more tend to believe that excellence, I prefer to say, is always a work in progress. If you try perfection, you will never get there. But if you try at all times to be excellent, to be exceptional, to be great at what you do, then you will always find the room, that ability to dig deep and deliver when the time comes. But on field, we're getting ready for the penultimate event of the day. It's the women's 4x4, and we're going to find where is men's 4?
If I can call it out while you...
Yes, go ahead.
It's MVP, finish line, HP, South City Rising Stars, Mustangs. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams in this event. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. Mustangs, South City Rising Stars, High Performance, Finish Line, and 473 MVP. That's what we have here. 5 teams.
Question as to what's on the field. We see velocity isn't there. Maximum velocity.
They're there.
So maximum isn't there. We see. I see HP at the Barbados is there. Front South City Rising Star is there. I see HP. I see Track Blazers.
And there's Mustangs.
Mustangs.
Not Track Blazers isn't there, but we have Mustangs, South City Rising Stars, High Performance out of St. Vincent, Finish Line, and MVP out of Grenada. They're off.
And they are officially off as we get down to the tail end of what has been an excellent 2 days of track and field. It's the 4x4, and it's the penultimate event of the day. Certainly, let's see how they manage this one. Let's see how we manage this particular race. Very often these races, the question is where your better athletes are positioned. You've seen quite a strong leg out there. This athlete's running a very, very strong leg.
That's Mustangs
That's
out
Mustangs.
front.
But as we get to home, we see Frontline is making a push. So too is HP. MVP on the inside in lane number 2. South City Rising Stars. But it is Frontline. Frontline that is going to take the baton home first. She's been followed, hunted, literally been hunted by South City Rising Star. Frontline, South City Rising Star. For South City Rising Star, it is Shanti Augustine. How can she deliver another exceptional performance? She's had mixed results. Had some mixed results during the meet, but she's motoring her way down the back stretch. MVP, the person of Shanti Augustine. MVP is there, front line. Here comes HP in third. In fact, in third position. So for finish line. But we're looking at Shanti Augustine. A really exceptional run by her. But here comes Frontline. Here comes HP. Shanti Augustine keep holding form and steady as she makes the second hand over for MVP. As I said, and this is a really great run and showcases the quality of the athlete that she is. So, Frontline. HP makes a handover. HP makes a handover. Making another handover is South City Rising Stars. As they go front, it is MVP and quite a decent, a really, really, really great lead there, thanks to that exceptional run on the second leg by Shanti Augustine. I mean, she understood what's needed, but look at what's happening on the backstretch. MVP in cruise control, but on the backstretch is HP that's going past Frontline, but it is MVP heading home to make the next handover. The penultimate event of the day, the girls 4x400 meters inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. She just pulls her right about now as she gets ready to make her next handover. Let's see. These have been some exceptional running so far. Finish line is making their handover. HP is in the hunt. We're getting ready to do that, but I can see it is finish line that has determined she's going to hunt down MVP. We'll see how it pans out. Well, look who is on who is there for South City Rising Stars, but it is MVP way out front. Mustangs just making their change over. Looking at the order, MVP, large and in charge, in full control, being stretched there by Frontline. But who is it going to be in full control as she heads down the 100 meters, heads down the stretch, in full control, large and in control. Excellent run. MVP continues to be in the hunt. MVP continues in the hunt, but It is all over and done. Complete an excellent race there, orchestrated by Club MVP. Finish line is going to take second place, and we're taking in the third place. Well, it is South City Rising Star. Excellent run. I am particularly impressed, Adams, with the second leg by Shante Augustine. Phenomenal run.
Overall, MVP had a much deeper team, a stronger team. They had very few weak legs in their team, and that is why they were able to stretch, with Shante, of course, being the standout of the quartet. So it shows with depth in numbers, and that's what brought them across the line. But I spare thought for Shephonia Houston of South City Rising Stars taking the baton in fourth position and bringing it in, really, and the distance behind that she was, it really was in fourth. Yes, she took it in fourth or in fifth. Fourth, I think Mustang was in fifth. And but Shephonia just went and she just did an exceptional job and came in brilliantly. But of course, the team, it's a team at the end of the day. MVP, the stronger team, that's for sure. And you spare thought for South City Rising Stars not having the depth in numbers.
Well, we're getting ready for the final event of the day. We do this one, and it is curtain calls on the 2023 edition of the Whitsuntide Games inside of the National Stadium, Adams.
Yeah. We're going to see fireworks in this one because we have a couple teams here. It's open, so we have a couple teams. I see Grenada has its team, that specific team, and I'm wondering if they have two teams there. But you have HP, you have South City Rising Stars. They are there also. So this is going to be an interesting, really, with some of the stronger athletes making up the Grenada team. You have HP out of St. Vincent. They've done well. They really represented the clubs and the country. South City Rising Stars. I mean, you have to be really, really amazed at how they have come in leaps and bounds over the couple of years since they've been formed. So that's another club that we need to hail out and let them know that we see them. We see the results of their work, and we want to encourage them to continue working with our young people. South City Rising Stars, really, really doing well. Shephonia Houston being a part of that team. She, I think, would be one of the standout athletes, and they have something that they can boast about, an athlete they can boast about.
Indeed, indeed. We're getting ready for the final event on the day. The final event of Whitsuntides 2023, the final event of day 2 inside of the National Stadium. And certainly we can only well imagine that it lives up to form. I can't ever imagine of any 4x4, maybe in other parts of the world, but certainly here at the National Stadium, all 4x4s, whether it's at the national champs, whether it's at Intercall, and we here at Whitsuntide Games, it promises and always provides a little extra spark.
Correct. That is true. I think the schools are developing a culture of competitiveness between them. We collaborate when we have to. But when it comes to the track, it's all the friendship is gone because each of us want the best for ourselves. There's no friendship on the track.
No, we are friends once you understand your role and position is not to beat me. So we can be friends, Once you clearly understand that when we go out to compete, believe me, don't ever assume for a split second that I am going to allow you the luxury of performing or getting the better of me.
At the end of the day, I want bragging rights just as much as you.
Yeah. And that's the good thing with those relationships. When you appreciate that, and there's no love lost in first and second, and you win, I win, we've both excelled and we've done well.
If Leslie was here, he would say, during his time at school, there's nothing called he said, SAS didn't want to see a GBS. They were not friends.
Do you want to? Sweet Lord.
They were not friends.
Why you want to introduce SAS and GBS into this? I mean, Leslie and I are not actually friends, We're just colleagues.
They just were not friends.
No.
They didn't want to see a PBC athlete. They just didn't want to see any. But it has changed over time where they move around so much. They interact so often
the club
that the
structures.
relationship has changed. The club structure
Yes,
has
it has
caused it to
changed.
change. So they're friends in MVP, but they represent a different school at Intercol. And so there's a certain amount of camaraderie between them, but that camaraderie is still strong when it comes to rivalry. Yes, and so things have changed just that little bit in terms of how you deal with your friend who is representing, and they're off.
Well, Adams, you call it as you see.
Yes, there's two Grenada teams. There's South City Rising Stars, and then there is HP in this one. So it's a Grenada team, High Performance out of St. Vincent, South City Rising Stars, and the other athlete, I want to believe this is what club is he representing, Joe. So it is Grenada, whether it's A or B. It is High Performance out of St. Vincent. It is South City Rising Stars, first leg of the 4x4 relay for males. It's going to be a very tough one. The first leg, they're giving it everything that they got. This has to be Troy Mason. He's stepping it up. His legs are really pumping high. Knees are high. Arms are really going. And he's handing over now. Let's see what this one does. But it seemed to be a tussle between the Grenada team versus the High Performance of St. Vincent. But South City Rising Stars, they're not giving an inch. They are in this race also. So it's the Grenada team. It is the High Performance out of St. Vincent. This is a beautiful stride going down the back straight. Really wonderful. Taking the bend now at this time, the back bend. It is a beautiful stride. This Kirani should be looking at this, and he might be saying, wow, why not in my time? Those guys are not looking too bad at all. So it is the Grenada team, followed by High Performance, who is increasing his speed, and he thinks that he has some opportunity to catch him, but I don't think he will. The form will carry him through. So it is the Grenada team. It's now on the third leg. So it's High Performance, a baton kind of issue here. But let's see what would happen. High Performance out of St. Vincent is really doing well. But there goes the Grenada athlete. Down the back straight, arms moving, legs are pumping. He's looking brilliant, and the locks are flowing in the wind. Not too long, of course, not much of it. But wow, there he goes round the back bend. He's looking brilliant here. He's not giving inch, no quarter. He's deciding, this is it. I'm going to give it all I got. That's just one lap that I have. And he's looking absolutely fantastic. This is a good run, Joe. Really, really good run. Phenomenal run. And I think that will give the cushion to the Grenada team to be able to stride through to the finish. But let's see what this one is going to do. Again, he wants to do a good time. South City Rising Stars have picked the baton third. Let's see, could they catch High Performance out of St. Vincent? So it is the Grenada team. It is High Performance out of St. Vincent. South City Rising Stars. Is the final leg. Down the back straight. He's looking good. Those arms are moving well. His legs are moving. The knees are nice and high as he makes the back bend. Wonderful looking run. He's emulating what was done in the previous lap. Man, he's going for time. He's not giving an inch, no quarter. This is a brilliant run. The day is ending on a high, Joe.
Indeed, it is
really ending on a high. I think we are privileged to be here to see Whitsuntide 2023. Wonderful run by the Grenada 4x4 athlete. And there goes South City Rising Stars. They may just come in second. Brilliant run by South City Rising Stars, followed by High Performance of St. Vincent. We have ended the day on a high, Joe. Wonderful run, wonderful entertainment, good execution, and we could not have asked for better.
Well, you could ask for it if you want. It may just be that you've just been gullible after such a performance. Literally, I think that was the punctuated mark on the event. Yesterday, we were talking about icing on the cake. Well, this is not even icing on the cake. This is a trip to Disneyland that is deserving from this sort of performance. A sort of performance that sort of encapsulate the experience over the last 2 days, that of Whitsuntide Games, the sort of performance that literally stamps and really punctuates and stands out as to what we've seen over the last 2 days, really and truly. It brings the curtains down, and just about the time when that allows us, you see the smiles, the camaraderie, literally. Folks are starting to move in the stand. But just looking at them, it's a wonderful bunch that has spent the last 2 days And what they've recognized now, that this final race literally is what they say goodbye to each other. They may exchange numbers, WhatsApp, but certainly you know that the friendships will continue.
Man, this is absolutely beautiful to see the camaraderie among all of the athletes from the various islands. Spirit of Thought, South City Rising Stars, they rose to the challenge. I'm impressed with what they've done. They did not give up. You thought they could have given up after the second leg and third leg, but they did not, and they really pounded the track and able to come in in second position. This is a phenomenal job by South City Rising Stars. Spirit of Thought for high performance. They really gave it all that they got out of St. Vincent. I think they will go home with heads held high.
I think not just in the 4x4, but I think all of the athletes, the 900 of them, 900 that participated in Whitsuntide Games 2023 inside of the National Stadium. The 40+ clubs that has been here. The organizers, the Grenada Athletics Association, they have done an exceptional job, fantastic job. Of course, they are powered by Puma. The fans, all of the athletes. I mean, we'll take the next few minutes, Adams, and we just sort of straddle, play with some of the athletes. I mean, that has really stood out over the last couple of days. You have the first go.
Well, I mean, I might sound like a broken record because I start with the females. And we cannot forget Concord Athletic and that exceptional talent they brought out of Trinidad with them. Symphony Patrick, she looks good, she looks strong, she looks a real specimen of an athlete. I think she can go very, very far. We cannot forget Shephonia Houston. We cannot forget Leah Rose Charles. We cannot forget the younger ones who have come and have participated. So from the female end, we've had some tremendous. There's Dowdich out of Antigua. She looks a brilliant athlete. And there's another athlete out of the BVI. Liberd. She looks absolutely a talent for the future. So those are some of the female athletes that I can come to mind almost immediately. And as we scroll through the paper, I know we'll be able to find more. But out of the male section, who would you think of?
But even before that, I certainly would want to add at the junior end of it, together with Leah Rose Charles, you would want to add Jael Peters out of Burnley. You've seen some talents, and you see them, and you know, with the right coaching, they are going to excel. You look in the male division, and certainly there's been some really great performances. Ethan Sam, the O'Geese, a lot of the athletes that they've come and they've literally set themselves apart. I'm going to get his name, but some of the athletes many of the athletes out of St. Vincent. You're looking at the clubs, Mustang out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they were phenomenal. Out of Trinidad, Burnley, they've come not as strong in contingent as is the squad from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but they came prepared to deliver. They were really, you saw performances from Pope and a lot of the other athletes. And certainly, if this in fact is what athletics in the Caribbean, if this is the representation of what it is, I say it has been well. We look now at the Grenada Athletics Association. The idea, they wanted to allow the Whitsuntide Games to be a template for which sets the tone for Character 2023. I think they have done that in all regards. Management of the game today, some 45. What is it? 8 o'clock now?
Yes, so it's just 10 past 8.
So we some 45 minutes off the schedule. But I think they've done an excellent job. The associations, all of the other players that's been part of this conversation, they have just been phenomenal.
Yep, we cannot forget sometimes we don't give enough credit to the officials in terms of all that they have to go through, the decisions that they have to make. Some of those decisions we will not agree with, we may not agree with, but they have to make the hard, tough decisions. And I don't think we can fault them at all.
And I know when you say hard and tough decision, that's not a metaphor or some expression.
It's actually literal.
This is personal.
literal. It's all right. Busted. Oh my goodness, Joe.
You took it hard. You took it hard. It is what it is. It
Cyril
is what
Cox
it is.
is my friend. I love Cyril. He's been doing a phenomenal job with the cameras to ensure that we get everything right. So we have to hail up Cyril Cox. The technical director of the games, I'm not so sure. I think it might be Jonelle.
Jonelle.
Technical director. I know he's always on cue. He really wants to do well. And I think overall he's achieved his objective. Organizing committee president of the Grenada Athletic Association, Mr. Conrad Francis. And all of we have to look at those who sponsored. I think national lottery authorities come to mind. We have to big them up and let them know that what they're doing is not going unnoticed, and we want to be there to encourage them to do as much as they can to improve our young ones, our young athletes.
Well, Grenada, carriacou, Peter Mountain, the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, wherever you are, this journey started just around 11 o'clock on Saturday. We went through day one. Here we are at the back end of day two of what has been, in fact, a really, really phenomenal 2 days of Whitsuntides inside of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Some 900 athletes from some 45 clubs representing from the BVI. Unfortunately for St. Kitts, they were not able to be here. We say hats off to the fans, the organizers, wherever you are. We say thanks to our production team, cameramen, the entire TNR communication to you, wherever you are, that was part of this broadcast. On behalf of the organizers, management of the games, and the production teams, on behalf of Adams, myself, and not forgetting Antoine. We say so long, everybody. It's been great being with you for the next 2 days. We now shift our focus to CARIFTA 2023-24, and certainly not forgetting, now that the dust has settled, the energies and the emotions will continue to be written across the tablets of our hearts for years to come, that in fact, Whitsuntide 2023 was an exceptional one, and we were all proud to be part of this event. Until then, so long, everybody. God bless.
Mrs. Vida Bruno Victor, Chair of the Local Organizing Committee for the CARIFTA Games 2024. Event 76, Women's 4x400 meter relay, Open International. Bronze medalists, Classic Lighting Caribbean, South City Rising Stars. 4 minutes, 18.91 seconds. Silver medalists, finish line, 4 minutes, 16.08 seconds. And your gold medalists, 473 MVP, 4 minutes, 05.11 seconds. Event 75, men's 5,000 meter run, Open International. Bronze medalist, Zitri Hepburn, high performers. 17 minutes, 16.18 seconds. Silver medalist, Livron Thorne, ace, 17 minutes, 09.89 seconds. And your gold medalist, Miguel Cape, representing SAS. 17 minutes, 04.95 seconds. Event 77, men's 4x400 meter relay, Open International. Bronze medalist, high performance. 3 minutes, 22.96 seconds. Silver medalist, Classic Lighting Caribbean, South City Rising Stars. 3 minutes, 21.60 seconds. And your gold medalist, Grenada International. A time of 3 minutes, 13.29 seconds. Thank you very much, Mrs. Vida Bruno Victor, Chair of the Local Organizing Committee for the Carifta Games in 2024. A very important announcement. We're asking for a coach from Finish Line to report to the medical room on the ground floor. It's important you do so immediately. A coach from the club Finish Line, please report to the medical room on the ground floor immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second and final day of the Whitsuntide Games 2023. We thank you so very much for being part of this very important occasion, celebrating excellence on the track and field. Thank you so very much to NACAC, of course. The Grenada Athletic Association has collaborated with NACAC in 2023 to stage the NACAC combined events. So thank you so very much. TNR Communications, on behalf of the organizing team, thank you so very much. My colleague announcers, Russell John, Neela Etienne, and Kerry Frank. Thank you, everybody. Get home safely, and do join us in 2024. Good night from St. George, Grenada.